treat a dog the way I would any other living being. They provided me with dog
Then I
food,
took it out in the
bowls, and
backyard and murdered it.
in that moment, I was the happiest I'd ever been in my life. That dog was my best friend. The time I spent with the dog was great. I was an only child, homeschooled. I was never really able to have interaction with people my age. Not that I'd have a problem with doing so. My dog, who I named Theo, had steadily grown a bond with me over the course of a month.
Theo? Who named their dog Theo?
The other kid lived with his dad. We went on walks, we played together, we bathed him, fed him. Most of them tried to raise him the best they could, as parents had never been me. Needless to say, my parents were impressed. Their opinion of me soon changed. It was January 1st, the beginning of a new year, and a new beginning for me. I woke up at around 10 a.m., late for me. I never actually made it to midnight on New Year's before. I felt like absolute crap. I was greeted in the kitchen by my mother, who had provided a delicious breakfast. My mother's cooking was the stuff of legend. As I sat at the dining room table to eat breakfast, Theo greeted me from under the table and sat down at my feet. I slipped him a piece of bacon. He was delighted. My breakfast was cut short. One of my chores was to get the mail every day. As soon as I heard the familiar sound of the mail truck, I shot up out of my chair. One of my animal documentaries taught me about Ivan Pavlov and his dog. Funny how I didn't know I was being conditioned to react a certain way to the sound of that truck. I was still tired from last night. I fumbled toward the front door. I wasn't paying much attention. As soon as I opened the door, Theo took off as fast as he could. I couldn't process what just happened. He'd never done that before. I collected my thoughts and decided to go after him. I grabbed my jacket from the coat rack and ran outside. As soon as I stepped foot on my porch, I froze. Theo hadn't gotten far. He hadn't even left the front yard. The yard exit was blocked by a man. This was the first time I saw him. The man looked straight at me. He didn't blink. I didn't know what to do or how to feel. At first, I was grateful. It was the only thing standing between Theo and the rest of the world. He said nothing. Theo was looking up at him. His tail, he panted. It was as if the man didn't notice the dog was there. He just kept staring. I wanted to say something. I wanted to thank him. The way he was looking at me was as if he was expecting me to say something. I couldn't bring myself to. He kneeled down
Oh,
and
yeah.
grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck. Theo whined. I wanted to tell him to put my dog down, but again, I couldn't. I simply couldn't think of appropriate words. My mind was all in a jumble. I couldn't move, and I couldn't think straight. All I could do was watch. The man reached into his pocket, pulled out a knife, and cut the dog's throat in one quick motion. Blood spilled onto the snow-covered ground. He held the dog in the air for a few seconds, letting Theo's blood form a puddle underneath him. The man then simply let go. Theo fell with a light crunch into the rolling snow. Again, the man's gaze did not leave me. He dropped the knife to the ground and then walked away.
Wow.
He was completely out of
Your
breath.
mailman's a dick.
I made my way over to Theo's darling corpse. I stood over him. I wanted to cry. The taking so long. I don't blame her for screaming. She saw me standing over the mangled corpse of Theo, knife on the ground. It didn't take a genius to put two and two together. The scene described itself. Aftermath of the first occurrence. Germany. Man. In the following months, my parents had forced me into seeing a psychiatrist. When asked why I killed Theo, I tried to tell him that it wasn't me. I tried my best to tell him about the man. I could tell he wasn't buying it.
He was the man.
All right, said the therapist in a smug tone. Tell me what this man looked like. That's when I realized I couldn't describe him.
He,
Not that
he
bad.
looked like a man.
It's just he was so generic. I wouldn't be able to describe him without describing millions of other people in the world. His face was so forgettable. I stared at the man for a good 5 minutes. One would assume I would be able to remember the face of a man who had killed my dad without breaking eye contact with me. It was like I knew what he looked like, but my brain couldn't translate his appearance into words. I didn't answer the therapist's question. I simply slipped into my chair. Throughout my life, this man has popped up in multiple occasions. I may go into further detail in the future, but all I can say for now is that he definitely exists. Unless he's crazy, but I know what I saw that day. I always seem that there is among the crowd while watching the news, or in the dreams. He's real. He's always watching. Think back to when you were a child. You probably had some silly thing that you were afraid of. Some ridiculous, imaginary boogeyman that haunted your nightmares when you were little. But you grew out of it, and soon enough, you didn't need the nightlight to chase away the monsters anymore. Except sometimes, that boogeyman isn't entirely imaginary. I know mine wasn't. It all started when I was about 4 or 5. My parents and I lived in this dingy little house in a small town, and I didn't really have many friends in the area. So, naturally, I spent most of my free time exploring my house and playing little make-believe games all by myself.
That's
There was
interesting.
one part of the house I refused to go in, though.
Now it's way over that way.
For whatever reason, I was convinced there was some thing living down there, and that it would get me if I went down there. I wasn't as wrong as you'd think. Before I go any further, though, I should say that I was a bit of a coward as a kid, so nightmares were a fairly regular occurrence. But most of the time, I could tell that I was dreaming, so I didn't make much of them. These dreams that I'm going to tell you about were different, though. They felt absolutely real, and given what happened, they very well might have been. Like I said, I was just a little tyke when I first started dreaming about the old man. I still remember every little detail, even today,
Don't
especially today, in fact.
really understand why it's.
I remember in the dream, it was a beautiful summer day, and I was out and about, riding my bike in the driveway, and generally just having a
That's
good
so
time.
annoying. It won't let you.
My parents were sitting at the top of the steps, watching me, and as far as I cared, everything was perfect as can be. Suddenly, I felt an icy wind blow me over, and my bike just sort of locked up. I began rolling slowly backwards along the driveway, and, unable to slow the bike down or even dismount it, I began looking around in a panic, trying to see what was going on. And it was then that I saw the old man for the first time. He was dressed sharply, rather like an old-fashioned undertaker. The implications of which escaped me entirely. He was tall and gaunt, but seemed to be looking young and smart, with a slightly thick accent. His pale, southern face, with its coolness
Hi,
and
Dirt.
tones,
What's up, buddy?
revealed an odd
How are you?
physicality. His frame
How you doing this morning?
of iron, his eyes were far less than a bat. "Why did you fire? Was you able to articulate exactly what I saw when I looked into the cold, red eyes of what became to call my dream? Even as a grown man, I still can't. What I saw was simply too alien, too inhuman, too utterly incomprehensible for any man to put into words. I didn't waste any time as soon as I saw that horrible thing. I tried to run, but I still couldn't even get off of my bike. I turned to scream for my parents, only to find that they were no longer there. Not that they could have done anything anyway, as the old man was upon me, with his wild hair and horrible, horrible eyes. I felt a freezing numbness as his long, bony fingers grasped my arm, his dirty, claw-like nails digging into my flesh. I remember how the old man leaned in close, his cracked, virtually non-existent lips parted to reveal rotting, clear teeth. And I remember the one word he whispered to me as he held me in his grasp. Cellar. The next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake by my parents, as I had actually been screaming in my sleep. I told them about what had happened, and they told me it was just a nightmare, and I believed them. Every so often, I would have nightmares about the man, but since they were only dreams, my parents didn't think much of them. That is, until I started sleepwalking. As bad as my first encounter with this somnambulant wraith was, the worst had yet to come.
Thought it was right
It was
there.
always the same, with extremely slight variations. It always started off with me in my room playing, and I would suddenly get a sense of wrongness about my surroundings. I would go off to find my parents, but no matter where I looked, I couldn't find them. When I would go to the pantry, where the door to the basement was, I would hear someone calling me, and I would turn to see a door that shouldn't have been there. As I took a step towards it, the door would swing open, and there would be the old man
Hell am I at?
beckoning me, his teeth bared in a malicious
Okay, I'm right
grin.
there.
I could do nothing but march towards him, screaming silently in my mind as my limbs jerkily dragged me along against my will.
God damn
Usually,
it.
it was this point I would be woken up by my parents. Somehow, I would sleepwalk all the way to the cellar door and begin to head downstairs. Usually, they caught me before I started going down the stairs. In fact, they almost always did. Always. Once, the old man managed to get me down to the basement. That's the only nightmare about the dream man that I can entirely remember. I just remember that I was in the basement with him, and he gripped my leg in his icy, dead grip, a vile grin splitting his face. All I remember after that was excruciating pain before I woke up and continued to be in agony. Apparently, while sleepwalking, I tumbled down the stairs into the basement, breaking my leg in the process. There
Ow.
were still scratches on my leg from where his filthy, cracked nails had dug into the flesh. But my parents were convinced that the cat must have clawed me as I slept. After I got out of the hospital, my parents took me to see a psychologist. They claimed that the nightmares and sleep routine were likely stress induced, stating that my parents' constant argument was probably to blame. But just in case, I was prescribed a medication to help me sleep. Naturally, after that, sleep was the last thing I wanted to do. And being a stupid little kid,
Freddy will
I
get
tried to
me.
stay awake from
Ah.
Obviously, this didn't work. But strangely enough, nightmares sort of subsided. I mean, sure, the old man would regularly show up in my dreams, terrifying me into consciousness, but he never forced me down to the basement again. So time passed, like it tends to do, and in the blink of an eye, I was in third grade, and I'd even managed to make a friend, Mike. Mike and I were more like brothers than anything else. We were two at the time, and we were inseparable. Of course, as alike as we were, we had one major difference. Mike was completely fearless, whereas I was absolutely terrified of two specific things: the Dream Man and the basement I had come to associate with him, if that phrase even counts as a hint. One day, our parents relented and allowed Mike to spend the weekend with us. Oh, we had loads of fun. We played video games, we told spooky stories, and we snuck into my dad's secret horror movie stash. But eventually, after all the spooky stuff we had seen and done, Mike suggested that we up the ante. We were going to go down to the basement to confront the flesh. I begged him, pleaded him not to make me go down there, but he saw it as his duty as my best friend to break me out of my fear. And when Mike got an idea in his head, there was no dissuading him of it. What happened next had only been a nightmare. So just after midnight, Saturday became Sunday. Down the stairs into the basement, armed with flashlights, and in my case, a wiffle bat. We spent about half an hour down there, looking in every corner for the aged ghoul who had haunted my dreams for so long, with no success. Eventually, we gave up and headed back upstairs. That's when
Mad
everything
Friday with work as always.
standing there in the doorway
Nope,
was
not going to either.
every bit as horrifying.
Not gonna be playing Skull. I'm not spending money again on a map that's already available
He held hands around my shoulders,
from
then lined his vivid frame
from the Arma
with his
files.
face, staring
It just seems like a cheap money grab.
I heard one of us scream, and I
All they
turned
did
around
was change the environment a little bit and
I don't remember what happened after that, because the next thing I knew, I was coming to on the cold,
some
hard floor,
other shit
and
on
Mike
it.
was huddled in the corner,
They didn't really
shaking
do anything with it.
and pale.
I mean, it's still the same Arma map that it was. They didn't really do anything special. So why the fuck am I gonna spend money on it? I don't have money to spend on it, so I'm not gonna worry about it.
I always blamed myself. Whatever had happened to us in that basement,
Especially when it's money that I don't have. I don't have the disposable income for it. Especially not at that price. It's what, 30 some odd dollars for DLC? Yeah, I don't think so.
And everything was pretty great. Like I said, I had managed to move on, and I almost managed to forget
Aha, see, I found it. There it is. I see you, motherfucker. I see it. I see the little glow right there. So it's either it's not right there. It's not right in front of me. It's up here somewhere. I should see like a little rotating thing somewhere around here. I don't know. We're gonna go to this spot right here. I should be able to see it from there. Xbox as it only had 2 maps on it. The worst call. Well, see, if I was playing on console, it would probably be something that I would want to buy. That way, you've got the 3 maps to play on, and it's basically 3 different biome styles. But whereas I'm on PC, there's no incentive for me to buy it. I mean, even if there are, group get-togethers and shit like that are going to take place on Sakal, I still have no justification to buy it. It's too high a price for too little gain. So, to me, it's not worth it. It's not worth spending the money on. I wouldn't be playing it enough to justify it. Especially since I don't like cold maps. I prefer the warm maps, or the warmer maps, I should say. I mean, even at $8, I still don't want to spend money on it. I wouldn't even spend $8 on it. I mean, if it went on sale and it was like, $2 or something, then I might spend $2 on it. But I'm not gonna. I wouldn't. I don't think I would spend more than $3 to $5 on it, and even then, only if it was on super duper discount sale kind of bullshit. Even at $8, I don't want to spend $8. I mean, $8 is fucking what? 3 days worth of meals for me. So yeah, there's no incentive for that. Yeah, I still got the bitter taste in my mouth for buying Livonia. Even though Livonia was an original map, it was still a half-ass job. So still a little bitter about that one. But Livonia was, even though it was only half a map, I mean, and it still is, even with them still working on stuff like that, it's still only half a map. They did half the map and then it's like they gave up. And they just said, you know what, fuck it, we need the money. Make the southern half of the map just nothing but forest, and we'll say that's all for hunting purposes and living off the land kind of thing. And and even before I bought that, I was like, it really seems like just a money grab, you know? Okay, so we got all of our hit points are up. Let's put on our armor. We'll use our iron dagger. And then we're gonna place our forest fucking thing. I will. Internet is being a finicky bitch tonight. No, I don't know what was wrong. My audio was all fucked up. It was my uh stream screen froze on one frame and it just stayed there. I've noticed that happen in a couple other streams. I'm not entirely sure if it's OBS or my capture card or something. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. But we'll drop down here and we'll drop a new forest reliquary. Oh, we need some wood. Wood. Plenty of wood in the forest, though. plenty of wood in the forest. I can get wood. We can build a reliquary. That way, if I die, we respawn right here. Up here somewhere. What the? Yeah, there he is. See the little blue glow up there? That's him right there. Yeah, so he's like right up here somewhere. Probably up on top of this thing. We'll have to fight polar bears at the same time. Regular bears or polar bears, one or the other. But I restarted all my shit. I just shut everything down and started over. Shut both my PCs off. Closed everything down. Unplugged and plugged the capture card back in and all that shit. Oh, oh no, this is mountain. We don't want to replace mountain. That's where our big base is. Our main living space in the mountain areas. Our Viking stronghold. Goddamn bats. Coming for me, homie? I got you, bear. Suck it, bear. Suck it, bear.
Captain Helmut Noak, U-925. 24th August 1944. The men and I are excited for our first war.
Oh my god, how many fucking bears are over here?
I do not have the heart to crush their enthusiasm. The current standing orders are to shove off soon and head for the Iceland Passage, and head for the Atlantic to report on the weather conditions of the area. Personally, I do not believe we can win this one. And pipes are welded to a sheer fall. Luckily, the warmth of the engines running at full pace keeps the engineers glued to their stations. The Vikings are singing and going on about growing large Viking beards. Shoulders to bring them home safely. I will not engage hastily, and will be the Kriegsmarine have entrusted to me. 26th of August. On EU space, and in these trying times, one must be especially creative. Sacrificing comfort for more victuals. I find the crew has replaced the stuffing in their seats with candies.
Dance off, bro. I'll see your sweet moves.
I cannot be cross with them. Besides, I did bring my own casting net for some fishing.
Your dance moves suck, homie.
It turns out my cook has a penchant and has been entertaining the younger crewmen with all his tall.
I win.
They will need the entertainment. In the torpedo rooms, my loaders have reported that they are having issues with the batteries and the grease freezing.
Okay, how do I fucking kill this dude?
So we may begin our mission. Perhaps I should run a gunnery drill to drill back into fighting spirit, as some have become bored already after just away. Restless boys. 28. The first taste of the reality of this war. A British submarine walrus spotted the boat and shot it, doing little but startling the deck crew and the men on the smoking deck. We immediately
Hmm.
down the hatches and dove to a safe depth, and waited for the to disengage. Given that it was out so far, the area was probably watched by a cruiser, meaning that we must now practice extreme caution. 29th of August. We travel alone during the day and surface only at night to avoid being spotted by what could possibly be a larger group of Royal Navy destroyers and cruisers. Although it seems likely they would only spare one vessel to hunt for us, I don't want to take risks. A few of the boys are still rattled by the brush with the plane yesterday, but they will shake it off. This becomes easy compared to the other engagements my fellow sub-captains have endured. Rest your souls. 30th of August. Spears have been confirmed.
Good.
This morning the smoke trail was spotted 150 meters astern, and from the looks of it, the trail belongs to a destroyer type of vessel. It is still far away for us to maneuver, but they can steam ahead a lot quicker than even the fastest U-boat. I have trained for this, and I am ready. I share a cup of beer with my sailors. One of the benefits of a duty like this is that the beer is always ice cold and refreshing. It warmed our spirits and reminded us of a time before the war, where, if conditions were different, we would be huddled into a warm ball, crackling a fire, instead of a freezing metal tube, singing songs and recounting probably false stories of previous conquests. 31st of August. To throw off our ending, I have decided to do a radical course change to 60 degrees north at a fast speed. Moving erratically while still avoiding the hunter is key to our survival. The men hold their breath, and so do I. Like a dolphin, we have gotten used to an endless cycle of diving and surfacing, over and over again, bobbing up and down. The smoke trail remains ever on the horizon, and we remain ever more elusive. Eventually, they will have to break off and rejoin their group. They can't pursue us forever. The 1st of September. Success. We have managed to elude the enemy destroyer, and we're continuing on our way to observe the weather patterns of the North Atlantic. My men shout about their glorious run-in with death, and how they are ghosts, how they can never be spotted, never beaten or cornered by an English tin can any day of the month. I am pleased that they are so revived by a dangerous occasion. I can rely on them when things get tough to pull through. Expect me, after all. 2nd of September. I don't think my men had this much This afternoon, we ran into trouble when the radio we used to communicate with headquarters stopped functioning. Probably an effect of my scrolling and melting constantly. I've ordered them to get it fixed immediately. But for now, I'll continue to keep all my observations down in my notebook. 3rd of September. A thick fog has rolled in over the ocean. This is excellent, as it gives me the opportunity to remain surface for as long as the fog lasts, and keep them
Wow. Annihilated by a bear and the vine.
Our orders are to be weathermen for now. My men crave the chance to break the back of a ship. Their willingness to get into the thick of it makes me proud. September. Still no luck with the radio. My men are going to be scouring the ship for parts to fix it, but for the next it is worth noting spotted. Against my better judgment, and to let the men see some real action, I ordered them to steam to the odd shift, and for everyone to get ready for some real combat. 5th of September. We moved in at deck so slowly creeping up to the house. It was impossible to see its heading, and we continued on course. I was notified that the watchman had spotted the alarm to action. The city was loaded with activity, of sailors receiving orders, of men gear. The deck crew burst from the hatch. Being set free to attack a wounded animal. I ordered the boat to be surfaced. The eager deck crew descended from the conning tower and onto the deck to man the deck and the flak cannons. We surged, ready to attack. I had my helmet on and was ready myself to see what this submarine could do. Things could be seen wafting on the back. Something was obviously amiss. There was no Yankee deck crew, no alarms, nothing. It was just the ship, dead in the water. It will take me a while to decide. September 6th. We fired on the ship, and having moved away to a safe distance, one shot was fired over the deck as a warning. 15 minutes of silence. The next shot was fired into her side, exploding and ripping apart the thin, bolted steel. I watched as it blasted into the sea. It was obvious that this vessel was abandoned. But why? Either way, it is not strictly my duty to find out. But my first mate is insisting we board the vessel for supply. A replacement radio. Admittedly, it was not a bad idea. And getting a radio was of critical mission importance. 7th of September. The boarding party was ready to board. There were crew nets on either side of the ship, which was identified as an American-class cargo vessel, 134.5 meters long, moved at 11.5 very heights, capable of transporting over 10,000 tons of cargo. It also had a crew of about 60. So then where did the others go? Perhaps another submarine offered for them to surrender, but for some reason never sank it after they did. It was very strange. The top order is to seize a radio first and foremost. Anything else comes second. And no trophy hunting. You're proud German sailors, not barbarians. 8th of September. During the events of the boarding, the following was found. A radio, the parts of which could be compatible, if not fully able to replace our broken one. Several tins of sweets and cookies from America, including personal food items the sailors own. Maps depicting the routes of Yankee merchant vessels, and the captain's log. I'm most pleased with my men's ability to keep this up. I shall take a crack at the captain's notebook while updating. I've also decided to allow my men to enjoy and tour the American vessel, but not to wander off. 9th of September. A truly disturbing account. The named the Pepper have been heading back to the United States after dinner service on the 14th.
Ooh, I gotta tell you, that bone axe swings Fast. Fresh bees. Yeah.
Spread throughout the Yankee ship.
Ooh.
What in the world could
I
have
like
been
that
such
boat
a
ants. Holy shit. That's good. Fast attack.
In the last his notebook, he simply wrote, "To my wife, Dolores, and my wonderful son, being on the ship 10th of September, feeling that we had just about scavenged everything from the American husk, and my mounting discomfort, I logged the sighting in my contact journal and sailed away. I told the boys the fate of the ship and her crew. An air of somber darkness settled on their faces. I ordered Tube 1 flooded and gave the command to fire. After a brief minute, the American hell ship lifted up amidships and exploded outwards like a rose made of fire and metal. It was beautiful in a twisted pyrotechnic and a way of denying the enemy reuse of their ship should they manage to find it. The diary God rest his soul, onto as keepsake. The 11th of September. Finally, the radio had by splicing captured American equipment into ours. Hans Ulrich had been granted the title by the crew members, and he had taken it to heart. It is back to the typical jovial crew as we continue on our mission, which was admittedly going sent to go look at clouds, rack a kill on our belts. The sinking were plagued with a collection of nightmares about the American crew. I decided to pray for their souls, hoping they found peace in heaven. After all, suffering their enemy. None, I said. 12th of September. My decision to sink the may get us all killed. As I write, our friend from before has showed up again. Damn my We go through the motions. Cat and mouse. Except the mouse has a trick or two up his Destroyers are submarines armed to the teeth with any designed to kill you. The single greatest threat to any submarine is the light and fast tin can in their often tenacious and saber sword. Is no exception, as the captain of this particular vessel has been chasing us through the day, into the night, and in the morning he is still in hot pursuit of my ship and my boys. Maybe I could find a way to fool him long enough to put a stern torpedo into his sides, or his stern. 14th of September. Like an intricate ballet to the death between two notes of old. Our ship and the destroyer fought fantastically for hours and hours, stretching the whole day. Failed depth charge attacks after failed attack. Missed torpedo after another. We battled and scraped at the enemy with ferocious beasts. was once a blank sheet of paper, filling it with numerous pictures, sketches, mathematical equations, and calculations made off the top of their head, fast as a bullet. Eventually, they came to me with their compilation of numbers and figures that confirmed my theory. We are going to move in a straight line. Let the destroyer follow our course. Then we will dive to another depth, and after it has passed over us, we will conduct an emergency service and fire a
Yeah,
bullet
there's some big ass trees on this server.
at an angle to try to hit the blaster. This requires my full attention, and I will make my entry immediately. 17th of September. As I write this, Learning2 has set up Operation Tour. I failed my boys, and I failed my country. My anguish has yet to subside. I will elaborate in time on the events of the previous day. Be helpless. 18th of September. The angle was just right. I remained on my landing seat carefully. I thought this was the last takeoff for my boys, so we could just go home. I had anticipated the use of depth charges by our enemy, but we were in their bathos, so there was no way they could have spotted us. It was just lying
I
there
had
waiting
my
for us.
health points up to like
They placed us
75, and I don't
exactly on
know
our mark, and before too long,
what the
we
fuck
saw
happened. I
something
don't know
flash
why it
before our
dropped back
eyes,
down to 50.
blasting the black waters around us and shaking the silt
Oh,
from
what
our
the?
necks. The first compartment to go was our engine rooms. Salt water blasted through the seams of the interior hull, torn open by the blasts. The water filled up the diesel rooms, causing a number of bursts and exploded gauges, knocking the engineers down, and what I hoped was quick, drowning them. The electrics came after, water gushing into the battery room and flooding it completely. Torpedo compartments are cut off from us, and we hear the desperate knocking from them and their muffled pleas for help. Every hour is a test of my soul. My boys, my bright German boys, are dying horribly, and I cannot save them. 19th of September. It was evening this day when the knocking faded and the pleas quieted down to silence. God, please help the men. If
I
this
think I
doesn't
may
work,
go
welcome them all to your
heavy
home.
hammer or
Have an instant
axe.
funeral.
The axe
May
is
God
so
bless you and save
fast.
you. You may send me to hell in his stead. Amen. 20th of September. The situation is bleak. There is no possible way to access the engine room to get them operational again. As well, we are running out of supplies. Food was all in the engine
I
room.
may have to go about this a little bit
We do have supplies
smarter.
taken from the American ship: candies, chocolates, cakes, and bread. I suppose it would be cruel to deny the survivors a sweet escape from reality of our situation. As well, the bread looks rather appealing. 21st of September. The survivors, 34 men exactly, gorged themselves on the food left by our American foe. It did not take much to fill their shrinking bellies. I myself had greatly enjoyed their chocolate, lemon cakes, and hard fruit candies. I let my boys have a run of the baked goods, as they deserve it, for all of their hard work. I'm fading a little, but I must keep strong, for the men. 22nd of September. There is nothing to report. There was no
I also
active
got to
enemy
pee
presence on our
before we
approach to shore,
go
as the
try
sea
taking
was
him on
clearly
again.
for our last seconds on Earth. Some of my boys were having cramps, probably from gorging themselves so much last night. But I can't, and I don't blame them for doing so. 23rd of
I'll
September.
be right back.
The problems with the men continue. Along with cramps, some are feeling sick and have been vomiting constantly. I think there must have been something in the food. Who knows how long that American ship was adrift? food could have been months old. 24th of September. The ship's chaplain is doing a good job at keeping the boys' spirits up. Throughout the vessel, guitar music and singing can be heard as the men live their lives in vain of the situation at hand. I admire their bravery. Meanwhile, the sickness is taking its toll on the boys. 12 of them are laid up, and a section of the enlisted quarters has been converted into a hospital of sorts. Dr. Keitel is working overtime trying to make the men comfortable, although that was hard enough without the looming impending death that we are condemned to. I gave up my quarters to comfort a younger sailor who is suffering tremendously from the bug, and will be sleeping in the fore torpedo room with the other officers that survived. 25th of September. A fight broke out between two men in the sickbay. Matros Tannenberg and Matrosen Creature Kleber had an argument over one apparently stealing the other's girlfriend. In the ensuing argument and scuffle, Kleber had bitten and punched Tannenberg so badly the area was spattered in blood.
But it's not creepypasta. It's a shitty story.
I had the strangest roommate in my freshman year of college. Despite being otherwise normal, Eddie would every so often become frantically possessed by a sudden overwhelming need to lock the door. It didn't matter which door either. Wherever he was when the fit came upon him, he would leap up, run to the closest entrance and lock it. People who stood in his way were screamed at. Anyone who tried to stop him would get attacked. He became a ranting, sweaty madman until his mysterious sense of vulnerability passed. But the moment it was gone, he would apologise profusely, sink timidly into himself, and scurry away, embarrassed. For that reason, it was hard to hate him. But it became a little easier to despise him each time I returned home to find myself locked out. Similarly, each time I brought him to a party and he had one of his episodes, I inevitably lost potential romantic interests and friends because I was roommates with that Eddie guy. Halfway through the year, after the third almost girlfriend ghosted me because he scared the hell out of her, I put in for a dorm room transfer and washed my hands of the poor guy. That was almost 7 years ago now. So when Eddie messaged me on social media and said he was in town and he'd run into some travel issues, I decided to give him another shot. I'd always felt sort of bad about how I'd treated him in the end. So I drove half an hour out to his broken down car and picked him up around 1 in the morning on a normal Wednesday night 3 weeks ago. I remember pulling up to the edge of a high cliffside road to see a skinny silhouette waving at me. He was leaner than I remembered and somewhat more in shape. My headlights illuminated him fully. I saw his face glisten and I laughed. That was Eddie all right. Sweat was sort of his hallmark. He hefted a
The
ran up to my
iron's like
fiddling with the door handle repeatedly.
one of the best things that you can just craft in the game, apparently.
He waited a tick. I pushed the
But a dagger's so small.
Oops. Wait, I said again, hitting unlock as I did so. Okay, now. He finally got the door open and clambered in with a nervous laugh. Sorry, man. His long legs folded up a bit as he got situated, and I could see his exposed ankles. Thanks for picking me up. I shrugged. No problem at all. Do you know what's wrong with it? Yeah, the alternator's been having trouble. I think the cold weather finally did her in. Cool. I gave a a slight cough to clear my throat, and we drove in awkward silence until he brought up a joke from the past. Just like that, we slipped into that first semester 7 years before, with all of its new experiences, hilarious misadventures, and surprise pressures. By the time we reached my place, I'd remembered the good things about it, and I was glad I'd decided to help him out. On the way in, I pointed to the couch. That's probably the best spot in the apartment. I'm trying to save money these days, so the place is pretty small.
Ow, fuckers.
Rent these days, eh? He asked, before placing his duffel bag down and sitting carefully on the couch to evaluate its softness. This'll do fine. I can't thank you enough. I'll get out of your hair in the morning as soon as the repair shop's open. No problem at all, Eddie. Actually, good for him.
That's the shitty thing is the
fearful outcast I remember. I grinned. Then no problem at all, Ed. I went to bed back in my room without a single worry. It seemed like his issues had been resolved by maturity and meditation. And who was I to judge someone for trouble beyond their control? That was in the past. Of course, I was completely wrong. Around 4 in the morning, I awoke and got up to get a glass of water from the kitchen. I knew my own apartment, so my footsteps were pretty much silent. But Eddie still sighed and stirred on the couch, as if something was bothering him. I stood by the fridge, glass in hand, as he whimpered, struggled, and then leapt up. In a mad, terrified dash, he ran to my front door and slammed the deadbolt. He gave out a deep breath of relief and remained there with his head down, while I tried to figure out the best way to let him know I was there. Well, if he was having a fit, there was no good way to do this. He seized up mightily, gasped in as much air as his lungs could hold, and then slowly turned around. His face was obscured in dimness, since the only light came from various red or green pinpoints on the television and microwave. But I could tell he was sweating profusely. After a long moment, he managed to breathe again. Finally, he said, "Oh, hey, didn't see you there." "Yeah." I put my glass down on the counter. "You all right, dude?" He meant his laugh to sound nonchalant, but it just came out nervous and high-strung. Same old, you know how it is." I went around the counter and approached him. He moved back a few steps, and I touched the door. "This is a safe neighbourhood. There's nothing to worry about." I wanted to make sure he wasn't going to get really asleep if I went back to bed. He was started leap towards me. Don't. I was starting to remember the times I'd seen him during an episode. "There's nothing out there." The deadbolt turned back towards me, but only a slight shadow moved somewhere in my vision. The hell? No, it couldn't be. Reacting rapidly, I put my eye to the peephole. My brain made sense of the curved panorama, just in time to see a sliver of a silhouette disappear along the sidewalk to the left. Eddie moved closer, the smell of his panicked sweat with him. "Did you see something?" I kept staring out through the peephole, watching the quiet night in my otherwise unremarkable neighbourhood. The street glimmered darkly under the stars, while distant lamp posts cast across glass.
ow, fucker.
"Remind me again, what made you suddenly want to lock the door?" Now that I wasn't actively trying to understand, he seemed slightly less manic. "I never told you because I thought you were starting to hate me. But, When I was 8 years old, I had a sudden feeling that I should lock the door. I didn't, and we shivered. Some men broke in a moment later and robbed us. I frowned at his glistening shadowed face. Jesus, was anyone hurt? My mum. Another 3 breaths passed in the otherwise silent darkness. She Damn. I didn't know what else to say. Just, damn. No wonder. No wonder. Before I could elaborate, the sound of something skittering outside reached us. We turned and listened in one rapid motion, like a startled animal. I was none too calm either. Still, I couldn't risk amping up his anxiety. I did want to sleep with something. He whispered. "What's that?" It sounded like a oath. I whispered too. "I'm sure it's nothing. Let's go." I led the way. He made sure to mimic my steps, but he was still louder than me, and I nearly winced at everything. By the time we entered my bedroom and reached the rear window, the window was fitted with stops that prevented it opening all the way. I usually left it open for the breeze, even in winter. We sat in darkness in front of that thin rectangle of cool air. Looking inside, we sought any sign of what it may be. Have you ever actually listened to the sounds of the city? What I'd gotten used to as silence was actually anything but. Soft wind stirred a rustling in the nearby bushes. A train moved in the unknown distance. A dog barked twice. An ambulance siren swept across the horizon. Up a constant low, haunting wail emanated across the world from the nearby highway. I'd always hated that noise whenever I accidentally became aware of it, because I thought it sounded like 1,000 ghosts screaming from very far away. But I wasn't about to tell Eddie that. It was about that time that my gaze landed upon something among the trees. When I'd first seen the closely bunched collection of white pinpoints, I'd assumed they were reflections from somewhere. Now, though, as I watched them carefully, I was nearly certain I was seeing them rotate upwards, as if someone was spinning a wheel of light whose narrow circles faces, from the size and distance, 2 or 3 feet in diameter. I whispered, "What is that?" After finding it with help, stared. I've never seen anything. What could that possibly be? I couldn't listen to it. It grew slightly brighter. It's definitely casting light around. I think I saw some leaves moving. Is it changing? Eddie clutched my wrist as he stared at the strange upwarding light. Is it getting?
Oh, you fucker. Oh, he stomped on me.
Jumping up,
You
I
dick.
placed my fingers on either side of the window and brought it down swiftly and quietly. Then I turned the latch to the nearby core and sliding the blinds down. Whatever it is, it's secure in here. It'll be fine. It's probably just some light toys or something. He sighed and opened his mouth to speak, but a visible change came over the surface. An instant later, he leapt over and slammed my bedroom door shut. The boom echoed in my ears. I demanded to know why he locked my door. He turned around and looked at me. I could tell he was wild in the way he made me a little angrier than I wanted to be. What's in there? It was nearly a hiss. I don't know. I was fuming, but if I spoke, I would have said something I regretted. So we stood there in the dark for a solid few minutes. I began to calm down as those minutes passed, and once I was in control again, I opened my mouth to whisper, "Hey, I'm sorry, The floor creaked outside my bedroom door. I froze. Eddie backed away from the door and faced
Ow,
to the
fucker.
side. It was nothing but a dark rectangle in front of us, but I stared at it for any hint of motion or change. The crazy thing was, I had no idea what I was even looking or listening for. What could possibly have been out there? Not only had we left the front door locked, there'd been no sound of entering, forced or otherwise. If there was someone or something out there, how had they gotten in? Dim light began to move across the walls of my room, and I waited for the sound of a passing car, but none came. As we watched the door, brighter lights began to roll upwards around us, again, as if someone was spinning some sort of lit wheel. It didn't take long for us to realise that whatever we'd seen in the distance outside was growing closer to my window. Beyond the blind, something was coming nearer, but neither of us dared to look away from the bedroom door for even an instant. Then, I saw it. Between moving lines of shadow and light, I could have sworn my door handle had changed angles. I backed away. A look at the blind showed definite lights spinning closer, as if they were right outside the window and about to come up against it. Grabbing Eddie by the shoulder, I pulled him with me into my tiny one-person bathroom. He closed the door the instant we were inside. My heart was hammering in my chest to the point of actual pain. Grunting a whisper, I asked, "What the hell is happening?" He shook his head. "I have no idea." "Are you sure?" I asked him, squeezing his wrist. "This all started with that robbery and attack on your mum, right?" "No," he whispered back. My bathroom door was flush to the outside carpet, but hints of rotating light began to appear beneath, as if that insane possibility had somehow entered my room without opening or breaking the window. None of this made sense. It has to be you somehow. No, it has to be. I shook him violently. Is your fear making it real? Is something after you? You don't understand, he whimpered. I didn't finish the story. It didn't start with that incident. I'd been getting the urge to lock doors for years before that. The first time I didn't. That's when they came. I couldn't understand exactly what he meant. The robbers. He shook his head. Oh God. They weren't robbers, were they? He shook his head again. My voice dropped to a razor hiss. What's out there, Eddie? All he could say was, they want in. Something about the way he said it finally made me understand. It's not about the bathroom door, is it? I looked out through it, thinking of my bedroom door and my apartment door beyond that. It's not about the literal entrance to the room you're in. The rotating light below began intensifying as whatever was out there approached our hiding spot. His panicked grip on my hands told me I was right. Then why do you lock real doors, Eddie? I shook him until he looked at me, despite his fear. Is it a metaphor? Does it make you feel better? Does it close them off somehow? Why isn't it working this time? He began to cry, sending mixed drops of tears and sweat onto my forearms. I couldn't take it anymore. I'm tired of the constant struggle. The high cliffside curve where I picked him up flashed through my mind clear as crystal. And the fear that had been building since that moment I saw him wait suddenly left me. He'd gone to that cliff for a reason. I probably had second thoughts as I stood there alone in the dark. Completely calm, I asked. Your car didn't break down, did it? He shook his head. You messaged everyone, didn't you? I nodded. And I was the only one that responded. He rocked back and forth in front of me. I just couldn't take it anymore. They want in. They're always out there. They want in. I always lock them out, but they never stop. I'm tired of being terrified every minute of every day. Air began moving under the door as the lights reached peak intensity outside. Whatever it was almost upon us. There's nowhere to go, Eddie. Let's open that door. Maybe you're constantly terrified because they want you that way. Let's face them. Let's be unafraid. And it might just work. He didn't respond, but I dragged him to his feet. I'd never wanted to do anything less in my entire life, but there was nowhere else to go. With a firm grip on his wrist, I reached forward with my free hand, unlocked the door, and flung it open. I don't care if you believe me. That's not the point.
Well, I'm trying to do this a little bit smarter instead of just going in fucking guns blazing kind of thing. Because there's like bears and all kinds of fucking shit in here that'll kill me no matter what. But I only see a couple of the bears left and they haven't respawned yet. So I figure if I get rid of the bears, I might stand a fighting chance with my dagger.
My teachers at school had forced me to feign it. My boss hated me and only put up with me because he hadn't found a replacement yet. But each individual line raced past too quickly to resist. I knew but they just kept coming. Immediately, I knew the thing behind us was just a servant to this. This was so much worse. The only thing I truly registered was a melted face. Its misshapen gaze seized the beating heart muscles in my chest and filled me with absolute terror, as if it had the power to reach inside me and dredge out all the blackness and animal fear in the corners of my human soul. I knew these things didn't want into my apartment, my bedroom. It wasn't so simple as that. They wanted to control the world, and Eddie was some sort of conqueror, nightmarish god. And always a vicious sense that I needed to kill him immediately. Maybe that urge came from the emotions these creatures were giving off. As the sludge spectre with the melted face began a rising scream that threatened to deafen me, I did what I had to do. I grabbed
Ow! Fuck!
dragging me away from that place. That was 3 weeks ago. The burn from the grasping hand of the sludge creature refused to heal. The doctors at the emergency room couldn't make heads or tails of it. Something had burned the shape of a melted hand around my forehead and continued to burn as they studied it. They could find no acid, no catalyst, and no heat. Eventually, they had to release me. Of course, their lack of understanding didn't lessen the hefty medical bill any. I parted from Eddie the next day, telling him to stay strong and remain unaffected. We fought with the forces of hatred and paranoia personified, and escaped with our lives by charging through rather than hiding. He seemed unconvinced, and repeatedly said that we hadn't done anything, that I'd dragged him out of there, and that without me, he didn't know if he could do it. But I had a life to live, I told him, and to pay off that ER bill and find new mates. He understood, or at least, he seemed to. I saw Eddie again. He didn't know I was there. It was just a chance encounter on a city. He was in a television home. I stood outside the window for a moment. He was sitting with new friends. He was ready, confident, and completely ignoring the door of the bar, instead of nervously looking at the entrances every so often. It was such a positive change that I actually went inside with a smile. But I stopped about 10 feet behind him, as over the rise of the bar television above, I began to hear what he was talking about. His words floated in the air with a nearly perceptible stench. Sludge dripped from the back of his sentences, burning the ears of those near his group. His new friends agreed to replying noxiously in kind. The customer nudged me as he passed. Ignore those idiots. He turned away with misting eyes and walked out into the chill night. I hadn't saved Eddie at all. He'd found refuge not in standing up to those creatures, but by going down a path I hadn't even considered. The misshapen creature with its tail, grinned back from the shadowed corners behind the television. It was now entry into our world. It's a great
Yeah, suck it. Suck all of it, bitch. Comptonia. Something glider just got unlocked too. Fucker. This might help somebody else who's a newbie on here. Give them a little better grasp. Yeah, kind of playing a little Fortnite-y, I guess. Fortnite-y, Fortnite-ish, I guess. Glider of Wind. 30 minutes of glide time. So can I craft that now? A kebab. I can make kebabs. Yeah, we'll take our armor off. Glider of Wind. Comptonia. Medium potion. Small potion. Um, I don't need conifer seeds. I'll definitely take the mushrooms and the gold mushroom seeds. Don't need stone. Got plenty of stone around my place. Ooh, grab some sequoia wood while I was here. That's nice. That's always nice. And the iron dagger still comes through. I mean, it doesn't have the reach the other weapons have, but it definitely does more damage. So I'm actually kind of glad I got that from, where'd I get that? I got that from killing one of the vines. In fact, I think I got that from killing the first vine. Yeah. I got that from killing the first vine, and the dagger's what helped me kill the second one, and now the third. So that's not bad. I mean, and that's all I really use it for, is for fighting the vines, because it doesn't really have the reach for the bears and shit like that. Unless I really have to deal with something.
Demons, shadow people, even UFOs. The paranormal presents itself to us,
Blah, blah, blah.
tormented by an unclean spirit. From John Cragen. These events occurred from the summer of
Hi, Travis.
the summer of 2017.
You missed it, homie. I just defeated another big fucking whatever that was, Vine. Vine? I don't know what you call it. How are you? Where the little glowy thing is right there. It's one of the boss battle fucking dudes on here.
For those who don't know, the Charlie Challenge is a game where you place a pencil on a piece of paper with yes or no written on either side of the paper. Charlie is said to be a ghost. You ask him questions, and if Charlie hears you,
I don't want
the
that one.
pencil will move until the lead points at yes or no.
We'll have some
Joshi, Brian,
soup.
and I were at the beach, Sobel Beach, during the summer of 2015. We were doing the Charlie Challenge. A few seconds after we asked the first question, we heard what sounded like a small
I'm
spear
good.
falling on metal.
I'm good.
I thought it may have been a seagull.
Gonna change up my hours a little bit
That
though.
idea was soon thrown out the
I
window.
think I'm gonna do early morning
To
streams.
be seen anywhere.
Probably shift.
There was nothing
Now that winter's coming on, I'll probably shift to do
like it was only a couple of feet away from us.
like 4 a.m.
The next day,
till
Joshi and I
whenever
went
during the day.
his
That
house was
way
walking distance from our
I'm
cabin.
awake early in the morning, so if I need to shovel and
That he heard strange
do
sounds
snow removal
the night after
around the house, I can get it done in the early hours.
red marks on his torso.
Oh, that reminds me, I need to post-its.
Faded, and we brushed it off.
Where's my post-its?
The summer of 2015 went by. I started grade 8 that autumn. Nothing eventful happened.
Gotta check that, make sure that I have fuel.
My family moved to a new house in May of 2016. I was
Make sure I got fuel for the snowblower.
First year of high school the next year. When I moved to the new house, I felt an uneasy, almost demonic feeling when I went into the basement. It felt like I wasn't alone. One day I was alone in the house, and I heard my name called from somewhere in the kitchen. When I went into the kitchen to check it out, I didn't see anything. I thought I was just hearing things, so I went back to doing what I was doing.
How's work?
I finished grade 8.
Yeah.
2016 was largely
And how's getting the PC back up and going? We gonna see you back to streaming anytime soon?
Became common around the house. It got to the point where I began to rebuke the spirits in the name of Jesus Christ. After I started doing that, things seemed to die down, and nothing else happened for a while. The next occurrence happened back at Sample Beach in the summer of 2017.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ.
With ghost apps on the Google Play Store, when suddenly Brian began to sweat like crazy. This was weird because the air conditioner was on and at full blast. I freaked out and began to record a video of what was happening with Brian. A few seconds later, Brian said he felt a burning sensation on his torso.
Oh no, Brian's gonna die.
The skin on Brian's torso
Lost my job when you wrecked your truck?
and all suddenly stopped at once.
What'd you do to your truck?
Condemnations of conjuring up spirits.
Are you driving too fast in the rain, huh?
Joshi and I had conjured an unclean spirit.
Are you driving too fast in the rain? I'm guessing you were driving too fast in the rain.
Maybe we had caused this haunting ourselves. Strange experience at my apartment. From Eldritch Guardian. Several years ago, I lived in an apartment that was nestled right up against a thick patch of woods, which my girlfriend.
I'm gonna be at least $1,000 to fix the PC. Ugh.
There was a nice little creek and a stinky bog deep in the woods. We lived on the second floor, and there was this beautiful old tree we could see from our bedroom window and our deck. A really
I don't
old
know what
tree
that
about
is.
4 feet in diameter.
That's probably for making kebabs.
7 feet high. This was our favorite tree while we lived at those apartments. Several strange instances happened while I lived at that apartment, but I'm going to cover one now that was probably the single coolest thing that has ever happened to me. It was more beautiful and surreal than scary. We had been living in
Gosh,
our
the
apartment for
rain.
a few years together.
Truck's totaled?
It was one of those
Ooh.
that essentially had a stairwell outside the front door.
That's
Big
not
enough to
good.
pictures of all the apartments on each level, with a small, squarish landing.
Just
These were not
like
the
a
nicest
regular
apartments in the world, but
traffic
they were what
accident
could
or,
afford it
or
all.
what?
I had to take the trash out late one autumn night. It was close to midnight. The dumpster was thankfully located just a short jaunt away from our building, at the edge of the woods, maybe 60 yards at most, far enough away to not have to smell the stench of garbage on hot summer days. I had the bag of trash in my hand and was walking toward the dumpster when I heard a rustling in the bushes to my right. The hair on the back of my neck and arms stood up on end, and I took the last few steps toward the dumpster, throwing the trash back into it. When I turned around,
Almost 11 years,
a small
but
gray fox was standing in the middle of the parking lot, staring right at me. We were both
coverage.
frozen in place.
Nice.
I waved at it, and the fox kept moving.
So,
When I got into the apartment, I told my wife about what had happened.
what's gonna be your replacement then?
We're huge animal lovers and enjoy seeing animals of all kinds. We have a healthy respect for nature and
Oh,
in
fuck.
animals. So for a solid week after
Well,
the sighting,
I'm guessing the buck didn't make it either.
foxes would be dancing.
Or did he get up and shake it off and fucking bound off into the fucking side areas? Fucker.
that were floating in the air. I believe that these were foxfire. Not sure what else they could be, given the circumstances. I woke up feeling refreshed and energized after these dreams. I was really sad when I woke up one morning and didn't remember my dreams from the night before. I thought this meant an end to my beautiful dreams. I got up at 6 a.m. to get ready for work. It was still dark outside. I got ready pretty quick, and I was out the door by about
Check this out.
The sun hadn't crested over the trees.
Those are my dragons. I made those.
Locking it. I then walked down the few flights of stairs.
Yeah.
I parked my car.
Enough to total a truck. I would have. That would be my first guess. Is the buck was gone.
Near the tree in front of our apartment balcony.
3 Chrysler 300.
Most massive white fox I've
Ooh, don't hit a deer with that. Well, if you do, floor it. Make sure it bounces over the car, not into the car.
It was so bright white. It had more than one tail, and the longer
That's my little tree habitat.
It then stood up and bounded away, but instead of vanishing into the distance, it just vanished as it left.
We'll give you a little quick little tour. My covered bridge.
I stood there, dumbstruck, for about 10 minutes after that happened. While it was going on, I felt no fear. I actually felt like it had been waiting for me. Foxes have always
Need a new headlight, and that is it. Then I tried to drive it. He went under the truck, and it demolished the suspension front to back. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about lifting trucks. Normally when you take something out, they go under instead of over.
I wanted to share it with everyone. Not everything that goes bump in the night is something we have to fear. Sometimes the things you can't explain can be beautiful.
This was my starter area. That's Anthony's Gundam.
College UFO experience.
He wanted me to make a Gundam, so I made a Gundam statue.
Between the years of 2009 and 2012, I was a student at a small public university in the mountains.
And this is my first expansion area. Oops.
That had originally been Cherokee Indian Territory. It was
It's kind of cool. It's nothing really super special, but it's a couple floors empty. Nothing really in it.
Was essential to getting around campus. Between the hills and valleys that made up campus and the chilly autumn and winter weather, you couldn't realistically walk from the class buildings to your dorm, and unless you were prepared for a cold, hot
Driving trucks for almost 30 years.
in my senior
Now for a
year.
car.
My roommate Brett and I were
For a
waiting
rare
outside the
one,
library
found
for
it.
the Catran. It was late in the evening,
Real
around
scars
8
to
p.m.
find the one I was looking
The
for.
Catran
Yeah.
stopped running at 9.
To have the
It would be one of
Hellcat
the rides around Catran.
package.
While we stood at the bus stop waiting, we began to look up at the night sky.
Or, wait, did they even make a Hellcat version of that?
There was a trio of lights arranged
At least has a Hemi in it, right?
rotating around the moon. When I first looked up at them, I was convinced it was just a cluster of stars. But then I noticed movement. They were rotating in a clockwise motion around the outline of the moon. The lights would rotate around one light, then around the next, all the way around the moon. We stood there watching the light show for what felt like only a few moments. We were softly speaking to each other about what we thought we
Stars in my Discord and then
an
hang out.
airplane, but the motions
Color is 1 year only color.
and jokingly called it a
Called
UFO.
amethyst.
Looking back now, I'm convinced that's what it was.
Isn't that like a bluish green kind of color?
When we heard a car horn honking at us, it was the Catran driver blowing his horn at us. He told us that he had
Oh,
been
Scat
several
Pack.
times and stopped
That's
him
still
twice,
pretty cool though.
but each time, apparently, we just ignored him, staring off into space. He only got our attention this time because this was the last shuttle for the night, and he didn't want to leave us stranded. I could have sworn we only watched those lights for a few moments. When I looked at my watch, it really had been nearly an hour. As we boarded the tram, I looked up at the spot we had been watching the lights, only to notice
Purplish.
they were
Yeah.
The Shadow in the Asylum, from Silver Bullet 54. If anybody dares you to go into an asylum, most people would tell you to agree. For anybody who has a thing for abandoned areas, an asylum has the perfect amount of creepy, historic, silent, and dramatic occurrences.
Hello, Mr. Crocodile.
It's also somewhere to have a place that's bound to be haunted. And solitary wheelchairs, all of which aren't exactly pleasant reminders. A certain asylum in Pennsylvania.
So here trying to lay his eggs in my dirt bank. You motherfuckers.
Decided to scout out places that were rumored to be haunted. Since they didn't have the money to visit the Queen Mary, or the determination to explore the Eastern State Penitentiary, they settled on an abandoned mental asylum. Since Pennsylvania has at least 4 that I know of, they had plenty of options. The one they settled on was nestled in woods, and hadn't been used since the 30s or 40s. Back then it had patients ranging from those afflicted by autism to ADD, which means many patients weren't even insane. They decided that to make sure they didn't miss anything, they would each bring standard fare. Fred was taking a night vision camera. Chuck decided to bring a tape recorder for EVP, and Henry brought an infrared camera, which separates dark shapes from gray and white empty areas. They walked inside. It was about 8 on an autumn night, so it was well past dark. Henry turned on a flashlight and looked around. Fred said, "This place isn't even scary."
Oh, kebabs. Kebabs do quite a bit. 40%? Or, 40?
Chuck walked into an empty room,
Yeah.
telling the two to go on, while he tried to record some EVPs.
That don't surprise me none.
Soon reached the end of the hall.
Everything's expensive.
They could hear Chuck speaking. Fred then began to investigate.
Everything is expensive.
And Henry took a blind guess, ending up in the morgue. Fred's night vision camera picked up just a couple of rats, and a hornet's nest, which at the time was quiet and still. Henry focused his camera to a freezer, which would have been used to hold a dead body, but didn't see anything. After 20 minutes, Chuck came back and asked Fred and Henry to see
Oh.
if they got anything.
Don't climb the base of the
Henry was
tree.
down his camera when a metallic crash sounded right behind him.
Had
Screamed
you
and
about
raised his camera.
2.5 weeks. Been about a month since I hit the deer. Ooh, nasty.
Henry had screamed. Henry pointed his camera and screamed again.
Did you make some roadkill burritos?
Which meant he had caught something.
I would make roadkill burritos.
Chuck said they had enough and sprinted down to the entrance. With Henry
I'd have packed it all up. I ain't scared.
They saw a black mass that was moving from side to side on Henry's camera. Chuck admitted that a couple of times during the EVP session, he felt like someone was prodding him.
Spider of
Turns out
wind.
Fred had come up with nothing. I saw Henry.
So can I make that now?
Fred and Chuck are at a loss too. Like I said, asylums seem to be the perfect place for hauntings. Henry hasn't.
No, I still can't.
And Chuck never revealed what he heard on that EVP. He did tell me that he heard some scary stuff on it, and doesn't like to talk about it. Henry and Chuck plan to take Fred to another asylum in Connecticut in 2020. I hope they turn out okay. After what happened before, Chuck and Henry are being pretty gutsy.
Probably have to find the role for it. Probably have to kill a bunch of eagles to get that.
You've heard of the Barnum and Bailey Circus and Ringling Brothers Circus at least once.
All I could do to keep the truck on the road once we landed.
That toured around the state.
I was trying to calm down, Sue.
Was far different, as it was the scene of a horrific crash between the circus train.
Was she beating on you?
At a small
Slapping you around for driving all crazy and killing deers?
Animals, performers, and special attractions were killed in the crash. Things quickly went from bad to worse to downright surreal, as the trains caught fire and soon became a huge inferno. They say that to this day, the haunting and crash are on a constant repeat. That's the history. Now for a report. My cousin Nicholas used to live in enjoying the crisp
Oops.
bottom air near the site of the crash in 2019,
Wrong button.
when he heard screams, roars, brays, whinnies, and a huge smashing of metal. He looked around, but there was no train nor animal to be found. He then began to hear crackling flames, and he even smelled smoke. He looked at the tracks and saw something crazy. A train surrounded by foggy red, yellow, and orange flames and lights. He then saw another train appear out of thin air and collide with the flaming train. Then both trains vanished along with the flames, and the noises ended. He told his girlfriend about it, but she didn't believe him. He took her to the area a few months later, and as they waited, they suddenly heard a screeching of metal on metal and saw a transparent train with the numbers 8485 on the side. Engine 8485 was the other train in the accident from a century before. It suddenly stopped, as if it had hit an invisible wall, and his girlfriend heard screams, yells, cries of terror, and trumpeting of elephants, while Nicholas had the same sights, smells, and sounds as before. The two left, vowing never to return to the horrific scene of that accident.
Speed limit. She knows we couldn't avoid it.
Odds are, other people have seen and heard.
Bacon landed in front of the truck.
A Hammond resident named Bob
Time to hit the brakes.
had a father who experienced the same thing while working as a brakeman.
Yeah,
I went to
deer
myself after
tend to suck.
I didn't see, smell, or hear anything.
They just
but I did have
fucking
feeling of sadness, loss, and fear. Even though
they wreak havoc on everything.
I wasn't lonely or depressed or anything, not even scared. In other words, the feelings of those crash victims overwhelmed me, giving me different emotions from what I felt before I went there.
Bastards.
I was so sad, I almost cried, but I left before any tears were shed. I suppose the spirits of these people and animals will never find peace due to the sudden shock, loss, and ends of their lives, taking their hopes
She
and
said she
dreams
heard all the bones breaking.
other than
Heard
resting.
nothing but
Those spirits are
sliding
like
all over
friends
the
who
road
lost
once
their
all
way
four
in a horrific
tires
accident,
hit the road
can
again.
be forgotten, but is seldom mentioned.
Yeah. Bouncing down the road.
And many odd experiences.
Just a squishy speed bump.
I'm a 36-year-old female from Finland. I have many encounters and experiences which I would like to share with you all. So this is going to be a long post. Before I tell you my real stories, there are a few things I need to explain beforehand. First of all, I grew up and lived in a super tiny town in the middle of nowhere, literally, for 22 years. Our home was surrounded by forest as far as the eye could see in all directions. The closest neighbor was 10 minutes of a walk away, and the closest market was half an hour away by car. The nearest city was about an hour's car ride away. We had no internet, no cell phones, back in those days.
Wait, it didn't generate anything? What the fuck is that all about?
So any encounter you're about to read or hear has no connection to religion. However, my big sister and I are spiritual people with 20 plus years of experience and knowledge. Neither I nor anyone else in my family has ever used alcohol, drugs, or smoked, so those haven't affected my encounters either. These stories are in random order, so let's begin. Our old home. Our home was an old two-leveled wooden house that we got from the church because we would have been homeless.
Car. It's like AR behind you. What?
So he did a lot of fixing.
Yeah, it makes a little more sense. Car behind me said roughly about 5 feet in the air. Must have been a hefty buck.
But that would all change when I was about 15. It was a sunny summer day. I was sweeping our big garage's floor, which was separate from the house, when suddenly I felt as if someone had snapped their fingers in my brain. I gasped out loud and almost dropped the broom, screaming in shock in my head about how negatively I'd lived my life. Note, I was bullied in school by students and the headmaster for 5 years, so it left its mark. Not to mention my father was angry 24/7, which made us live in constant fear. From that day on, I lived my life more happily, also opening up to spirits and beings.
Wasn't very big afterwards, though, was it?
Sensed negative energies in our home. It made me feel like I had an apple slice stuck sideways in my throat. The worst feeling always came at night, because I was a night owl, staying easily awake until 6 a.m. Another negative energy I sensed was from the forest right across our front door, a few hundred meters away.
Gonna lurk for a bit. Eat coffee and breakfast. Ooh, I need some breakfast too.
I would hear pots and pans clanging hard against each other in the cabin, like they had fallen.
I want breakfast too. I want a big fat breakfast burrito.
When he was in the kitchen, he turned to look at me with this.
I want it. I don't need it though, because I already ate dinner, but
it was all familiar to me, but new to him. There were times when I heard these sounds, but I never bothered with them. They were harmless after all.
Craft plated limestone weapon. Optional craft plated limestone pickaxe. Craft meteoric armor. Defeat frostbitten vine.
Like I mentioned, I stayed awake at night, and almost every night I felt that negativity. Getting the feeling of an
Well, at least now I know how to take them on. That's why I keep seeing built items around the fighting area. And so people can get behind all that shit. Heal themselves and then jump back in there and fight again.
But you can still see clearly at 3 a.m. outside. It looks more like a cloudy day instead of night, so going to the bathroom during summer nights was okay. It was totally different during autumn and winter, when the sun sets much earlier. Darkness consumes almost 19 hours of your day. Our bedrooms were on the second floor, which was basically just one big room cut openly in half. Mother and father slept on the other side, the front yard side, and my brother and I slept on the backyard side. My big sister didn't live at home anymore during these times. My bed was right next to the railing that prevented me from falling down the stairs, which led to the living room.
Okay, so we
Right
need
next to the stairs was a bracket for safety reasons,
pickaxes.
so that none of us would fall down the stairs during the night while going to the bathroom or getting a drink of water. That night, I went down the stairs, walked through the living room, and stopped at the living room's doorway. The doorway, which led to hallways 2 and 1, was right to my left, but across from me in the cottage's wall was a wide and big mirror. I feared so
Bone
much during the day.
pickaxe.
It always felt
Okay, I got a
like I would
bone
see someone or
pickaxe.
something evil and
I
bad
should
sitting
be able
back,
to
so
mine
I
a bunch
avoided
of this
them.
stuff. The only problem
Then
is I don't know
we
where
walked
any of it's
through
at.
hallway 2, entering hallway 1, where our small bathroom was. Hallway 1 was small and had a front door. Right next to it was this small window. On the wall, across from the bathroom's door, were 3 other small windows, all facing towards that eerie part of the forest I mentioned earlier. Whenever I went to the bathroom during these dark nights, I felt like there was a line of evil beings staring in through those windows. Those 3 other windows were meters high above the ground, so no one could have been looking in. Back in those days, we also had a male Belgian shepherd who barked at everything and everyone, so no one could come into our yard without him hearing and alarming everybody. When I left the bathroom that night, I rushed out of that first hallway, walking through the second, and came face to face with that horrible mirror again in the cottage. I usually managed to not look at it, but sometimes I did, feeling more or less relieved when I didn't see anything, even though I still felt something. Coming back to the base of the stairs leading upstairs was the worst. After a few steps, I, like my siblings, felt a dark presence standing right behind us. I rushed up the stairs, sometimes looking behind to see no one at the base of the stairs, but I still knew whatever it was there, looking at me. I think this thing attached itself to me since I kept feeling it behind me, even years after we sold our house. I still fear mirrors during nights. Only after I drew an art piece of myself looking at the mirror, seeing this black hooded figure behind me, did it vanish. I think it realized only then that I was aware of it. Other scary encounters at my old home. These encounters happened during the darkest times of the year. For some reason, the activity
What was I gonna do?
active during autumn and winter. One night I was in my bed around 3 or 4 a.m.
Came
I
back
needed some sleep,
for
but still wasn't tired.
what?
I was on my back, suddenly feeling strong negative energy radiating from my parents' side. Just by turning my head to my left, I clearly saw their bed was on the left, the end of it facing the fireplace.
Shit.
Right next to this fireplace was a huge and wide black magnet only a few meters away from me. The top part, which was standing up, was as tall as the fireplace with the flue, maybe my height, 5.3 feet, if not taller, while the lower part, maybe as long as the upper body part, was lying against the floor. It had huge bulging eyes on the side of its head. The outer circles of its eyes were red, and the inner side was yellow with small black pupils. The other side of its body
Get out of
were
here.
yellow round marks. If I had to describe it with a living real maggot, I would say it was very close to an elephant hawk moth, except it was
That's
fully
not it.
black,
That's an
with
enemy
red
gun.
marks and eyes, with that horrible negative energy and intense gaze.
Cactus fruit.
It just stood there, staring at me without even blinking. I was so scared. I think I've never been so scared before. I turned my back to it, hiding under my blanket. I closed my eyes and prayed to Archangel Michael to come shoo it away, to keep it away from me and protect my home and friends, just like my sister had taught me to do. It didn't take more than a few seconds after my prayer for that negative energy to fade away. I waited a bit more, finally daring to look. It was gone. The maggot thing had left, and I felt so thankful and relieved. But you can bet I didn't sleep that night. I believe one reason why there was so much negativity in my old home was my father. He was always angry, hard to please, very strict with rules, and so on. I can say we had no normal childhood, thanks to him. His anger and negativity attracted who knows what into our home, from who knows where. However, I believe most of the things came into our home from that nasty forest across our front door. But I'll get to that later. More nighttime experiences. These experiences were thankfully not as scary, but very special. So I want to share them with you. Please note that in every story, the nightlight was always on during the night. Night 1. As usual, I was on my back on my bed with my eyes closed, around 3 a.m., still feeling pretty awake. A bright and big nightlight shone behind the railing across the staircase on my right, illuminating the whole upstairs entirely. As I kept lying still, I suddenly started to feel invisible water on my face. It was slightly and pleasantly warm, very relaxing. I didn't bother to open my eyes since I felt so peaceful and safe. I felt this water sensation going down the middle of my forehead, like a waterfall, slowly traveling down my face. I have to say that I never felt so relaxed and safe as I did during this moment. It didn't last long, but it meant so much to me. It stopped as suddenly as it started. I slept very well that night. Night 2. Again, I was on my bed on my back, eyes closed. I wasn't tired even though the clock must have read around 3 or 4 a.m. This time, I didn't feel the water, but I heard the most heavenly music I've ever heard before. In all honesty, there are no sounds or words on earth to describe what I heard. And no, it wasn't the TV or radio or neighbors. Just like myself, my father has always been an extremely light sleeper. He would not have been able to sleep if the TV or radio were on. Our neighbors also lived 1 kilometer away, so we never heard any sounds or saw any intrusive lights, not from them. There was also no traffic, since we lived at the end of a small forest road, far away from the main roads. I listened to this music in awe, almost in tears, since it touched my soul so much. It felt so homey. I feel sad I've never heard this music again, or anything even similar. Night 3. Once more, I was on my bed on my back, facing the ceiling with open eyes. All of a sudden, I noticed something coming down through the ceiling. It was the bottom half of an old armor. I watched silently in slight surprise as this armor came through the ceiling soundlessly, slowly landing by the side of my bed. When its toes touched the floor, it vanished. I was surprised and stunned in a good way. You don't see that every day, and I haven't ever since. I wonder where that armor came from. To my knowledge, our home spot had no history or activity that could have caused that or explained it. Summer Day Encounter. One summer day, I was standing in the kitchen. I had a clear view of the cottage's doorway. We had an open concept design back in the early 90s. I stood sideways, suddenly seeing a solid, black, shadowy figure standing at the doorway. Now, the doors were open all the way to the outside, since my other family members were outside with our dog, who was off-leash 24/7. He never left our yard. Like I said before, he barked at everything and everyone. Our old wooden floors also creaked under the slightest weight, so I would have heard the steps. So I knew it wasn't a real person standing at that doorway. I eyed him for a moment from the corner of my eye. He was wearing a black cape with a hood, being fully covered with it. I didn't see his face, but his shape otherwise was like a person, a human. Only when I turned to face him did he vanish. I was slightly stunned, but it didn't bother me more than that. As long as they didn't have negative energy, I didn't worry. Dragon Ball Z experience. Once again, on a sunny summer day, I was in the living room watching Dragon Ball Z back in 2003, when it aired in Finland for the first time. I don't recall which episode it was exactly, but I remember seeing Vegeta on the screen. God, I had a huge crush on him as a teenage girl. I smiled and thought, he's such a wonderful character. Instantly, right after that, I felt 2 fingers taking a strip of my long blonde hair and sliding down extremely gently. I knew I was alone at the time. My family was outside, and no stranger could have come in without our dog noticing. I smiled and said, "Thank you," in my mind. I don't know who it was, but the touch was so loving and gentle, it made me happy. Meteor encounter. My brother, sister, and I stood on the second floor, staring out the window during a dark autumn evening, watching the stars. My sister was on the phone with her best friend. I was eyeing the sky right above the treetops when I saw this big black meteor-like ball coming down fast. It had blue flames and small regular flames.
Blue
It went behind the treetops
mushroom
and most
seed.
definitely hit
Fuck.
the ground behind those trees. There was no sound, no shaking ground, nothing. My little
So if I
brother started to
bring
cry,
back a
but
blue
remained
mushroom here,
It wasn't a star, nor a plane, helicopter, or anything like that. It honestly looked like a black meteor, and it was quite big. I wanted to go check it out, but I was too afraid, since my father had warned us to never wander into those woods. He had done that once, stepping on an unmarked well. Luckily, he didn't fall in fully, but he did hurt his leg, so we never went to investigate. No one else showed up to investigate it either. I still wonder what it was. Yellow lights and UFO. I was maybe 6 years old when my big sister and I saw huge yellow lights a few times while walking home from school. There were always 2 of them. It was winter when we saw these lights many times, always in the same spot. They always appeared behind us, looking like a car with long front lights. My sister always told me to walk by her side so that a car could pass by. Except there was never a car. We were the last ones living at the end of that road, and car lights couldn't shine to that curvy spot behind the woods from our neighbor's yard, which was 1 kilometer away. Once, these 2 huge round lights appeared on the side of our home when we walked towards home. There were never any sounds. They just appeared and disappeared like that. But I think I might know what caused them. I was coming home alone during a dark afternoon, maybe around 3 or 4 p.m. It was late autumn, early winter time, so the sun rose at 10 a.m. and set at 2 p.m.
aha, suck it,
I
piggy.
climbed up the stairs to our porch.
Suck it,
Sat
wild
outside
piggy.
the window next to our front door. Back then, we had a male German Shepherd. He was never aggressive towards us, so I was confused when I saw him in the first hallway. He was keeping his head down, hair just stood up. He was growling.
Ah, there it
I'd
is.
never seen him like that before. Then, something made me look up to my right. Right next to our porch, which was many meters above the ground, was a floating small blue ball. It had a dome on top, a disc-shaped middle part with colorful lines going around the ship with a line of small round windows. And at the bottom was another door. Inside the ship was a grayish-green light that I saw through the windows. I wasn't afraid or numb or anything like that. I just froze. I stared at it for some seconds before I saw movement. inside the ship moved around, stopping behind the second window. It turned to face me. It looked like an alien. Big head, big black eyes, the usual. It looked at me and raised its long, skinny hand, waving at me slowly. I couldn't see its mouth, but I could sense its happiness. That made me happy, so I waved back with a smile. Now, the next part is confusing, since I don't know which is the real memory. 1. I opened the front door and stepped inside. Our dog still on alert, with his head down and hair up. 2. I just suddenly was standing inside the hallway, in front of our dog, who looked at me with concern, like he was making sure I was okay. I was okay, but I never did see this alien or UFO again. Shadow person on a birch tree. I don't remember why I was going downstairs during a summer day, but I stopped in front of the window on the second floor. As I looked outside, I noticed something on the birch tree in our backyard. Someone or something was sitting on one of the branches. It was a solid black humanoid figure. It was squatting on a branch quite high up on the tree, at the same level as our second floor window. It had no face, nor any other visible features. It had overly long arms that hung down with 2 long legs. I wasn't afraid, but rather surprised. However, I had no...
Okay, so this one is...
Later on, I learned that this creature...
waxroot seed, which is growing in my little stone greenhouse.
Which was further away, so a taxi came to pick us up, taking us to a faraway bus stop. At one point during the trip, I felt horrible. I didn't want to go to school since I was bullied, but no one knew about it. I was never brave enough to tell someone. As I rolled all kinds of thoughts in my head, I noticed something by the side of the taxi, at the edge of the forest. It was the same shadow person.
The fuck?
It was running.
Why is this not showing up as a location?
Then, when it emerged from the shadows of trees and bushes, with morning sunlight hitting it, I was shocked, but soon happiness and relief filled me. It had come to escort me, to tell me I would be all right. I just knew it. It wasn't bad or evil. I smiled at it, saying thank you in my head. Right after my thanks, this shadow person stopped in a big shadow, and I never saw it again. I hope it still lives in those woods, knowing how happy it made me back then. How grateful I still am to it. Winter Troll. It was a cold winter night, and I was awake, coming into the kitchen. As I turned the lights on, I noticed a white ball of fur sitting back towards me on the windowsill. It was the size of a kitten or so. However, its tail was long and thin, having a black tassel at the end. I saw it only for a few seconds when I turned the lights on. It turned to look at me, then jumped down from the windowsill so quickly my eyes could not follow it. I know it wasn't a kitten or any other wild animal. I think it was some kind of winter troll, because it looked a lot like one small white troll doll I had back in my childhood. Bird that called my brother's name. One summer day, my little brother and I sat on the couch in the living room. The couch was against the back wall, near the stairs, upstairs. We had a window open upstairs at the time, with a bug net to get some fresh air in. All of a sudden, both my brother and I saw a small bird fly to the window upstairs. It was weird.
Brass candle holder.
However, what we did mind was the fact that the bird called out my brother's name once before flying off. My brother and I stared at one another, surprised, not saying a word. I still don't know what it was, since in Finland, we don't have wild birds that can talk or mimic speaking. Particular crows, yes, but it's illegal to have wild animals as pets here, which I think is a good thing. Wild animals belong in nature, after all. Anyway, there were many times when I would hear an unknown voice, female or male, call my name inside the house. It was always inside the house, too. It was never bad, though, or scary. Just weird and confusing. Evil forest. Now to that evil forest I talked about. Like I've said many times so far, the forest right across from our front door was bad, or evil, if you want to call it that. It was honestly dark, vibrating with negativity, which made me fear it. It was normal during the summers, but during autumn and winter, when most parts of the day were dark, it was the opposite. Back then, my father had a scout. It left me with my care. Every evening, I went to feed him hay, giving him water and hay for the night. The stable, which was at the other end of our property, was different. Right away, when I stepped outside on the porch, I could feel lots of eyes on me, staring at me from the forest. Evil ones. I ran. I ran all the way to the stable, feeling terrified with those gazes on my back. Only after getting inside the stable did I feel safe. But I had to do the same when going back inside the house. I ran from the stables to the porch, going in as quickly as
Bouncy
possible.
mushroom.
Only after I locked the front door behind me did I feel safe.
Rotting
It
pumpkin.
was horrible. Not to mention all those red orbs I saw at the edge of the woods, at different levels.
Old gravestone
I
slab,
couldn't
huh?
tell if they were eyes, orbs, or what, but I know red is never a good color in these kinds of situations. A few times I saw yellow orbs, which didn't freak me out, but they were a small comfort in the end. Still, to this day, I wonder what's in that forest. I'd like to investigate, but not having my own car or a license, it's impossible. I'm not even sure I would like to know the truth in the end.
Ooh, ornate stairs. That's dope.
Paralysis experiences. I never had any of these until I moved to my current apartment, after my big sister moved out about 11 years ago.
Oh, those are cool as
Almost
fuck,
instantly,
yo.
one night, I woke up. I couldn't move or talk. I freaked out.
Oh, that's
Trying to
cool.
snap awake in panic, but that didn't help.
Ooh,
I
that's
begged
expensive.
Michael to come help me, and soon after, I passed out, waking up later normally. Many other times were the same, either in my place or somewhere else. I always freaked out and tried to scream myself awake. Once I was visiting my big sister when this happened. She has a small flat, a tiny kitchen, and a tiny bathroom. She slept on the bed at the end of the room while I slept on the couch. I woke up on my back, my right arm up on the back of the couch. I realized I was having sleep paralysis.
What the
So I tried to
fuck?
scream myself awake again. Suddenly, I saw a white, glowing being emerging from my big sister.
So I plant the fucking seeds and the fucking shits come over and fucking eat all my fucking food?
I woke up and told this to my
The
sister.
fuck's up with that bullshit?
We both instantly agreed that the light being had
You have no way of protecting your fucking garden. Literally, you have no way of protecting your gardens from the fucking creatures around here. That's bullshit.
The moment I realize I'm having an out-of-body experience is when I try to turn on the lights. My hand just goes through the switch. It annoys me, and I angrily tell myself to get back in my own body. It works, though I still don't enjoy those experiences. Ghost in the attic. On one occasion, I've seen a ghost. My mother and I took my big sister to a friend's house when we were teenagers.
What, do I have to sit here and fucking guard my fucking plant?
As I sat in the back seat of the car, I looked up at the attic window. There I saw an old woman's face. She looked very sour. I knew in an instant she was a spirit. I wasn't afraid, just fascinated.
I planted 12 of them right there. And I come back and they're all gone.
Already gone. I later told my sister about it, and she knew to tell me that her friend's grandmother lived in the attic as a spirit. Sadly, the house burned down last month. I hope the grandmother has now found peace, since she was quite an angry looking ghost. She apparently pushed people down the stairs if they dared come to the attic, which was her place.
That fucking pisses me off.
Angel.
Been trying to figure out how to
We'll have to study the
fucking
angel from our birth to our death.
appease these fucking white statues because I can't find any info on them.
A dream.
I don't know how to interact with them.
Visions via dreams when I was younger. In this dream, I was dancing in a circle with angels on pink clouds. 5 of them I didn't know, but the angel to my left was Michael, and the angel to my right was my guardian angel. Well, when I was working at a daycare in
Better
2003
fuck off,
and
chicken. I'm gonna
2004, I was
come
lying
kill
on my
you.
stomach on the bed between 2 children. I was reading them a story to help them fall asleep and take a nap. In the middle of my reading, I felt a big warm palm on my lower back. It was such a loving touch that it made me smile and filled me with gentle joy. I know it wasn't any of the adults, since I was
Yeah,
still
these are
sleeping,
not scaring
but
me,
it was
man.
close
These
enough
aren't even
since I could hear
frightening.
them
All your
breathing.
fucking ghosty fucking shit is. It's all fucking nicey fucking happy fucking ghosts. Bunch of fucking Casper fucking stories. Change our verbiage just a little bit.
When I was in college, Town Park. Our neighbors were a bit spaced out. It was a pretty upscale, expensive block compared to the rest of the town, so the properties were big. I'm fully moved out now, but this was back when I was in college. My parents make a lot of money, and we have multiple homes, so often I was home alone. It was a random night in the summertime. I was off from school, so I can't remember if it was the weekend or a weekday, but odds are since I was home, it was a random weekday. I was in the back sunroom watching a show. That was my favorite room in the house in the summer because it was the most cozy and had the best view
Oh,
of
there's
the
still
window.
something there.
I was right on the corner of the couch, closest to the corner window. I heard splashing from outside, like in the pond. It could have been a goose or duck. Sometimes they'd fight in the water and make a bunch of splashing sounds. So at first, I ignored it. But as it persisted, I decided to lower the volume on the TV and listen. I put my ear up to the window even, and I heard consistent splashing sounds, way too heavy to be from a duck or goose. It sounded like they were splashes from a person. I opened the door in the sunroom and stepped outside to the deck. I looked out to the pitch darkness of the backyard. I now heard a man's humming along with the splashes. Someone was definitely swimming in the water. They were trespassing. Each house on the pond owned a specific chunk of the pond. I stepped inside first, flick on the lights to the backyard deck.
Oh, folded it backwards. Look at that. Oh,
Humming stops. Whoever it was clearly saw me.
suck
I
it,
wondered if it was one of the
get
neighbors going for a
gator
swim,
bait.
which also just seemed weird because no one really swam in the pond ever. But honestly, whether it was or wasn't a neighbor, I wasn't going to confront whoever it was. I stepped back inside and turned off the lights, of course locking the door as well. I texted my brother, who was away at college, about it. He didn't answer right away. I was trying not to creep myself out over it, but watching TV after this was kind of hard. I couldn't focus on the show. I looked out the window, but all I could see outside was darkness. I still had the TV on.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Be outside. And then I thought I heard something on the deck. I hurried to find the remote and turn off the TV. And as the room went black and silent, it took me a few seconds to adjust and realize that there was the sound of someone's heavy breathing right outside one of the many windows in the room. I instantly laid down flat on the couch to try and hide myself, and after a short moment of silence, a deep voice from outside the window said, "I see you." My heart dropped into my stomach. I couldn't decide in the moment whether to speak or keep hiding, so I just blurted out, "Paul, is that you?" Paul was the name of one of our neighbors. I said this, clinging on to the hope that maybe it was him, and he was just messing with me. But the man outside didn't respond to this. I just heard footsteps walking away. As the barefoot-sounding footsteps faded to silence, I still laid flat on the couch.
Okay, we're gonna try to relog right here.
All the doors were locked.
See if those plants come back.
Off the couch and ran straight for the front door.
So one of the bad things about this is some shit doesn't render back in. That's part of your created area.
He basically told me to be the man of the house and protect it. So I listened and checked the back.
See?
It was clear.
Fuckers.
I brought a big knife outside with me onto the deck, and I looked down. There were wet footprints that had half dried by then, but I could tell that they were barefoot footprints. I followed the trail of footprints around to the side part of the deck, and what I saw was nightmare fuel. The top part of someone's head, namely their eyes and forehead, was peering just over the edge of the deck from the ground below, looking at me as if he heard me coming and was waiting. As we made eye contact, he turned away, and by now I was ready to call 911. I did so before even telling my parents. I locked myself inside, waiting for them, and when they came, I felt instantly better. They asked if our family had any enemies or people who don't like us, or if we have any problem neighbors. Questions like this. They did do a quick sweep of the property and then left. I decided to shut every window that night and run the air conditioning just for added safety. When I awoke the next morning,
Okay, so now I got gold mushrooms.
I don't believe that man ever returned to our house. We still don't know who it could have
Blue
been.
mushroom seed. I just plucked blue mushrooms. There's wax root.
I have a dog.
Oh, blue mushrooms? Okay.
First in the morning, then in the afternoon, and finally at night. I take him on the same route every time, which is through our driveway exit, which leads to a cul-de-sac parking lot for the condominium complex we live in. This will make sense soon as to why I'm telling you this. On the night walk, I always go somewhat late. I'm not sure why, but it's been a habit ever since I've had him, and it's never been a problem for us. Until one
Okay, so growing shit may not be as important as actually just locating
with only one AirPod, as I feel it would be for the best, just in case I heard
stuff.
something unusual. And I did. As I'm approaching the parking lot, I was hearing something. A voice of some kind that was up ahead of me. But I was completely zoned out in my own world of music as it was happening. But then my mind finally caught up, and I stopped. I took the AirPod out and stood still to listen, just to see if I was only hearing things. And then it happened again. A voice that spoke ahead of me, but I couldn't see anyone. So I did the stupid thing and continued to carefully walk forward because I thought it was all in my head. But something didn't feel right about it. I stopped again after a few feet right next to where I was parked, and I had my flashlight pointed everywhere in front of me. I stayed listening, and the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me yet was hearing a muffled voice of what sounded like a kid say the word help. My heart dropped so fast I couldn't move my legs. I frantically pointed my flashlight everywhere to see where it was coming from. I was sure it was coming from the cars, but I was completely thrown off by this. There wasn't a kid in sight, or anyone nearby. It was just me and my dog, who didn't seem to notice anything. He was just sniffing some bushes nearby. And then I heard it again. The word help was spoken 3 more times, and it was coming from my left side where the cars were parked. It made me panic even more. I didn't know what to think of it, and I knew I wasn't imagining saw my dog's ears perked up. He was looking in the same direction I was facing after it happened. And that's when it hit me about how incredibly eerie all this was. After hearing it multiple times, I realized the kid's voice didn't sound entirely like a kid. I don't know how to explain it. It was like the mix of an adult and a child at the same time. And each time they called for help, not only was the voice always muffled, but it was spoken in a more generic statement as opposed to a cry for actual help every time. And I mean that literally. There was absolutely no change in the tone, inflection, sound, or anything of sorts.
Salt's Mountain Base.
I tried to explain to my mom what happened. She was puzzled herself about what it could have been, and I suggested we call the cops on the off chance that there was actually someone in need of help, but she didn't think it was necessary. So many questions were conjuring up in my head. Why was the voice muffled? Was there someone in the car that I couldn't see? Or was it something darker waiting for me to move closer? I don't like to think too much about it, but whatever it was, it still makes me feel extremely disturbed to this day. This picture is where I had stopped and taken my AirPods out to listen. I heard it up ahead on the left. This is where I had gotten closer and heard it on my left side. I'm aware that there's a condo complex on the right side, which some may think the noise was coming from. It was in this direction facing the cars where my dog and I heard it. And you could see from this point of view, there's nothing to really indicate a noise coming from somewhere else. Also, at the time this happened, cars that were parked were trucks and SUV types, so they were a lot larger and covering more space, thus making it harder to see from where I was standing. I never figured this out. What I'm about to tell you is the reason why my parents moved out of a house that was in the family for 3 generations. I've struggled with depression most of my life. It's hard for me to shake the feeling of being useless. I'm doing much better now, but when I was a kid, it was horrible. Because of that, I spent a lot of time alone in my room. My house was nestled in a very woodsy area. There were trees on 3 sides of it and a forest separating it from any neighbors. My room was pretty big for a bedroom. It was in the back corner of the house, so the windows on 2 walls faced the woods. It was honestly pretty scary for a kid my age. It didn't help that I was also scared of the dark. Things started happening when I was around 10 or so. I was in the 5th grade, and I was at the age where it wasn't acceptable to sleep in my parents' bed after a nightmare, but I was still accused of having an active imagination. The first thing I noticed was my nightlight. It had different color settings, so if I wanted, I could change the LED around. I liked keeping it on red, which is what I fell asleep to most nights. One night, though, I woke up randomly in the middle of the night, which was unusual for me. I was really tired and fell back asleep in under a minute, but before I did, I noticed that my nightlight was a different color than the red I always left on. I didn't think much of it until about a week later. One morning, I woke up and realized my nightlight was once again not set to red like it always was. I asked my parents why they were messing with my nightlight, but they were confused and told me
Kind of wish the scrolls were stackable.
what had happened to them, and they told me that the thing had always been glitchy. They knew best, so I accepted that answer for a while. At least until one morning, after waking up to see my nightlight unplugged completely. It was just sitting there on the floor. Once again, my parents dismissed my concern and told me my brain should be focused on school. My dad said I was getting too old for a nightlight anyway. A few days later, my nightlight was missing completely. It had seemingly evaporated out of existence. Now I knew my parents were lying to me. They probably thought I should have outgrown the nightlight by then and took matters into their own hands. This incident caused a massive fight between them and I, since both of us accused the other of hiding it, and neither of us was budging. I couldn't believe my parents would blatantly lie to me about something like this, but there was nothing I could do.
There and
After
there.
that, things went back to normal for a week. That
Blue
3 nights in a
mushroom.
row, I woke up randomly in the middle of the night.
Mushroom.
Each time, I had no idea what was waking me up. After it happened a 4th time in a row, I told my parents. They told me that I was going through puberty, and that changes to my body are natural. The next time it happened, I stayed awake instead of falling back asleep. A few minutes after I woke up, I heard faint rustling noises from my closet. My parents didn't believe me. My dad even checked my closet, The next 4 days remained the most traumatizing nights I've ever experienced in my life. I'd been woken up only to hear rustling in my closet. It was torture. I couldn't take it anymore. I begged my parents to believe me. My dad got angry. He dragged me to my closet to prove there was nothing in there. He started throwing toys around my room, clearing the closet bit by bit, yelling at me the whole time. This until he put one of the posters on the wall.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun,
Pulled out a flashlight.
dun-dun-dun.
Way too deep to see where it led. My dad ran outside, inspecting the outside of the house. There was
Oh,
a tiny
shit.
hole in the dirt at the base of the house. Further digging revealed that it was more than a dirt. It was literally a passageway from the woods to my room. I
Yoink.
out of the house that night to my aunt's house. We moved out shortly after this. I stayed at my aunt's house until we did. I don't like thinking about this experience, but I'm gonna have to face it. My parents also talk about this incident, partly because they feel some blame for not taking it seriously. It's chilling. There was a stranger in my room every night for over a month. I had to do what I wanted. You never know. If your kids come to you with believe them. My name is Leo. To be completely honest with you, I'm a little lost in life right now. I don't know too much, but all you need to know is that my family situation is horrible. For years, I've tried to stay as calm as possible. My close friends I don't like, and I feel like my hometown has. I'm about to be a senior in college, and to be completely honest, I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to do with my life after that. I was in Berlin last year for whatever reason. A sense of place or trying to find a direction. I remember the name of the bar I was in, the Duya. I was there. Nothing I'm not used to. Ready to leave. I felt around my pocket and realized my apartment keys were missing. Just my luck. I got out of the car and began walking toward my apartment. The whole thing was locked up. There was no way I was getting in there. It was way too late at night to get a replacement set. I'm not sure what most people would do in a situation like this, but my first thought was to start looking for a place to sleep. As if my luck wasn't bad enough, it started raining. Eventually, I decided to sleep under a nearby bridge. I didn't even know where I was, but I was out of the rain and safe, so I was happy. As I began picking up on some strange voices coming from across the river,
Oh.
I sat back up and saw what looked like.
Thank you for freeing me from being trapped in that petrified state.
It took me less than a minute.
Corruption of the five fears is widespread across the world, and many of my sisters have found themselves in similar predicaments. Please take this gift of vitality as a token of my gratitude.
I figured I'd just wait for this to be over, then leave.
I will do my best to free your sisters. Nice. I don't know what that did for me, but that means I should carry wax root with me. Blue mushrooms, gold mushrooms. It's actually kind of cute. I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers.
I ran until I threw up and nearly passed out due to drunken exhaustion. There was no way they'd be able to catch me.
Can't get him through the window.
Sometimes I still think about how I could have lost my life that night if those men had decided to fire at me. Sometimes I feel like I'm fated to run forever.
Okay, so that one's the yellow one.
It was a normal Friday afternoon at my high school. I was walking down a hallway with my friend Emma as she talked about God knows what. I was just trying to get through the day because I honestly obviously had a lot to deal with at home as well as at school, even that my foster parents weren't the nicest people, to say the least. As we walked past the lunchroom, I suddenly had to use the bathroom. I asked Emma if she had to go. She said no, that she would wait outside for me. I went into the bathroom and immediately noticed no one else was in there. I thought to myself, that was weird, because out of the multiple bathrooms in the school, this one was always packed at any given time. I shrugged it off and went into a stall, and a few seconds after getting in the stall and sitting down, I heard the bathroom entrance door open and shut abruptly, and someone entering the bathroom, but I didn't hear them move after entering. I didn't think anything of this. It wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. Maybe it was someone hiding from an admin. I went about my business. I stood up to button my jeans and read the writing on the bathroom wall. There was a bunch of random quotes and rants about teachers. Then I heard the door open again, and I assumed whoever was in here left. I came out of the stall. As I left the bathroom, Emma was looking at me with a weird face, almost like a "what the hell did I just see" face. I asked her what was up. She asked me, who was that standing right behind the bathroom stall? I was chills. I told her no one was in the stall. Stop me. She promised me she wasn't. She told me she actually came in second before I came out because she realized she did need to go. But then she saw someone else in the stall, standing with their shoes touching the back of mine. That's how close they were behind me in the stall. And she said she left immediately, not wanting to witness whatever was going on. I reiterated again I was the only one in the stall. However, I had heard someone come in, but I never heard them use the bathroom. I had assumed they were hiding from an admin. That's when she told me no one went near the door until she came in seconds before I came out. I didn't believe in the paranormal, but this made my stomach sink. I found an admin and told her about it, and she pretty much tried to assure me that it didn't happen, that Emma was probably just messing with me. But Emma was never one to take things seriously or be serious in general. So when she looked me in the eye with a serious face and told me word for word what she said, like it actually happened, and something really was in there with me, along with the fact that I heard the bathroom
Thank you
door
for freeing
open
me.
and close twice.
After this
I'm 18
different
now,
state,
and I haven't forgotten it
beautiful,
since.
blah, 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 blah. Nice. Okay, so that's how I get.
In the town that I got my first real big.
This is how I get my shit increased.
One-floor house with 2
All right.
bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and just enough living space for myself and occasionally hosting some people. I had been living there.
So now if I do this,
The landlord,
oh wait,
called Michelle, was really friendly and understanding. I think she listened to me because she didn't want a male renting out her house. I'll skip unnecessary details and get right to the point. Something
yeah, there we go.
happened a few weeks into living there. One regular work night, I got a knock at the door. I went to the other
Knock,
side.
knock, bitches.
I didn't open. No one should be knocking on my door late at night. It was early the next morning. I had finished getting ready for work and was about to leave. I opened my front door and saw a big post-it note taped to the storm door. It said, "Hello, beautiful." I right away remembered the note.
Hello, beautiful.
No doubt the same person. The big question was, who could it be? I crumpled it out of disgust and threw it in the
Creepy.
trash, hoping and
Creepy.
It was that night I got another knock at the door. This time a little earlier, while I was cooking dinner.
Okay, so I can get rid of those.
Just listening. There was no peephole or glass to look through to the other side. I had no way of seeing who was there without opening the door, and that wasn't going to happen, as the storm door didn't lock. But this was the second night in a row, and now I was realizing this was some kind of stalker situation. I called my mom and dad to ask for advice. Really, they didn't even know what to say. My dad, who was a retired police officer, said that if I called the cops, they wouldn't really be of any help unless they were catching the person in the act. My dad advised me to not go outside late at night for a while, don't answer the door, and if it persists, that he'd come to town and spend a few days with me. So that was the advice I followed. The next morning, the first thing I did was check the storm door for another note, and part of me died inside when I saw another note stuck to the glass. This one said, "I like to watch you." I took a picture of it with my phone and sent it to not only my family, but Michelle as well. I asked Michelle if she had any kinds of issues with certain men or any stalkers. She acted appalled and shocked when I sent her a picture of the note and told her about the knocks. She assured me that she didn't have any stalkers and that she was in a long-term relationship. Still, I wasn't entirely convinced. I left a note on the door after work that day, saying if you're looking for Michelle, she does not live here. She only rents this house out. If you continue to come here, I will be reporting this to the police. Doing this gave me a level of comfort, actually. I thought this would end things. That night, every waking minute,
But it didn't.
about hearing knocks at the door again. To my relief, there were none tonight. I went to sleep in relative peace, thinking my note worked.
Okay, so I can unload these.
Remove my note from the glass.
Well, I'll keep the wood.
My note. It was a new note, and it said, "I'm not looking for Michelle. I'm looking for you." And then it said my name, followed with, "I like watching you," like it said in the previous note. I sent it to my dad right away.
I like watching you, 'cause I'm a creeper.
First thing, he was at my house by the time I got home from work. And work that day was rough because I couldn't think of anything except for this horrific situation. I even wondered if someone in my office could have been doing this, like this creepy guy Fernando. My dad and I waited together until later in the night.
Oh, Fernando.
See the police presence. We spoke with an officer.
Oh, Fernando.
My dad, being a retired police officer, obviously didn't hurt in this whole situation. After the officer left with his report,
Yeah, there's one right there.
even after I went to sleep. Obviously, the person didn't return that night, and I moved out once I was able to.
So we'll take the air draft and we will head that way.
Whoever was stalking me at that house didn't follow me to my new place, likely eliminating the possibility that it was a coworker. So I would never know who it was. I'll be honest with you, I've probably spent more time chasing women than I'd like to admit. I've had to tone it down a lot since college, partly because of what I'm about to tell you. I went to school in California, and while I haven't been back in a while, when I was there, the culture was very open. And when I say open, I mean sexual. This honestly could have been true.
Visual.
But I really wouldn't know. It was my sophomore year. I had just finished pledging the fraternity Pike. About halfway through the semester,
It's sexual.
it was honestly a little gross. I started developing a fear that every girl I was interested in had been with several people I personally knew. I tried my luck and created a Tinder profile. It wasn't long before I matched with someone whose interests seemed to match mine. We started talking. Things were going well. After a few days, we made plans to meet up at a local college bar called Tap House on a Saturday night. This was actually my favorite bar in the area because it had pool tables and I had been clearing racks since I was 10 years old. I remember getting there a little early so I could secure a table and warm my muscles up a bit. An hour passed though, and I came to terms with the fact that I had probably been stood up. I was trying to decide whether I should salvage the night or just go home and play online chess when I got a notification. To my surprise, it was Yamel.
Oh, there's two of them over there.
Telling me she had just arrived. I greeted her. She apologized for being late. We got some drinks, played some pool, and got to know each other. She was Latina and a heavy drinker, so I got plastered just trying to keep up. At one point, she asked for my Instagram, which I gave to her. 10 seconds later, I found myself staring at a collection of explicit photos she had just sent me. I was confused. In my drunken state, I wasn't going to complain. Before I could even respond, she told me, "Your turn," which I figured could only mean one thing. Honestly, I hadn't been so drunk. I probably would have questioned why we were sending pictures to each other when we were literally 5 feet apart, but I didn't have the foresight. I complied with her request. We laughed about the whole thing. That was that. A few hours later, things at the bar were starting to wind down. I was planning on inviting her to my place, but she beat me to it, asking if I could spend the night at hers. I agreed, and we left the bar. I couldn't even walk in a straight line. It was honestly embarrassing. Leading her to her room was actually an openings, something I hadn't realized before. Honestly, red flag should have been going off on a break the moment we crossed into the moment. She unlocked the door of her apartment and stepped aside so turning around to ask her to flip some lights on, the room lit up. To my horror, I wasn't facing a harmless 5'2" girl anymore. Instead, two massive bald dudes with tank tops were standing in front of the door with their hands clasped. I turned around, and there was another white bald dude in front of me. I wish I could tell you more about the room I was in. It was honestly difficult for me to recall small details of that night. I couldn't fight or flee, so I just froze. The guy in front of me began telling me my own name, birthday, and age. He then went on to say that the girl I had just gone out with was 17, meaning I had received and sent explicit pictures to a minor. He then suggested that I do what I was told, which I did. The two guys behind me
Ugh.
confiscated my phone, wallet, and keys, all of which I gave up without a fight. I asked the guy in front of me what he wanted. He basically told me that he's a major
What did it say?
distributor.
Deliver this chicken egg?
He told me that I'd be outed as a supply, that I didn't distribute his product to my fraternity and university. I wish I could remember more specifics. The two guys behind me then gave me a piece of paper and told me to write down my address, followed by a list of names and numbers for as many students as I knew. I told them that I'd need my phone since one of them had
Okay, I don't know what the... That shit needs to last a little bit longer, to be honest.
I don't know what compelled me to do it, but the literal second I saw a chance, I ran. I was too drunk to think about the consequences of those pictures on my phone. I narrowly escaped out the door I had opened, ran as fast as I possibly could. It's not like I was safe though. I was still smack dab in one of the most dangerous places in America. Eventually, I found a nice looking house and begged them to open up. I pleaded with them to let me use their phone and call 911. Then I told the police everything. But of course, I didn't remember the address of that girl's apartment. An officer picked me up and took down a report before asking me if I would be okay leading them back to that apartment. I was actually able to retrace the way I had run. I waited in one of the squad cars as the police barged in. After a few minutes, an officer told me that the place was completely deserted. There were not any signs that people had even been there. In the following weeks, the police actually took my report seriously and launched a full-scale investigation. They concluded that it was probably gang-related, but were never able to arrest anyone. That was years ago. That this incident has been swept under the rug of Oakland's rampant crime and drug-related activity. In all honesty, what happened to me all those years ago is probably nowhere near the top of the list when it comes to that godforsaken place. I haven't used a dating app since.
Good. Stay off them fucking dating apps. They're useless trash. For the most part.
I've been smoking cigarettes every day for years. Before you judge me, let me just
You
say
hear
that I
more
don't
horror
use
stories than
nicotine addiction. Unfortunately,
success stories.
the only thing worse than my nicotine addiction is my sleep schedule. I don't know what it is. I find myself staying up hours past midnight and rarely get out of bed before noon. I'm not trying to fix these parts of my life. They're extremely relevant to what I'm about to tell you. It began a few months ago. I was standing on my balcony, like I do most nights, smoking a cigarette. I live in a really secluded neighborhood. It's not like the houses around here are right next to each other. Despite this, I have a neighbor whose fence I can see over if I'm standing on my balcony. I'm not nosy or anything, but this particular night, I was looking into his yard. I had never met the guy, but I assumed he lived alone since there was only ever a navy blue BMW parked in his driveway. But not this night, though. There was a black van I'd never seen before sitting in front of his house. I didn't make anything of it, just noting the coincidence to myself. The next night, though, I made it a point to pay attention to his yard, and the same black van was parked there again. I didn't assume something sinister was going on. I was more intrigued than anything. The following morning, I went up to my balcony and looked into his yard. The van was gone. For the remainder of the week, I made a game out of observing the van at night, theorizing its purpose. I said I wasn't nosy, but I sure am obsessive. It's actually the main reason most of my friends drifted out of my life. I wasn't going to do more than observe, though. It wasn't my business or place to poke around further. That is, until one night, when I saw something that completely changed my perspective of the situation. I was up later than usual. It was the van was there, as it had been the past
Oh
couple
my
nights.
gosh.
I was smoking my last cigarette.
Had to work for that one.
Inside, something I hadn't seen yet. van
Deliver a
like
potato
a
to
dozen golf clubs. I watched.
something.
After opening the van's sliding door, he delicately placed the bag inside. He promptly got in the driver's seat and sped off. I was dumbfounded. I had absolutely no idea what he could have been carrying. I was exhausted though, so I figured I'd think about it more the next morning.
Baked
The next morning, I
potato
decided that I'd go out on my balcony
and
a
an
little earlier
egg.
and wait for the van to arrive at his house. I brought my laptop up there so I could get some
Hmm.
rides on and wait. It was around 10 p.m. The van
Well, I
pulled
don't
into
care
the
for
driveway.
those ones. That means I gotta have.
I quickly shut my laptop and
I need to have like a
nothing
huge
happened for another 10
inventory.
minutes. The van just sat there, engine running and all. After about 5 minutes, the driver door opened and there he was. I watched as he went around to the side of the van, then slid the door open and pulled out the same bag that he had put in the night before. He seemed to be struggling this time around, visibly trying not to crack under the weight of whatever was in there. After waddling a few slow steps, both he and the bag disappeared into his house. I didn't know what to think. I thought about waiting there until 5 a.m. again, but that would be far too taxing on my brain. Something was definitely wrong though. I was determined to find out what. The next morning, I flipped a coin and ultimately decided to follow his van when he pulled out that night. After a pretty unproductive day, I went up to my balcony around 4 a.m. and waited, cigarette in hand. As soon as I saw movement in his driveway, I rushed downstairs, grabbed my keys, and got in my car. I turned my headlights off and waited for the van to turn onto the main road. Once it did, I began tailing it. After 20 minutes of driving, I pulled onto a dirt path that looked like it led into the woods. It did. I followed. The woods actually started thinning up a bit. It seemed like this path had once been a main road or something. We drove for another few minutes before I realized what his destination was. There was a deserted gas station literally tucked away in some clearing in the woods. And right in front of it was the BMW I'd always seen parked in his driveway. I feared I was getting too close, so I turned my car around, parked across the street from the dirt road. I must have waited there an hour. His BMW finally pulled out of the clearing. Nervously, I started driving back up the path, not sure what I'd find. I pulled over on the side of the road and started walking towards the gas station. It was eerie. The front door was locked. I walked around to the side. That was locked as well.
Egg
So
and
was the back door.
potato.
I needed to know what was inside. There was a row of windows that I tried to open, but none of them would budge. Against my better judgment, I picked up a rock and slammed it into one of the windows. It shattered pretty easily. There must have been a security system in that place because alarm bells started blaring. I sprinted back to my car, the whole time wondering why an abandoned gas station would be rigged with an alarm system. As I sped out of there, I called 911 and gave them a vague description before hanging up. I got back to my house and ran inside, my heart still racing. The next morning, I woke up hoping the whole thing had blown over. Boy, was I wrong. I went up to my balcony to see like 8 police cars in my neighbor's driveway, lights flashing and everything. I watched as an officer escorted my neighbor out of his house in handcuffs. One by one, the police cars drove away and I was left to my imagination. I lit a cigarette and stood there, finally alone with my thoughts. I've asked the police for details on several occasions, but they would never answer my questions. I've even tried driving back up to that gas station, but the whole road had been blocked off. Maybe one day I'll work up the courage to walk through the woods and go looking for answers.
'Cause I'm a dumbass.
I'm not somebody who grew up with any kind of sleep disorders, such as sleep paralysis or night terrors. I've always been a very heavy sleeper, so that's why when what I'm about to tell you started happening, it was a shock to me. We all have the occasional nightmare. I used to call nightmares a free, 3D immersive horror movie. To most, that will probably sound freakish, but in a weird way, I sometimes like the thrill of waking up after a nightmare. I was living with my one roommate, Patricia. I just called her Trish. We had very different schedules with work, so we didn't see each other much besides on the weekends. This happened in July. I remember because it was so hot out that I had the window AC unit on full blast every night, which also provided a white noise that helped me sleep better. It was the first night that I had the nightmare. A few days after my ex and I had broken up, life wasn't exactly the best. I had a dream that I vaguely remembered for the most part. but the part that I vividly remember is being in a room full of my family members sitting quietly around a dinner table, and standing across the table from me, best described as a creature that looked like one of the aliens, horns and claws. It looked like what you'd imagine a sleep paralysis demon to look like, only I was still fully asleep and dreaming. The next thing I knew, the thing was standing next to me, looking down at me. I started to run away in my dream until I was in my room, or I guess my brain's version of my room. That was the last of that dream I remember before waking up. My room was pitch black, and the AC fan was on full blast. My heart was racing a bit from the dream, and I sat there thinking, wow, that was a creepy dream. I looked around the room naturally before laying back down and going to sleep. The following night, I woke up in the middle of the night to my bedroom door open, which I usually 99% of the time would leave shut unless I was drinking. My immediate thought was that it was Trish checking if I was home. I went up to go shut it and went back to sleep. I asked Trish if she came in my room the next day via text. She told me she did not. So it was always possible I just took a midnight trip to the bathroom or the kitchen that I didn't remember. It was the following night that I had another nightmare. That same demon creature from my previous dream appeared again in this one. This one was a lot more disturbing. Instead of being with my family, I was in a dark, square, empty room with the thing, and it kept getting closer to me. Oddly, I don't remember the thing actually moving its limbs to walk. I just remember that it kept getting closer and closer until it was on top of me. And then, like I couldn't even move, the thing took a claw to my thigh and scratched me. I actually think I felt the pain in my dream. Then, the next thing I remember is waking up. I don't mean I woke up right after that. I mean I don't remember what happened after that in the dream. It was dark in the room once again. AC on full blast. I felt a slight stinging feeling on my upper thigh. I felt it with my hand, and I actually felt like I felt something on the skin. I rushed to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, and I screamed out loud when I saw a gash in my thigh. I went to Trish's room and turned on the light, waking her up. She asked how the fuck I got that, and I screamed, I don't know. We went to my room together and flipped off all the sheets and covers off the bed, looking for any kinds of bugs or spiders or any sharp objects I could have laid down on, which, yes, I understand makes no sense, but what is for you to think? Trish then looked at me and said, wait, and put her finger to her lip. She turned off my AC unit, and for the first time in days, the room went quiet. It all became sickeningly clear in an instant, as we both heard a sound from under my bed. The kind of faint sound that you sense from another person just existing in the room. I'm impressed at both of our abilities to not scream right on the spot as we both looked at the bed and then at each other, and then left the room and the apartment. We knocked on the neighboring apartment door until he answered. We asked him for help. Someone was in our apartment. He was an older guy, so I don't think we expected him to go fight some stranger in our apartment. He let us use his phone to call 911. At some point, while waiting for the police, we heard a door outside slam shut. It sounded like our door. None of us could look out the window in time to see who it was. When the police got there, we confirmed the intruder was gone. We did leave all the lights on in the apartment when we ran away, though, and left in rather sudden fashion, so the intruder definitely knew how we knew. Then came the reflection I had of my dreams, what they actually meant. That demon in my dreams was supposed to be him, even in the first dream. And with the door being open that night, that means he or she may have been roaming around our apartment that night, possibly eating our food. And to think this person actually scratched my thigh so hard it left a mark, it's actually really disturbing to think about. This forever changed my life on dreams and nightmares. This happened when I was a little kid, living in our old house in Suffolk County, Long Island. I'm gonna say I was about 6 or 7 years old. My older brother and I shared a bedroom on the top floor that used to be a separate apartment that my dad rented to a lady, but she moved out, and so the upstairs was mainly for my older brother and I at that point. The layout was as follows. At the top of the stairs, on the left was our bedroom, which used to be the old woman's living room. Straight ahead was the bathroom, and to the right was an extra kitchen and a small bedroom. We had a million toys in our room, as the room itself was huge, and it all also had 2 parallel crawl-in closets on opposite sides of the room where we stored a million other toys and board games and stuff like that. There was one toy, though, a race car with a bunch of buttons on it. The buttons would make the car's lights turn on momentarily and play varying sound effects such as honking, revving, and driving sounds, and a little rock song. It was a toy we had for like ever, because it was originally a gift from my brother when he was a little younger. It was a random night. My brother and I were both in bed, not yet asleep, when suddenly, like a jump scare from a scary movie, the loud revving sound of that car toy suddenly activated, along with the lights of the car in the middle of the room. I looked at the car and instantly got scared, and accused my brother Luke of doing that to scare me. He was laughing hysterically, saying he didn't do it. I was completely terrified. The toy then stopped making noises and went quiet. I was extremely unsettled, as any little kid would be, but nevertheless, time marched on and I fell asleep. It wasn't for a while until something else happened. One night, when Luke and I were both in bed again, we both heard a weird thud in the room. Luke insisted on trying to creep me out, saying there was a ghost in the room or something. I kept yelling at him to shut up or I'd get Mom. He kept laughing until we both noticed a light in the corner of the room. It was the toy car again. I got out from the bed and ran straight down the stairs yelling for my mom. I got to my parents' room and yelled there's something in our room. I'm sure I gave a little 7-year-old spiel about how there's a ghost in the room, hearing a thud and the lights on the toy car turning on. Luke entered the room, and my mom defaulted to telling him to knock it off if he's trying to scare me. He said how could he turn the lights of the car on from his bed? I slept in my parents' room that night because I was too scared to sleep upstairs. It was a long while after that night, and nothing happened. Not until one night. Luke was not in the room, I guess as he was having a sleepover with one of his many friends. I was sleeping in the room by myself that night. I had long since tucked that car away in the small bedroom across the hall because it freaked me out. After my mom kissed me goodnight, I asked her to keep the door open since I was always scared when I was alone in the room. I rolled on my side and tried to go to sleep. But being that I was scared of being alone, I had a hard time getting tired that night. I felt wide awake. Then there was a sound I can't explain that came from down the hall. I flipped over to face the door, and the toy car rolled into the room with its lights on. I let out a scream straight from the bottom of my stomach as I cried for my mom and pressed my body up against the wall. Moments later, my parents both came up the stairs into the room, noticing the car on the floor. I screamed that someone pushed the car into the room. My dad went to go check the other rooms, but said there was no one there. There weren't any places to hide up there besides the closets and under the beds, and my dad checked all of them. I don't know what my parents thought in that moment. On one hand, they probably thought the toy was malfunctioning or it's just my imagination, but on the other hand, I think they were also slightly freaked out. That toy car didn't have the feature to move on its own. My dad smashed the toy and threw it in the neighbor's trash to make me feel better. I slept in their room for a while until my dad forced me back upstairs eventually. This story is the reason why I believe in the paranormal and something after death.
Dun dun dun. I need a baked potato. Taking a baked potato. Gonna eat some baked potato. Okay, so now we have baked potato and we have eggs. Oh, I want a cooked egg. Take one cooked egg and one raw egg. Because I don't know which one he wants. That's one cooked egg. one of each of those and have baked potatoes. Feed me and deliver me an egg. A baked potato. Ow. Ooh, uh, ooh, uh. Hopefully, having my hit points go up from this, it can't be decreased. Yay! Got a weird fucked up haircut, but she's still hot. Not really, but in a weird way. See, she's got a cool outfit on. Why do I look like a fucking beggar? Look like I can't afford any kind of cloth or to, you know, wash my clothes.
I woke up at 7 a.m. just like every other workday. The alarm went off. My hand automatically reached for the phone. I swiped up to unlock it, still feeling groggy, not quite ready to leave the warmth of my bed. Instead of getting up to check myself in the mirror, I opened my camera app, lazily trying to spot any new pimples. It was easier than walking over to the bathroom. As soon as the camera app opened, I noticed something unusual. In the bottom left corner of the screen, there was a video thumbnail that I didn't remember ever taking. My heart rate sped up a little, but I didn't think too much of it at first. Maybe I had accidentally recorded something. I knew I hadn't used the camera in 3 days, and I distinctly remembered the last photo I'd taken. But I tapped the video, curious to see what it was. The moment it began to play, I felt like my world shifted. My hands tightened around the phone. It showed someone entering my room. This person walked quietly, as if they had all the time in the world, right up to my bed. The angle changed, and I saw myself lying there asleep, completely unaware. The person, no, the intruder, leaned over, the camera capturing my face. My chest rose and fell steadily as I slept, snoring lightly. The video ended with them standing back up and leaving the room silently. My stomach lurched. How could this have happened? Why didn't I wake up? I've never been a deep sleeper, and my apartment isn't large. Any noise, especially something that close to me, should have pulled me out of my sleep. But there I was, completely oblivious to what had happened. The first thing I did after watching the video was check the apartment. I moved quickly, my body tense, looking around every corner and behind every door. There was no sign of forced entry, no mess, nothing out of place. I started feeling foolish. I had forgotten to lock the door when I got home last night. That was it. I must have left it open, making it easy for someone to walk right in. The thought made me feel even worse. Who would do something like this? Someone had walked into my home, into my most private space, stood next to me while I slept. They didn't take anything. They just left me right there. A joke, maybe. I pulled out my phone again and quickly texted my friends, asking if any of them were responsible for this. It seemed far-fetched, but I needed an answer. The replies came in fast. Each one denied being involved. I believed them. None of my friends would pull a prank like this. It was too invasive, too unsettling. And yet, here I was, staring at proof that someone had been in my room. I felt stupid for not securing my phone. No password, no Face ID. I spent the next few minutes setting up a proper lock screen, making sure it couldn't happen again. As I ate breakfast, I scrolled through my phone, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I checked the file properties of the video, and that's when I saw something even stranger. The video hadn't been recorded on my phone. It had been airdropped to me. My mind raced. Who could have done this? Someone nearby? Someone who had been in my apartment long enough to airdrop it? I considered going to the police, but then I hesitated. What would I tell them? Nothing was stolen. I'd left the door unlocked, so there wasn't even a break-in. No security cameras and no real evidence except the video. They wouldn't be able to help me, and I knew it. I tried to push it out of my mind as I finished my morning routine. I had to go to work, and life wasn't
You
going to
want the
stop
baked
just because
potato?
Still, the unease stuck with me throughout the day. I couldn't shake the feeling that this person wasn't done, that the video had been a warning or a message. But what were they trying to say? Why would anyone go through the trouble of sneaking into my apartment just to record me sleeping? The questions gnawed at me all day. I replayed the video in my head over and over. There was something so methodical about the way the intruder moved, calm like they had done this before. And that bothered me the most. They didn't seem scared or hurried. They were comfortable in my space, and that thought sent my mind into dark places. Finally, after what felt like an endless day, I returned home. The apartment was just as I'd left it. Still, I double-checked the locks and went through every room, even the closets. I half expected to find someone hiding, but no, the place was empty. As night
Nobody
approached, my
was
anxiety
there.
I knew I had to sleep, but the idea of lying in the same bed where that video had been filmed was terrifying. I locked the door, checked it again, and crawled into bed, trying to push the thoughts out of my head. But it was impossible to relax. I could feel every sound in the apartment, every creak of the walls, every distant noise from the street. What was the point of that video? Was it just to scare me? Were they planning something worse? I kept imagining that person
Actually, you know
standing
what?
over me again, just like in the video, but this time I wouldn't wake up. My thoughts spiraled until I couldn't tell if I was being irrational or if something was wrong. I pulled the blanket tighter, telling myself that I was safe. The door was locked this time. No one could get in. But even as I repeated that to myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been in my apartment would still be there. Back in the late 1990s, during the summertime, I would work as a camp counselor for a sleepaway camp in the Poconos. I did this for 3 summers. I would have fun with the kids and would befriend every camp counselor. Every Wednesday night, we would play Manhunt. Basically, what Manhunt is when one person is designated as the hunter, while the others try to evade capture. The hunter tries to find and tag the other players, who hide and move stealthily to avoid being caught. I would love to play this game every Wednesday night. However, the last time that I ever played this game made me quit my summer job after sleepaway camp ended that summer. To start things
Those
off,
grown-up hide and seek.
at 8, we would have our evening games. Tonight was, of course, playing Manhunt. One counselor, who I will call Sean for privacy reasons, volunteered to be the hunter that night. Sean covered his eyes and counted to 30. We all ran into the woods,
It's
along with a lot of others.
exactly like hide
Many
and
of us went
seek.
in different directions. I hid in my spot. As I stated before, I will continue to call people different names for privacy reasons. I saw 2 other boys, named Sean and Griffin, run in the same direction I went, but they ran much further into the woods until I could no longer see them. At that time, I thought they were going to be fine and would be caught eventually, but I couldn't do no wrong. I then moved to a different spot where it was less visible. I saw a bunch of campers and counselors being tagged out already. When we played this game, we played with a time limit. At 8:30, the loud buzzer on the intercom went off, and we all had to report back to the home area. I then got back to my spot where the game began. I waited for 3 minutes, and pretty much everyone was already back. Sean, who was IT, then asked us, "Is this everyone? Are we still missing people?" I then looked around to see everyone standing together. As I looked around, I did remember something. Those 2 boys, Owen and Griffin, who ran past me in the same direction I went, were nowhere to be seen. I told him this, and he ordered all the campers to go back to their bunk cabins, as the staff would all search for them. Half an hour passed by, and we still couldn't find them. I was getting really worried now. The camp owner was called to help us, told me and all the other counselors to go back to our bunks as the administration would look for them. I then walked back to my cabin. The whole night those 2 boys would be on my mind. The next morning, they were still nowhere to be seen. The police were called, and they all searched the woods and tried to find any clues, but nothing came up. There was only 1 week of camp left, As the whole week went by, police would come every day to search, and there were still no leads yet in the case. After camp ended, I then decided that I would no longer come back to be a counselor at this camp every summer, because I couldn't help that I would beat myself up about how I just allowed those two boys to go missing and never be seen again. I would also look so ignorant and unprofessional to everyone if I continued to come back every summer. The worst part about this story is that as of today, Owen and Griffin have still not yet been found, and they are still listed as missing people. I still feel so
The
heartbroken.
sad thing is,
I could have told
they
them to
were
stop
never
being so
real
surprised
to
and they
begin
would stick
with.
together for the whole game. I can only imagine that they wanted that too. I have a few theories on what could have happened to them. My first theory is that they could have run so far into the woods, so far to the point where the camp isn't visible anymore, and got completely lost and that they didn't know where they were. My second theory is that they could have run far enough only to be attacked and killed by a wild animal. My third theory, which is more likely the harsh reality, is that they have been abducted. What do you think? Let me in the comment box. Before we get into
Let
the next
me
story,
in the
if you
comment
come for the
box.
first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the
Come
bell
at me in the
upcoming
comment
legendary
box.
stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. This event happened in 2004 during my senior year of high school. I attended a school called Winston Prep in Union Square, New York City. It was a special education school designed for 6th to 12th grade students. And it was different from most schools. We weren't divided by grades, but by our specific disability. I had been diagnosed with severe ADHD and OCD when I was younger, and the other students had similar conditions. Some had Asperger's or autism, though not the more severe forms of autism. I mostly talked to people who were more like me, those who could understand social cues a little better and acted more normal compared to the others. The setup of our school was unusual. We had the same classmates for every class, so I knew the same group of people throughout my years there. Most of my classmates were friendly. I got along with almost everyone, though there was this one guy, Quentin, who stood out strangely. I wouldn't say he was outright scary, but he was different. He didn't have many friends, and one of the things that always made me uncomfortable was the way he would just stare at people, including me. I found it unsettling, but since he didn't cause trouble for me, we even had conversations sometimes, and he seemed all right to talk to, or so I thought. There was one day when things started to feel odd. It was just a normal class day, and our history teacher was talking about the upcoming 2004 presidential election. George W. Bush was running for re-election against John. Our teacher went around the room asking everyone who they wanted to win. When it was Quentin's turn, he casually mentioned that he hoped Bush would win, and then he gave some reasons. But what stuck with me was his focus on gun laws. He said that he
Crocodile
believed the Bush party
eggs.
wasn't strict about guns, and that people should be allowed to protect themselves with firearms. Then, in a tone that seemed far too casual, he mentioned that he owned a BB gun and planned to bring it to school one day. We all laughed, thinking he was joking. As the days passed, Quentin's odd comment faded from memory, until something happened that none of us could have predicted. On Tuesday, I was in my second class of the day when a lockdown siren blared through the school. We were all confused. Usually, the teachers told us about lockdown drills ahead of time, but there had been no warning this time. That's when I realized this wasn't a drill. The atmosphere shifted, and my classmates grew silent and tense. 10 minutes passed, and though we couldn't see outside because the blinds were drawn, we could hear something going on in the hallways. It wasn't clear at first, but I could make out the sound of lockers slamming shut and what sounded like people being pushed around. The stairway door banged open, and for a moment, everything went completely still. Then, just like that, the principal's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. She announced that the lockdown was over and that school would be ending early for safety reasons. Her voice was calm, but I could sense the urgency behind her words. Everyone was on edge. We quickly gathered our things and left the school, still not sure what had happened. As soon as I was outside, I flipped open my phone. It was a clunky flip phone, not like the smartphones we have today, but it did the job. I kept it off during school, so I wouldn't get in trouble. I remember the message I received from my friend that day as clearly as if I'd read it yesterday. Dude, this is crazy. Quentin just got arrested for bringing a gun to school. I stood there stunned. Pieces started to come together in my mind. Quentin had said he'd bring a gun to school. We all thought it was a joke, but he wasn't kidding. I didn't know what he had planned to do with it. But it was clear that whatever it was a joke. The idea that someone I had spoken to, even had casual conversations with, had brought a weapon to school. Well, it was unsettling in a way I hadn't expected. I managed to finish the rest of my senior year without any further incidents, and things went back to normal. But the memory of that day has stayed with me, a strange reminder of how quickly something can turn dangerous. Now, as I look back, I realize that sometimes people's intentions aren't as innocent as they seem. Quentin had been hiding something darker beneath the surface all along. Today, I'm a middle school English teacher, helping students learn and navigate their challenges, much like I once did. I don't know what became of Quentin. I never saw him again after that day. But I can't help but wonder sometimes what path he ended up on. From what I knew of him, it doesn't seem like it would have been a good one. Still, I moved on, and I hope in some way he did too. That event, though now far behind me, changed how I look at people, especially those who seem off in subtle ways. I'm 22 now, and about to start my last year of college. Making friends has always been a struggle for me, and I never really understood why. For most people, it seems so easy to connect with others, but not for me. So when I was feeling lonely, I would turn to omi.tv, a site where you can chat with random people. At the time, the conversations were boring or weird. Sometimes people were friendly, but other times they were rude or just plain strange. It became part of my routine, scrolling through random faces, talking here and there, but nothing meaningful ever came from it. That all changed one night last week when something happened that made me stop using the site forever. Most of them skipped me without saying anything, which was normal. I didn't mind. It had always been like that. But then I connected with two boys, and everything changed. There were two of them in the school. The older one looked like he was maybe 15 or 16. The younger one looked like 15. As soon as they appeared, I felt like something was off. The older boy had a knife. He wasn't trying to hide it. He held it out, close to the younger boy, in a way that made me weak. I froze. I didn't know what to do. My heart started racing, but I couldn't bring myself to disconnect. The younger boy looked scared, and his voice trembled when he spoke. "Hi," he said quietly. It was such a simple word, but it felt wrong in the situation. The older boy snapped at me, his voice harsh and demanding. "Don't leave." I was scared. Every instinct told me to leave, to shut my computer and get out of this horrible situation. But I couldn't. What if something happened to the younger boy if I left? My mind filled with horrible possibilities, and I felt trapped. I decided to stay, hoping that maybe I could calm things down somehow, even though I had no idea what to do. I tried to sound calm and said hi back, but my voice shook. The younger boy didn't tell me his name. Instead, he told me his birthday, as if that was something normal to say. It felt strange, like he was trying to break the tension by sharing something personal. I just nodded, trying to act normal, but nothing about this situation was normal. Then things took a turn for the worse. The older boy, still holding the knife, barked an order at the younger one. "Okay, now, go." At first, I didn't understand what he meant, but it became clear quickly, and in the worst way possible. The younger boy started doing something inappropriate, and the horror of the situation hit me like a wave. I couldn't believe what was happening. It felt like I was trapped in a nightmare. I immediately tried to end the call. My hand flew to the mouse, but it wouldn't move. The cursor was frozen on the screen, and no matter how hard I tried to click the exit button, nothing happened. I pressed the power button on my computer, but it didn't work either. Panic set in as I realized I was stuck watching this horrifying scene unfold, and I couldn't stop it. My computer was a desktop, and there wasn't a lid I could just slam shut. The power cord was tucked behind my desk, out of reach unless I moved a bunch of furniture. I was completely helpless, forced to sit there as my heart raced and my mind spiraled into panic. I didn't know what to do. After what felt like forever, the video finally ended. The screen went black and my computer shut down. I sat there in and I had no way of knowing what they might do next. The younger one had seemed so scared, and I couldn't help but hope that he would realize how dangerous his older brother was. I hoped he would find a way to break free from whatever horrible situation he was trapped in. Since that night, I haven't gone back to Omi TV. Some things are just too disturbing to risk experiencing again. In 2019, I moved to New York for college. I had always dreamed of living in the city, surrounded by its bright lights and endless opportunities. I rented a small apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building. The place was far from perfect, but it was my first home away from my family, and I liked the independence it gave me. My name is Corlin, and I have always been an independent person, but living alone in such a big city comes with its challenges. The first few months were normal. I went to my classes, made a few friends, and spent my evenings studying or watching Netflix. The neighborhood was usually quiet at night, and my building was a mix of college students and older residents. It felt safe, or at least it did. One night, after a long day at school, I sat at my desk near the window, finishing some homework. It was late, maybe around 11. My window faced the back of another apartment building, but there was an alley in between. Usually it was empty, except for some trash bins and an occasional stray cat. That night, though, something caught my eye. At first I thought I was just tired of seeing things that weren't there. But when I looked again, I saw it clearly. A figure standing in the alley, staring straight at my window. I couldn't make out his face because the light from the nearby street lamp only outlined his shadow. His figure was tall, and he wore dark clothes, blending into the night. I froze. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. My heart started beating faster, and I felt this heaviness in my chest. I stared back, hoping maybe he would go away, but he didn't. He just stood there, unmoving, like a statue. I told myself it was nothing, just some random guy passing by. Maybe he wasn't even looking at me. I shut the curtains and tried to focus on my homework, but it was no use. My hands were shaking, and I felt too nervous to concentrate. I turned off my desk lamp and crawled into bed, pulling the blankets over me, trying to forget what I had seen. It took me a while to fall asleep that night, but eventually, exhaustion took me. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why at first. The room was dark, and everything was quiet. Then I remembered the figure in the alley. My heart started racing again. I told myself it was a dream, that no one was out there. But then, out of pure paranoia, I decided to check something. A few weeks before, I had bought a small camera for my room. I wasn't paranoid, but my parents had suggested it, saying it was a good idea since I lived alone. I had it positioned on a shelf across from my bed, pointed towards the door, mostly in case someone broke in while I was sleeping. I hadn't even thought about using it while I slept, but I had left it on that night. I reached for my phone and opened the app that connected to the camera. My hands trembled as I scrolled through the footage, skipping ahead to the time I went to sleep. Everything seemed normal, just me, lying in bed, the soft glow of the streetlights barely lighting the room through the curtains. But then, at around 3 a.m., something happened. The door to my apartment opened. I stopped breathing for a moment. I hadn't heard anything. I had locked the door before bed. I was sure of it. The camera showed the door slowly creaking open. The same figure stepped into the room. It was the same man I had seen in the alley. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hood pulled up over his head. He didn't rush inside. He walked slowly, almost deliberately, and stood near the foot of my bed. My stomach twisted as I watched the footage. There I was, asleep, completely unaware that someone was standing just feet away from me. He didn't do anything at first. He just watched me, standing perfectly still, staring at me through the darkness. I fast-forwarded the footage, my heart pounding in my chest. For at least 10 minutes, the man didn't move. He just stood there, staring. Finally, he moved closer, leaning in as if to get a better look at me. My sleeping form shifted a little, probably just moving in my sleep. He stepped back like he was afraid I would wake up. Then, as quietly as he had come, he turned and left. The door closed behind him, and that was it. He hadn't stolen anything. He hadn't touched anything. He had just stood there watching. I sat in bed, staring at my phone screen, trying to process what I had just seen. My mouth was dry, and my heart was pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Or what would I even tell them? That a man had broken into my apartment, stood there, and then left without doing anything. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I kept thinking about what could have happened. Why had he come into my apartment? Why didn't he take anything? What was he planning? The questions kept running through my mind, but there were no answers. The next morning, I reported the incident to the building manager and called the police. They came to my apartment, took my statement, and looked at the camera footage. They told me they would investigate, but weeks passed, and nothing ever came of it. The man was never caught. I bought a new lock for my door and made sure to double-check it every night. I even started sleeping with the lights on. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Even now, every time I look out the window, I half expect to see that figure standing there, watching me again. He never came back. The memory of that night stays with me. The feeling of being watched, of knowing that someone had been in my apartment while I was vulnerable and asleep, haunts me every time I close my eyes. Living alone in the city wasn't the adventure I had hoped for. It was a nightmare I couldn't escape. I emigrated to New York from Bangladesh in 1998.
Red
I emigrated
mushroom.
with my wife, my 2 sons and me, and my wife's brothers and sisters along with their kids. I started learning English when I was 3.
Okay, so I just need to find a red mushroom for
I
this
completed
dude.
my studies at the University of Dhaka, and I am now retired and working. When I first came to New York, I moved to a poor part of the Bronx since we had no money. The streets were dirty, there was a lot of gang violence in the area, rats were everywhere, and we had to survive with no air conditioning. Me and my family would experience xenophobia.
No air conditioning. Oh my goodness.
Surviving and making enough money to pay the bills for our house. I ended up working 2 jobs every day, one as a taxi driver, and the other one of me being a cashier at a candy shop. My wife would work as a sewer, and my kids would go on to learn in school. As the years went by, it would mostly work out for us. We weren't getting paid a lot, but it was enough to pay the bills, child support, education, and groceries. As we saved all of our money, we were able to move to a more peaceful environment and a nicer and more stable house in Queens. Me and my wife still worked our jobs, and my kids were doing good in school. Every day was upbeat for us, except this one day in 1980. It was around 2 or 3 p.m. At that time, I was working at the candy shop. Customers throughout the day would just buy candy and leave, but this one person had other plans. I was standing waiting for the next customer to arrive, and when that happened, I did not expect it to take a harrowing turn for the worse. When the next person walked in, this guy was wearing all black, a face mask, sunglasses. I immediately knew he was going to rob the store. He pulled out a gun and shouted, "Open the till now!" I was scared shitless. I couldn't move my body as I held my hands up as a way of saying, "Don't shoot." I was trying to open the till, but for some odd reason, I couldn't open it. The next thing that the robber said would stay with me until I die. He said, "Fuck off, you pocket," and then he shot me. I then fell to the ground. Thank God I was suicidal as the bullet hit my side cheek as he was aiming for my brain. As I was down on the ground, the robber took the till and threw it on the ground, which then caused the till to break and the money to fall out. He then placed all of the money in his black bag, then sped away in his car. After he was gone, a lot of people came rushing into the store because the gunshots were loud and they probably wanted to make sure no one would die. About 6 people came running into the store and rushed to me to make sure I was okay. I said I was fine as I couldn't speak properly due to the bullet still on my cheek and I was still bleeding. One woman told me that 911 was already called and that an ambulance would be there very shortly. Then the ambulance arrived and I was taken away to the hospital. The bullet from my cheek was not removed until I was lying down on a hospital bed. My whole family was called and they came to the hospital in no time. They were all crying hysterically because they were glad that I was still alive and that I would be okay moving on. Police came a little later, and they were just asking me questions that they would usually ask while solving a case. I told them that I didn't know what the thief had looked like, as he was all covered up to protect his identity. They thanked me for my time and cooperation and told me that they would let me know if they would ever catch the guy. I was able to go home 2 days later, and continue what I would do every day, which was to work. The owner and the other employees of the candy shop were nice enough to pay for my medical bill. Sadly, the identity of the robber was never found, and he was never arrested. This was upsetting to me because I could have died that day. I am just really thankful that I survived, or else I wouldn't be telling you this story. Today, my family and I are doing much better in wealth and living. I am retired along with my wife, and she is still the landlord of our house. My oldest son is a doctor, my younger son is a lawyer, and my daughter, who was born later in the United States, became a writer. If you work or ever plan on working as a cashier, I just want to tell you this. Pay attention to your surroundings. If a thief ever comes and points a gun at you and demands that they want money, just give it to them. Don't hesitate to do it.
Money's insured.
And get shot and possibly die depending on where the bullet will hit you.
The money is insured.
Country road. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale light on the empty stretch of highway ahead. I hadn't seen another car for what felt like hours. My fuel gauge was dangerously close to empty, the needle barely hovering above the red mark. I cursed myself for not filling up earlier. I had no idea how far it would be to the next gas station. Just as I was beginning to panic, I saw a faint light in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was an old gas station. It looked like something out of another time. Small, with a single pump, flickering neon sign that buzzed quietly in the still night air. The paint on the sign was faded, the word gas barely visible. The windows of the small building behind the pump were dark, but I was too relieved to care. I had found what I needed. I pulled up next to the pump and turned off the car. Quiet. Not even the hum of insects or the rustling of leaves in the wind. The station felt like it was sitting in a bubble of silence, cut off from the rest of the world. But I was too focused on my dwindling fuel to notice much. I stepped out of the car and walked up to the pump. As I grabbed the nozzle, I noticed the pump was an old model, the kind you don't see anymore, with a rusty metal lever and numbers that clicked when you turned it on. I lifted the lever and expected to hear the familiar sound of gas flowing, but there was nothing. The pump was silent. I tapped it a few times, trying to get it to work. Still nothing. Frustrated, I looked around for some kind of help. The station seemed deserted, but there had to be someone there, right? I walked over to the small building, the wooden door creaking as I pushed it open. Inside, it was dusty and dimly lit by a single hanging light bulb that flickered occasionally. The shelves were mostly empty, with a few old snacks and drinks that looked like they'd been sitting there for decades. There was a counter at the back of the room, and behind it, an old man sat in a worn-out chair. His eyes were half closed, and for a moment, I thought he was asleep. His clothes looked old and faded, like they hadn't been washed in hours. His skin was pale, almost gray, and his hands rested heavily on the counter, as if he hadn't moved in a long time. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet space. "The light isn't working. I need some gas." The old man didn't respond right away. He blinked slowly, his eyes dull and dim. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he nodded once. Without a word, he reached under the counter and pulled out a small metal key. He tossed it onto the counter in front of me with a faint clatter. "Try again," he muttered, his voice low and raspy like he hadn't spoken in years. I grabbed the key and hurried back outside, relieved that I might still get gas and be on my way. I inserted the key into a small slot on the side of the pump and turned it. The pump clicked to life, and I quickly filled up my tank. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders as the gas flowed, the numbers ticking up slowly on the old pump. Once my tank was full, I returned the nozzle to its holder and glanced back at the room. The light inside I frowned. It was late and I was tired. All I wanted was to get back on the road and put this strange place behind me. I got into my car and drove away. The gas station disappeared into the night.
I already did it, Wood.
The road seemed darker, the trees taller, almost like they were closing in around me. But I pushed the thought away. I was just tired, I told myself. The next day, a strange feeling slipped me. The memory of that old gas station kept creeping back into my mind. It hadn't looked like any modern station I'd ever seen. It was too old, too out of place. The old man, with his pale skin and distant eyes, hadn't seemed right either. Something about him had made my skin crawl. Curiosity got the better of me. I decided to ask a local about the gas station. I found an older man who lived nearby and told him about my experience. I expected him to nod and say something about the station being old but still there. Instead, he looked at me like I'd said something insane. "There's no gas station on that road," he said, his voice firm. "Hasn't been one for decades. That place burned down about 30 years ago. Nobody's used that road since." I stared at him, my heart pounding in my chest. "But I was just there last night," I said, my voice sounding small and unsure. "I got gas. I saw it. I talked to the old man." The old man shook his head slowly. "There's no one there," he said again, this time softer, almost like he felt sorry for me. "You must have seen something else. That gas station was there for a long time." I didn't know what to say. The memory of the old station was so clear in my mind. The flickering neon sign, the dusty shelves, the old man behind the counter. But according to him, none of it had been real. That road has stayed with me ever since. I don't drive that way anymore, and I never will. Now and then I think back to that gas station, to the old man with his pale, lifeless eyes, and wonder what I saw that night. Whatever it was, I knew it wasn't normal.
Well, if you still have the key, you get free ghost gas for life.
I used to work as an advertising executive in Baltimore when I lived in New York City, back in the 1990s. The commute was tiring, but I enjoyed it. I would wake up around 6 in the morning, would take the 3 train to Penn Station. When I arrived there, I would usually catch a 7:15 Amtrak, and the train ride would normally be 2 hours and 15 minutes. I would do this every day without any problems. Only this one day would put a sad end to this streak. It was a Friday morning, and I hopped on a 6:15 3 train like every day. There was no issue so far. Around 6:23, we arrived at the third to last stop before entering Manhattan, and then we took off from that station about a minute later. Around 6:26 or 6:27, the train came to a complete stop. I was surprised because trains wouldn't usually stop this early in the morning, as fewer people took the train at this time. I waited for about 5 minutes before the conductor came on the speaker and said, "We're extremely sorry for the delay. There is an issue going on, and we're trying to resolve this ASAP. Thank you for your patience." I was annoyed because I didn't want to be late for work, as my boss would lose his shit if anyone was late. Time kept going by, and now I was on the train for like 40 minutes. Now I was getting concerned. What the hell could be going on out there? 20 minutes later, the conductor came on the speaker again and said, "We're all so sorry that we're being held here for this long. We're expected to be here for a while now. Thank you so much for your patience." An hour had already passed by, and everyone in the subway car started to get very anxious and grumpy. 10 minutes later, I would have the most disturbing moment of my life. Right outside of my subway car, I heard a bunch of gunshots and yelling. Someone must have had intentions of killing somebody. I was so frightened at this moment that I could only sit and wait until the train would move again. Everyone else in the car felt the same. For the next 35 minutes, I would hear constant sirens above me. Every police department in the city had to have been called. I would also hear loud talking outside of the car. I could tell a huge crime scene was here. Time still flew by, and I was still stuck in the tunnel. Around 8:30-ish, the train finally moved again, and everyone cheered happily so loudly. There was still no signal, as we were still underground. We then arrived at the next stop. We were all forced to exit the train, as the whole line would be shut down for the remainder of the day. I then called my boss and told him that I wouldn't be coming to work today, and explained to him what exactly had happened. He then said that it was all good and hoped that I was safe and sound. After getting off the phone, I then walked up to a police officer and asked him what happened. He told me that we could not tell anybody what the situation was, and that we would have to find out in tomorrow's newspaper. I said thank you and then walked out of the station and hailed a taxi back home. The next morning, I went outside of my apartment front door to grab my newspaper. I picked it up, and what I read on the front page, I felt as if my heart went into my stomach. On Thursday night, a homeless man stole a gun from a gun shop and ran off. Nobody was able to catch him as he ran so fast. Later, he would enter a train station not too far from my station and jump on the tracks and run away, as witnesses said.
He then hid from police between multiple stops from night up until morning. It was at the station that I stopped, around the time I was on the train, that a security guard working behind the surveillance cameras spotted a homeless man on the tracks and informed the train conductor about this, which resulted in the train stopping for an estimated 2 hours and 30 minutes. During this gruesome period, the police were called and they kept searching for the man everywhere until the police and we heard gunshots from underneath the train and the cops fired back at the man. He was immediately killed after being shot. It then took a while before other police and EMTs arrived at the scene and carried the dead body of the homeless man in a body bag. About 5 years later, I quit that job because I got a higher paying job offer that was in the city, and I didn't have to commute down to Baltimore. After this scary incident, I'm extremely afraid of guns, and whenever I see one at a store or on TV, the memory keeps playing back in my head of when I heard shots fired right outside and underneath the subway car I was in.
Dun, dun, dun.
I was studying at a very famous university in the Philippines. This university is really big and has so many buildings that to get to different classes on time, you have to take a jeepney, which is a type of taxi in our country. There are different jeepneys for each route. One night, my class was over and I wanted to return to the dormitory. And of course, I took a jeepney. It was almost midnight and there weren't many people on my route, and I was alone in the jeepney. I got in the car and the driver drove off. Everything was normal until a few minutes later I noticed that the driver was looking at me badly. He was looking at me in the mirror and several times he looked directly at me. I felt bad and tried not to make eye contact with him. A minute later I looked at the driver again to see if he was still staring at me, and to my horror, he was still staring at me for no reason. While driving, he would sometimes take his eyes off me and look at the road, but how he looked at me was very strange. It was terrifying, as if he was trying to keep an eye on me. I clung to the window, and even though it was very dark, I still managed to look outside. I was slowly getting to my destination when I saw that the driver did not stop by the dormitory and continued on his way. I was terrified, but I tried not to look at myself and told the driver, "Sir, this is not my dormitory." This was when the driver stopped looking at me and only looked at the road. When I looked at his face, I saw that he had not heard me and seemed very scared. The driver increased his speed even more than before. I was really scared, so I tried to tell him again, "Sir, you are going the wrong way. This is not my dormitory." But he still ignored me and seemed not to hear me at all. I gave up and accepted my fate, thinking that something bad was going to happen to me. I made a plan to scream and ask for help or jump out of the car if the driver stopped. After 5 minutes of driving around the street, the driver decided to go to my original destination. When we passed our dormitory, I saw my heart start to beat. I wanted to jump out of the car, but the driver stopped me. I got out quickly and ran away. I wanted to run to the dormitory building when the driver called me and said something. "Wait, madam. When you go to your room, change your clothes quickly or burn them or throw them away. A little while ago, I saw in the mirror that you had no head. Probably an evil spirit was trying to enter you. That's why I turned around and prayed a few times until I finally saw that your head was back in place and they took you to your destination. Be more careful next time." When I heard this, I was very shocked, but I didn't want to believe him. It turned out
Weird.
that the driver couldn't hear me because I didn't have any head at that time. When I went to my room, I woke up my roommate and told him everything. In the end, I listened to the driver's advice and threw my clothes away. I'm grateful for what the driver did, but this was one of the most terrifying things I've ever experienced.
Creepy. Creepy weirdo. Okay, I finally did the wax root one, so I'm gonna keep the honey with me, the gold mushroom. No, but you don't need either of those. Uh, arrow. Glider of wind. Is that like a better glider? Is that? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Is it an upgrade? Because I can't craft it.
I was house sitting for my grandma one weekend while she went to Florida with some of her church friends. I was sleeping in the guest bedroom next to her room. The guest bedroom always had two twin beds inside of it that my brother and I would sleep in when we had sleepovers at her house. I took the bed next to the window, but before getting into bed, I checked all the doors making sure they were locked. When I did get into bed, it was early, and I didn't actually go to sleep for a while. There wasn't much to do at my grandma's house. I was just on my phone for an hour or two, watching videos, texting people, whatever. That's when I thought I could start hearing someone's voice outside. It sounded like a woman's voice, saying hello. I left the bedroom and inched my way closer to the front door, moving slow because I was trying to listen.
Hello.
It wasn't a
Hello?
voice. Just
Hello?
every 10 seconds.
Hello,
As I got closer to
Motto.
the front door, I realized that's where it seemed to be coming from. My grandma's door doesn't have a key, but the windows had been clearly at the front porch, so I knocked the tray off to attempt to get a view of who was out there. I tried peeking my head in between the plastic blinds without making it obvious. I guess I didn't do a good job of that, because when I looked, I did see a woman on my grandma's stoop, and she was looking right at me, as if she knew I was going to be looking through those blinds. Once again, she said hello, with some freakish smile on her face. This woman was old.
Did somebody say waffles?
Waffles!
No.
I have brain
She looked
damage.
like she was maybe late 50s, early 60s. Something about her face just skeeved me out. I moved away from the window and thought maybe it was one of my grandma's friends.
Ooh, that was close.
Or ring the bell. Or was she just standing out there going hello over and over? I was genuinely unsettled. I just went back to the guest bedroom and shut the door. Now with the door shut as opposed to before, I couldn't hear that.
I almost ate shit on the ground on that one.
I started texting everyone, my sisters, my mates, telling them how bizarre it was. Time passed in silence. I was starting to calm down. My sisters were telling me to call Grandma, but there was a 0% chance she was awake, and she barely ever even checked her cell phone anyway. Just like that, something broke the silence. A banging at the window. Not a knocking or tapping, banging. I felt that fierce pain in my chest area as my body entered that fight or flight mode. Shortly after the banging stops, I heard that familiar voice say hello. With that boost of adrenaline, I guess I had the extra confidence to grab the blinds and push it up. There I was, face to face with this horrifying older lady, with only a thin layer of glass between us. I screamed at her smiling, gross face, I'm calling the cops. I pulled the blind back down and ran back outside to the living room. I looked around the house, then ran upstairs to box myself into the upstairs guest bedroom. I didn't want to actually call the cops. I don't know why. I wanted to just wait it out. I crawled into the bed in the upstairs guest bedroom and tucked myself under the covers. A couple hours later, I was still awake. I finally only then went back downstairs to look outside each window. That freaky old lady seemed to be gone. The next morning, I called my grandma and told her what happened. She started yelling into the phone, clearly panicking and distressed. She told me how a few days earlier, she was being watched in the grocery store by some woman about 10 years younger than her, who just kept smiling at her for no reason. I told her to calm down. I didn't entirely know whether to correlate the two or not. But when we eventually got off the phone with each other, I did have to give it a second. My grandma is 75. She has lost a bit of her wits, so I do have to take some of the things she says with a grain of salt. But the way she yelled over the phone about the woman in the store really gave me the chills. I still wonder if it could have been the same person. My name is Nicholas. I'm currently a freshman.
Freaky, freaky, freaky.
I just went through a breakup with my first girlfriend, so I started getting back into the online dating scene. I was using the app Hinge when I found some blonde girl named Stephanie who I really connected with. She also went to see a therapist. We both liked to read, go to the movies, we even had the same sense of humor. I suggested we go on a movie date, and she said she'd love to. She told me to meet her at some specific point near campus and she'd pick me up. So, around 9 o'clock, I waited on some corner of the morning.
Never become a ride share a hostage.
So I did. A few minutes later, I saw a car turn down the street and start approaching me. Then it stopped in front of me, and the driver rolled down the window. It wasn't Stephanie, though. It was some old random guy. Guess what I was doing alone out there? It was insanely weird, first of all. Then I said I was waiting for someone. He asked if I was waiting for Stephanie. I said, yeah, how do you know? He said he was Stephanie's father. He told me to hop in so he could give me a ride there. I took a good
The
look at him.
fuck? Might as well have fucking free candy written outside of the car, too.
Sketchy situations. So I said in a firm
Fucking
voice,
creep.
she told me you'd be picking me up. He claimed he didn't trust a random guy meeting up with his daughter and wanted to meet me first. I took another good look at the man and didn't say anything. I simply started walking away in the opposite direction from where his car was facing. He started yelling, hey, hey, sounding surprised that I was just walking away like that. But I've heard way too many kidnapping stories to know where this could potentially go. I heard the guy's car moving, and I turned to make sure he wasn't doing a U-turn to follow me. I breathed a sigh of relief when he drove straight and turned left out of sight. I continued walking down the block towards campus. I got to the corner of the block and was just about to make a turn when I noticed what I was pretty sure to be the same car the man was driving, just parked on the side of the road with the light shut off. I briefly tried looking into the window as I passed, but the glass was tinted. I tried not making it obvious that I was suspicious and continued walking. I got a text from this so-called Stephanie person saying, why didn't you get in the car with my dad? I ignored the text and continued walking.
'Cause you're a freak.
I kept looking back to see if the car would move.
got to an intersection in the road, I turned right, and then full-on booked it in the direction of campus. Surprisingly, I wasn't followed. I made it back to campus out of breath and started walking to my dorm building. I felt like I heard footsteps following me, though. I thought maybe I was being paranoid, but when I heard a piece of broken glass being kicked by someone's shoe, I knew I was being taken. I made a point of ducking down behind a barrel and stopping to give me time to listen for where the footsteps were coming. They were a few cars away from me. And I remember, I never stopped sharing my location with Stephanie, or should I say, Renee. I saw him. He was able to leave. He was approaching from between two cars across from me. He yelled something that I didn't fully understand, but it sounded like he said, "Come back and I'll take you to her." He had to be like 60-something. There's no way he would catch me if I sprinted. I lost him easily when I ran, and made it back to my dorm room. My roommate wasn't there, so I had no one to talk to about it. But when I lay in my bed, I got another text from that man. It was shocking. He said, "You're a little pussy. You're lucky you got away. I would have strangled your FPS." I still have the screenshot. I replied saying thanks for your flight. It's going straight to the police. I blocked his number. I started a conversation saying that I plan on calling the police with attention. Hopefully they are able to do something about it. When I was 18, I had a side job as a part-time janitor at my high school over the summer. I would work sometimes days and sometimes nights, anywhere from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m., depending on how much money I needed. Oftentimes, I would be left to lock up the building when the older janitors have left. This was a time before the high school had cameras installed in every single hallway. So one night, one of my superiors, Tom, had to leave early, meaning I'd be finishing up the rest of my shift alone, and I'd be locking up for the night. He told me to text him if I needed anything, as he always did, and he left. I loved it when I was left alone, because usually I'd just take half an hour of work, and then just hang around on my phone and leave early until I get paid for the shift. I definitely pushed it with the things I get away with at that place. One of the things Tom asked me to do before leaving was bring all the extra seats in the gymnasium from the assembly down to the basement storage room. So I figured I'd do that and just go home. I grabbed a stack of 6 chairs and started carrying it down to the basement. The lights in the storage room were very dim. Kind of sucked. The whole basement of that school wasn't exactly pretty. It felt more like a basement to a warehouse. Anyway, there were what appeared to be a bunch of art mannequins covered by paint cloths. You know, big things that look like blankets. It seemed all the school's art supplies were stored down here. I dropped the stack of chairs down where the rest of the chairs were stored, and went back up to the gym. I came back down with more chairs. I noticed one of the mannequins was exposed now. The blanket was removed from on top of it. I know for sure it was covered minutes earlier, because it was one of the front ones. I texted Tom saying, "I think someone's down in the basement." He said that happened to me, and I said none of the art clothes were moved. It took a minute to respond, saying no one else should be there. I noticed something. The art cloth, tucked in the corner of the storage room, sitting outside of the light that was produced at the center of the room. It was covering something, surely. I started to tiptoe over to it. When I was a few feet away from it, I realized whatever was under that cloth was moving just ever so slightly. There was undoubtedly someone hiding there. I ran back upstairs and locked the basement door. I texted Tom saying someone is hiding under a cloth in the basement. He said call the cops, but I insisted he just come back since he only just left for 10 minutes. He didn't want to come back though. He told me to be in there and help out whoever was down there. So, I went down to the basement again.
That's what the cops are for, idiot.
Whoever was hiding under there was gone. But possibly the scariest thing was yet to happen. As I stood in the storage room, coming from above my head. I looked up.
Always call the police.
Someone was crawling through the main vent, then just stopped literally above me. And bangs, like whoever was in there was trying to break open the floor of the air vent. I didn't know what was happening, but I was officially done with this. I ran up the stairs, locked up the school, and went home.
told Tom the partial truth the next day, that I thought I saw someone in the corner and was gone when I went back. And I claimed there was nothing else I could say. Thank God it was my last week there, so it wasn't my concern anymore.
Creepy. Bunch of fucking creepers.
I've been a trucker for varying companies for 10 years. 3 years ago, I was working for a warehouse company in Kansas doing shipments. I usually drove a semi, which is what I was behind the wheel of on February 2nd. It was a cold Monday, so the week was just starting and a lot of loads needed to be shipped, so I was trying to bang it all out quickly. I started driving at 3 p.m. and intended on getting to the destination that same night. I didn't want to have to pull off on the side of the road somewhere to sleep. I did around 5 above the speed limit after 12, which is fast for a semi. I was starting to feel very tired, but the destination was less than an hour away, and I figured I could do it. My eyes were getting dry, and it was starting to become a chore just to keep them wide open. I splashed some water on my hand and then rubbed it on my face. It helped a little bit in waking me up. My truck was the only vehicle on this road at this hour, so besides my headlight, the road was completely dark. I remember reaching to take a sip of my water and almost spitting it out when I saw a figure approaching fast up in the distance. I hit the brakes hard, and as the truck slowed down close to a halt, I could better distinguish the features of this person almost standing in the middle of the road. He seemed to be wearing all black, with some kind of black scarf wrapped around his neck, and he had an unnaturally long neck. I know it's a weird thing to pick up on, but it was almost freaky looking. His face itself, however, was a complete blur. I couldn't make out any features. As my truck slowed down and got closer to this mysterious man, I was about to roll down the window to ask if he needed a ride, but he just turned to his left and darted into the woods. I didn't take an extra second to stop and think about it. I just pressed on the gas pedal again and moved on. Regardless of how freaky it was, I was in a rush. In fact, it wasn't even until about 20 seconds after that my heart really started racing from taking in how strange it really was. Maybe 5 minutes later, I was able to get over it. But just like that, something else happened. As I was back to my cruising speed, I saw something run across the street in front of me. At first, it looked like a big animal. As I got closer,
Chupacabra.
to the woods, I realized it looked like another person. I didn't even tap on the brakes this time, I just kept going. I kept zooming down the road, maybe even stepping on the gas a little more just because I was starting to get freaked out and wanted to get there faster. Another few minutes went by with nothing happening. However, I was getting increasingly tired, and at times I was even swerving into the other lane a little bit. 40 minutes or so left in the drive, and I didn't know if I could make it anymore. I started looking around for good places to pull over and park for the night. There was eventually a little opening on the side of the road made of gravel. I guess it was meant to be just a little parking rest stop kind of thing. I pulled the semi into it, parked it, leaned back, and rested my eyes. I fell asleep for not even an hour, just to wake up out of nowhere to the darkness. I still don't know what woke me up, but as I looked outside through the windshield, something in my gut was telling me to turn on the headlights, and so I flicked the knob, and lights lit up the surrounding area in front of my truck. There was something in front of the truck, though. A man. That same man with the black scarf I'd seen
He
earlier
look
sitting on the side of
he
the
look
road.
he look like a man.
Now I could see his face much clearer. He had a very wide smile, and his eyes were open as wide as possible, and he looked right at me through the windshield. I turned the truck on and pulled it out of that little clearing as best as possible. I didn't know what to think. I could have walked 10 miles from where I'd seen him last. I didn't stop again that night until I made it to my destination. From there, I fell asleep in the parking lot and woke up early the next morning. Now, the only logical explanation I could think of is that my mind was playing tricks on me, because I had been seeing strange things all night. I've never heard of a hallucination being so vivid and terrifying, though, and that's the part that still really confuses and scares me. Before getting an office job in the city, I was a UPS driver for 2 years. It was good money, and I enjoyed it for the most part. It had its moments, though. It was 2010. I'd been out of college for 2 years. I was working 11 to 7 on a Thursday. It was the dead of winter, so it was dark by like 5 o'clock. I wasn't exactly living in Palm Springs either. I was living in a small town in North Carolina. I don't want to call it ghetto or slummy, but it wasn't a very nice area at all. I did deliveries in that same town very often. The housing situation in this town was weird. Some blocks would have rows of houses and trailer homes spaced far away from each other, while other blocks were just completely desolate. This made for less deliveries altogether because the houses were so spaced out and far from each other that it took longer than, say, a regular suburban or urban community. Deliveries were always marked on the map so that I could take a more strategic route instead of just driving all over the place. After hours and hours of deliveries, all over a span of at least 3 different small towns, I started heading down one of those streets I'd mentioned just now. Spaced out trailer homes and small houses on one side, forest on the other side. It's a little past 6 p.m., and my shift is winding down with not too many deliveries left. There was one house on this block, and the package was to be signed for, meaning I couldn't just leave it on the stoop. I pulled up in front of the house, went to the back of the truck, and pulled out one of the biggest and heaviest boxes of the day. There was some kind of small metal pieces bumping around in the box, lots of them. I couldn't even try to take a guess at what could be inside. My job was just to lug the thing to the front door of the trailer home, and that's just what I did. There was no doorbell in this home, so I had to knock. There were no lights on in there, though, and I didn't see a car out front, so I was hoping somebody was home. I knocked a few more times, then I saw the curtains to one of the windows move, and footsteps come to the door. Then there was a long pause, a suspicious and unnecessarily long pause before the door finally cracked open. Some older woman poked her head out all paranoid-like, and when I said she had a package to sign, she opened the door fully. She seemed fidgety as I asked her to sign the device. She did so. It was a sloppy signature, too. She told me I'd need to help her carry the box into her room. I figured that would be the case. The moment I stepped into the trailer home, I got a huge whiff of some kind of stench. You know how every home has a distinct smell, whether it be good or bad. Well, this home smelled awful. I don't know what it was. She was leading me to a back section behind the tiny living room space. She took me to a narrow corner where I struggled to carry the box, and then brought me to a door. She opened the door and told me to maneuver the box into the closet on the back of the wall. I asked her to flick on the light. She said the light didn't work. It was next to pitch black in there, the only source of light being the lamp in the living room seeping down the hall into this room. I could see just the slightest amount to navigate the box inside of the room. When I got close to the closet, I saw someone standing in the corner of the closet. I knew for certain it was a person because of the shape of the outline, and there was movement. There was no logical explanation to this. This person was clearly hiding from me, waiting. I left the box where it was and walked past the woman and said, "Have a nice day." started to scream at me to come back and help her, and she went as far as to call me a piece of shit. I didn't know what this woman and whoever was in that closet were planning on doing, and I didn't want to stick around to find out. I went on with my shift and went home that night, and thus began my job hunt for a newer, better job. I've been a truck driver since I was 25, and I've done a lot of night drives and of course had my fair share of odd experiences. I did deliveries for a number of different types of companies. Often I'd have to drive across state to make shipments to the receiving companies or stores. One day I had to drive literally from one side of California to the other to deliver a trailer full of wooden furniture items. Much of the drive was through open desert roads. There was going to be many hours, and I already had a late start to the day, so I knew a majority of my drive would be in the dark. Given the nature of these desert roads at night, how straight they are and how little traffic there is, it meant I could push the truck a little faster than I would on other roads. This meant that when I saw the flashing rear lights of a car on the horizon, I had to hit the brakes a little extra hard to bring the truck to a stop when I finally pulled out behind the car. It was an old Chevy Impala parked on the side of the road in the desert dirt. It had its hazards. I got out of my truck because of course I had to be a good Samaritan and check if they needed help. I walked over to the car and
What
tapped
the
the window, only to get no
Guardian Gator or what?
I bent down a little to look into the car through the tinted window. There didn't seem to be anyone sitting inside. I could confirm there wasn't anyone in the car. So I looked out into the
Guardian Crocodile.
though I couldn't see any further than maybe 20 yards in front of me. I was feeling especially hopeful this night for some reason, so I went back to my truck and got a flashlight from the toolbox that sat underneath the passenger seat. It was a heavy-duty tactical flashlight that was so bright it would hurt your eyes to look directly at it. As soon as I turned it on, it revealed what appeared to be an abandoned gas station on the side of the road. Apparently I hadn't noticed it before. I guess the reason I didn't realize it before was because the whole fill-up or parking area
Mushrooms.
there wasn't any concrete. There were also only 2 gas pumps. Behind them was a small building, probably an old
Red mushroom soup.
It would make the most sense that whoever's car was over there would be in that building. I went to the front door, which was permanently jammed open, and the flashlight lit up a decent portion of the room. It was what I thought, a big convenience store you'd find at many gas stations, or at least it used to be. It was no wonder it didn't last on a road like this, though. I called out to let anybody know of my presence, and that I was there to help. There was the slightest bit of echo in the room, which gave me chills for some reason. Then I heard something, probably a shoe, scrape against the floor on the opposite side of the room, behind a few shelves that were probably once filled with snack items and drinks. I called out once again, offering my help if it was needed. Then I heard a deep, heavy whisper saying, "Get out." I understood what was said immediately, but I didn't understand why whoever said it would say that. I was also hearing heavy breathing in one corner of the room. It was enough to make me get the hell out of there in a hurry. On my walk back to my truck, this is what I heard. And there had to be at least 5 seconds of confusion. I didn't know if what I was hearing was real or not, if that even makes sense. I ran to my truck and called 911 because, to be honest, I was too scared to go back in that building. They asked for an exact location, and I couldn't tell them.
20 mushrooms and 2 eggs.
Road in the desert. They asked me to stay on the line so I could describe my location better. But suddenly, the car in front of me turned on and started speeding down the desert road. I didn't even notice him get into his car. It was so dark and I was so distracted by the phone call. I ran back into the building to see if anybody was still in there, while of course keeping 911 on the line. I went to the back section where I'd heard the voice and breathing, and I was mortified to see a fresh pool of blood on the floor. I could only imagine what had happened. I explained into the phone that I believed I'd just stumbled into a crime scene. Eventually, they were able to send a bunch of state troopers to the scene. They asked me for any information I could give, license plate number, what the suspect looked like, what I thought happened. All I said was it was a black Chevy Impala, early 2000s, and I heard a man tell me to get out before hearing a woman screaming as I left the building. There was no body left behind, but I had a few ideas of what might have happened. the state police took some blood samples and whatnot, but I wasn't able to be of much more assistance. Shamefully, I did not have a dash cam at that police license plate. Literally the next week, I installed the dash cam into that same truck. This was just one of those once-in-a-lifetime experiences that happened.
Empty. He said empty. How you doing, Vincy? You ever gonna get your shit verified?
Welcome. In this video, you will hear stories that are supposedly true, with one insane Halloween fictional story at the end. I hope you enjoy the unique rain sound and the effects that I've created for this video. And if you do enjoy this sort of thing, please subscribe if you haven't already. Last thing, there are only 3 ads in this video after the first 3 stories. All of my videos have minimal ads compared to many of the same genre on YouTube. And if you'd like to show your support and
Shut up.
After about 5, our only thought was to hide. I was standing outside my window, the outdoors, and were amazed by the smell of pine. It was the night of I won't specify the exact location, but let's just say I lived in the suburbs, not deep in the woods, but surrounded by plenty of nature and trees. It was a beautiful, and no, I mean beautiful summer night. I remember looking up at the clouds,
I
gazing
need
for hours, until I met my
eggs
2 friends, John and David. John
and
David
red
were just like
mushrooms.
me. They loved the outdoors and were amazed by the smell of pine. It was the night of a sleepover that we had planned for weeks. Our plan was to go outside at 9 o'clock, watch a scary movie on my TV, and then when the movie was over, go back inside, relax, and most likely fall asleep for the night. Before we knew it, the movie was over, and we were ready to get into our pajamas and head upstairs to my bedroom and the 2 sofas. We fell asleep very quickly. In fact, I don't think it was even 11 o'clock before we hit the hay. I guess we were tired. I woke up at 2:21 in the morning with a tap on my shoulder. It was David. Annoyed, I said, what do you want? Nick, there's someone banging on your door, David said. It's probably just my parents coming home from the party, remember? I said, folding the blanket back over my head, thinking that David and John were just overreacting. Nick, I know your parents. This man is not your dad. When he said there was only one man, my heart sank. My mom and dad had gone to a party and left us home alone for the sleepover. They wouldn't come home separately. They would come home together. Concerned, I got up and saw that John was also standing outside my window, looking down at the door. I saw a shadow at the door. I rubbed my eyes and then saw who it was. A man who appeared to be in his early 30s or 40s, wearing a hospital gown, banging on the door. We said nothing as we watched
All
the
the
man
cops.
continue to bang on the door. Scared and confused, we were too stunned to call the police. After about 5 more minutes, the man stopped. He turned as if he was going to leave, but halfway down my driveway he stopped and pulled out a butcher knife from a pocket in his gown. After pulling out the weapon, he turned back to the door and began stabbing at the screen.
Our hearts were in our throats. In a daze, we were too shocked to call the police for help. To this day, I have no idea how he managed what he was about to do. Somehow, he got the door open and walked into the house. Since our bedroom door was closed, we had no idea where he was going. At this point, we called the police and told them what was going on. We were all crying and trying not to make any noise, feeling utterly helpless. We heard footsteps coming up the stairs toward our room.
More
The
like
only thing we
utterly
had to defend
stupid.
ourselves was a small pocket knife that I had bought for myself when I was in the Boy Scouts. We heard the steps getting closer and closer. Since we were only 14, our only thought was to hide. We hid behind the door so that if he came in, we could attack. Sure enough, he came face to face with the door. He kicked it open and went to my bed, looking under the covers to see if anyone was there. This was a life or death situation. If one of us didn't act fast, it would be over. John grabbed the pocket knife from my hand and stabbed the man in the neck. He let out a screech so loud, it felt like my eardrums were going to burst. He fell over screaming in pain. We all kicked him in the ribs repeatedly, the chest, the neck, until he was knocked out. We then ran as
Put
fast
the
as we
beat
could to
down
the
on
house
him like a
and
bunch of soccer
ran into the
hooligans.
house. They stayed up late, so I knew they would be awake. We banged on their door and explained what was happening when they opened. They let us in and we watched the police arrive moments later. They ran into the house, grabbed the man, and put him in handcuffs. As the police dragged him out, we saw that he was awake. He looked at us and started laughing and smiling while holding his neck. We stared at him, unable to say anything. We just watched as the man was taken away. To this day, we have no idea who he was. He had no record in any nearby hospitals. No record at all. No family, no friends, no home. It was as if he just appeared out of nowhere. The man is locked away, hopefully for a long time. John and David are still my friends, but we never had a sleepover alone again.
Okay, I got 2 eggs. I just need some red mushrooms.
That to this day I consider the single most unsettling experience of my life. I live in southern Ontario in a medium-sized city called St. Catharines, located near the U.S. border, Niagara Falls, and the nearby Great Lakes area in Ontario. The city earned the nickname the Garden City due to its numerous parks, trails, and gardens scattered throughout. As such, many parts of the town are shaded by tree cover and adjoin various woodlots. Fantastic for a daytime stroll, but usually home to some of the city's vagrants and drug addicts at night. Most of the town is quite nice, with the Niagara region boasting significant infrastructure development. The downtown area, lively with Brock University and Niagara College students, has a bustling nightlife that was a lot of fun. However, like any tourist destination or university town, gentrification often results in pockets of forgotten poverty on the city's fringes, much like dust swept under a dorm room rug. All in all, it was a great place to grow up. It could be rough at times, but so can any other town or city if you look hard enough. I was raised to be aware of the dangers of addiction and the immorality of some of the seedier parts of town, and it never really bothered me. Up until the time these events took place, I was blissfully ignorant of what that truly meant. Years later, as I recount what happened, I realize it didn't bother me because, until then, it had not affected me in the slightest. If you were walking through town at any time and happened to pass someone in a mental health crisis, screaming at passersby or themselves, you knew to keep your head down or fiddle with your phone to avoid engaging. If you were the target of their ramblings, you would quickly be replaced by the next passerby or visual stimulus in their unhinged state of mind. It may sound cold, but there are far too many sad cases in most cities for them to be your problem. You have to keep your safety and schedule in mind. If you stopped to help or engage with everyone you felt inclined to help, you would be constantly late at best and could get hurt at worst. It was better to mind your own business and to stick to your own. My group essentially stuck to its social circles, and for me, the focal point was always video games and online interactions. We would have game nights, playing D&D online or World of Warcraft until the early hours of the morning. The area that I grew up in wasn't too loud. It was located on one of the main streets leading directly into the downtown core, but not so close to the city center as to be considered sketchy. Parts of that road could be, especially near the old hospital now torn down and replaced with a fenced-off lot overgrown with tall grasses and remnants of century-old brickwork. The further you went out of town on this road, the nicer and safer it felt to walk the streets at night. As cliche as it sounds, once you crossed the railroad tracks, you were in the downtrodden and seedy part of town. I always felt lucky to live on the opposite side of the tracks. One night, my friends and I were playing WoW late into the night. Being prone to staying in my room all night, I decided to get some fresh air. It was about 1 a.m., and I figured I would head down the road to the local Big B, a chain of convenience stores located just on the other side of the tracks, downtown Queenston Avenue, the aforementioned sketchy street where the hospital used to be. Many people would dread going out on Queenston at this time of night, let alone crossing the tracks. But I wasn't particularly worried. It was only a short walk from the turnoff onto my street, and I was a bigger guy. I didn't think anything would happen and told myself that if anything did, I would probably be fine. The night was quite peaceful as I walked along the sidewalk, illuminated by dim porch lights and the gentle hum of air conditioners working away in the warm summer air. There wasn't a soul around, which I was grateful for. As I made the turn onto the main street, the energy of the town was relatively calm, and I wasn't particularly bothered by being out so late and alone. As I approached the tracks, I had my music playing in one ear and kept the other ear free to listen for oncoming traffic or anything else. There was a park down the hill just past the tracks, and as I reached the road at the top of the hill, I encountered a man coming up the incline, huffing and staggering with his head down, and eyes peering cautiously from beneath his hood. Keen to avoid engagement, I always told myself I would ignore them initially, and if that didn't work, I would stop and try to be polite to avoid upsetting anyone who might be unstable. Something told me this guy was going to try to talk to me, and as it is often the case, my intuition was correct. "Hey, buddy." My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly went into my standard protocol, thumbing on my phone for a new track and ignoring him as I continued walking. "Hey, man, hey, stop for a second." I calmly put my phone back into my pocket and turned around, pretending I hadn't heard him the first time, and asking what he needed. "Got a smoke?" "No, sorry, man, I don't smoke, or I'd give you a few." The man didn't seem to believe me. He lifted his head to meet my eyes in the dim glow of the streetlight. He looked rough, skinny, and emaciated, with pockmarks and a smattering of open sores, likely from hard use. His dead eyes had a piercing thirst as he scanned me over, evidently sizing me up to see if I was lying, or if I had something of value that he might be able to take. "Oh, okay," he said insincerely, continuing to stand there awkwardly, his eyes still fixed on me as he There's something I need to move that I left down in the park. It's a TV, just a TV. I can't move it myself. I'm kind of on a timeline. I gotta get going. I'm sorry. Hey, are you sure? Said the man.
Yeah,
It won't take
I'm
long to
sure.
get to it where I'm at. I'll give you money. Or some cigarettes. At this point, I was thinking to myself, right. Why would he be moving a television through a heavily wooded park? And so much for needing a smoke. You would give me cigarettes? What? I thought you didn't have any. With alarm bells going off in my head, I really just wanted to get away from this man as quickly as possible without escalating the situation. Sorry, man, I don't smoke. My parents are waiting for me to come back with some milk. I already forgot. I have to go get it before they wonder where I am. Oh, okay. Well, I could always come with you. We could grab that first. I'll even pay for it if you help move my TV. It is pretty heavy. I don't want someone to take it while I'm trying to find help, you know?
Why don't you go sit on it?
Because he started to double down, trying to get me to come with him. And he had a grin that was now showing slightly from beneath his scruffy facial hair. Good luck, man, I said, trying to end the conversation and head off to the store. I hope you find someone to help you. Must be a pretty nice score. Yeah. Hey, how old are you anyway? I'm 16. I lied. I'm actually not supposed to be out right now, man. I gotta go. The man looked frustrated and disappointed when I told him this, but he immediately gave up trying, and his demeanor lightened as we neared the end of the conversation. I began to step back as I wished him good luck once more. He started to turn around, but not before saying something that chilled me to my core. 16, Never mind. Never mind. You're too young for me anyway. I hurried off as soon as he started walking in the other direction, and nearly started sprinting when I saw the soft yellow glow of the convenience store coming up on my right. As soon as I got inside, I called an Uber and quickly grabbed my snacks and, just in case, some milk. I didn't even need the milk. I just didn't want to not have it if I encountered him again. Luckily, the Uber was only a minute away and arrived by the time I paid and walked out of the store. I hopped in the car, grateful and relieved that I wouldn't have to walk back home. As we passed the tracks, I cautiously glanced to the right and noticed, off in the shadows of the trees along the clearing, the silhouette of a hooded man smoking a cigarette and watching the sidewalk with predatory eyes. I will never go out that late again.
Where can I get some red mushrooms?
Story, I have to take you back years ago. At the time of this incident, I will call it, I was 24. Working for a popular convenience store chain in my area, I had managed to make my way up the promotional ladder to assistant manager, and a lot of the times I was the closing manager on duty. Not an issue, typically. Well, I was employed in a suburban area of North Carolina, and my store didn't close until 10 p.m. I had worked plenty of closing shifts myself, despite the climbing crime rate in my area. I'm the type of female that thinks of herself as someone who can handle herself. One night, though, this would all change for me. Because until you must handle yourself, do you truly know if you can or cannot? I came into work that Friday at my normal
Render.
Usual to close. My last employee would end his shift at 8 p.m. Typically after
Oh,
that
no
time,
wonder I had a hard time. Ran into some trees.
Cleaning, other closing duties. Once those were finished, though, I found myself spending free time on my phone until locking up and clocking out. Part of the closing duties was always taking the trash out to the dumpster behind the store. This night was no different. Aside from the creepy darkness, the back lot was illuminated by one light in the back of the parking lot. I had never had any issues with taking the trash out, and none of my employees had ever reposted having issues either. This night would prove to be very different. As I approached the dumpster and threw in the bags of trash, I heard a squelching sound. The obvious sound of, in my mind, an animal possibly eating something, maybe another animal. So, I grabbed a long stick and was going to use it to hit the side of the dumpster and frighten away the animal I thought was there. I stepped to the side and peeked around the back corner of the dump and made eye contact with a man crouched down, looking over his shoulder with a knife in his teeth. We locked stares. As we stared, he continued to cut into something. No, I shouldn't say cut. He was sawing into something shrouded in the darkness and producing a lot of blood. Not wasting time, I maintained eye contact with him as I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off him. He grinned, the knife still stationed between his teeth, and began standing. I still had no idea what he was sawing into. Honestly, I wasn't trying to spend much time figuring it out. Still eyes locked, I backed away faster, timing when I was going to turn and run for my life into the store and lock it. About halfway through the back lot, this man, now on his feet, eyes still locked, he began walking towards me. When I made my decision to run, it was like he had read my mind and charged. I took off with every bit of speed I could muster and made it to the back door of the store and into it, shutting it right as he reached the door himself. Locking the door and setting the alarm, I dug my phone out of my pocket and called the police. All the while, this stranger is banging on the door of the store, yelling in some sort of odd language I have never heard before. About 20 minutes later, as I was hiding between the aisles in the store, because the entire front of the store was all glass windows, and my creep of a new friend could see me right through them, should he look. There was a tapping sound on the glass door. At first, I froze, remembering that dumpster dude had a knife, and that sound seemed quite like what a knife would sound like if someone were to tap it against a glass surface. But soon after the sound, an officer announced his presence, and I slowly crept from my dark hiding spot to see 3 local police officers there, with flashlights. I went to the door and let them in, explaining as we made our way to the back of the store that the guy had quit banging and yelling quite some time ago, and I didn't think that he was still there. There was no chance, though, that he was able to clean up everything from behind the dumpster in the short amount of time that it was quiet. I turned the alarm off and unlocked and opened the back door for them to go out. I followed behind, letting my curiosity of what they would find guide me. One of the officers asked me to point them in the direction of the area that I had seen the man. I pointed to the only dumpster in the lot, telling them that the man was crouched behind it, sawing into something that was producing a lot of blood. Just as I finished explaining this, the officer next to me said to the others, "Y'all, take a look at this." As he shone his light on the asphalt of the parking lot, we could all make out the very clear impressions of bare human footprints in what seems to be a brownish, red liquid going across the lot to the store and fading out about a quarter of the way back from the store to the dumpster. I guess trying to rule out if I was playing some cruel joke, 2 of the 3 officers pointed their flashlights at my feet, seeing that I was definitely wearing my non-slip black work tennis shoes, and no blood was apparent anywhere on my person. Approaching the dumpster, an officer placed himself in front of me, and they all 3 drew their weapons, and one shouted in a very official and stern voice, "Police officer, I know you're back there. Show yourself now. Come out with your hands up." No one came out, and no sounds were made. Turning the corner, the officers all sighed in unison.
Bricks
as they
contain
came upon
untold
a
riches,
blood,
but are guarded
a
by
knife,
fierce
and no person.
crocodiles.
There was no animal, no body, nothing. Just blood, and a lot of it. They marked off the scene with the yellow crime scene tape and began gathering evidence, eventually allowing me to leave after writing down my statement and what I had witnessed and went through. The man behind the dumpster was apprehended a couple days later in his home, which was only a few miles behind the store. He was arrested and questioned. Apparently, after hours of interrogation, the man admitted to abducting and killing someone within his trailer park, and what I witnessed was the dismemberment of them. His pursuit of me was to make sure I saw nothing, and was to ensure that if I did, or didn't, I wouldn't be able to talk about what I had seen or had not seen. Following this incident, I refused to close that store alone again, and willingly my store manager agreed. It wasn't long after this, though, that I took a position within the same company, just at another store, in what seems to be a safer area. All I know is that I'm glad they caught this man, because this man was looking for me. He was apprehended a few hours after coming into the store and asking the on-duty cashier for me by name. Knowing the situation, the cashier, then and now a close friend of mine, called in the suspicious man, asking for me by name. He was trying to get her to tell him when I worked again, if I work often, and for my phone number. Thank goodness she's one of the smarter ones, and understood there's policy in place that prohibits the release of that information to anyone. All day long, I had been having deja vu. Was it really Halloween again already? Because it felt like it was only yesterday. The drunken parties, the stupid costumes, the orange and black jello shots, trick-or-treaters parading through the streets past houses with candlelit pumpkins outside, cobwebs and ghosts, skeletons and streamers, little packages of candy, chocolate, and chips with far too much packaging. I felt like I had been through it 100 times already, and I was only 21. But at least a Halloween party was better than sitting in the college dorms alone, bored out of my mind. My costume still fit me from the year prior. A simple black and white long-sleeve shirt and pants, decorated to bear a striking resemblance to a skeleton when seen in the dark. After putting on my outfit, I heard a knock at the door. I knew who it would be even before I opened it. Unsurprisingly, it was Tom, standing there in the dorm's hallway, looking ridiculous in his red and black devil face paint. He was holding a pitchfork in one hand and a 12-pack of beer in the other, wearing a black cape and pants with a crimson red button-up shirt. A pair of horns were attached to his head, and a shiny black tail with a triangle at the end of it, constructed entirely of duct tape, hung unceremoniously from his ass. "Ready?" he asked, skipping all formalities as only best friends can do. "Yeah, just let me grab my Mickey." I had already filled up the little silver flask with rum, but took a quick swig of it and topped it off again from the bottle. The taste was horrible, and I felt the burn in my throat instantly, grimacing at the unpleasant sensation. Beer tasted better, but I wasn't going to lug around half a case like Tom was planning on doing all night. No thanks. Closing the door and locking it behind me, we left my dorm room to head off to the first party of the night. It was located at a house off campus and would be a little bit of a walk, but that was okay. The night was young, and it was Halloween. I was starting to get into the spirit of things again. People were walking up and down the dormitory halls, wearing costumes of all shapes and sizes. Inflatable aliens, creepy Grim Reapers, sexy nurses, and various other sexy occupations. Those were always popular. I was reminded once again, as we walked past 100 different young women, that I was still single, despite 2 months in the dorms, and everyone else I knew hooking up together. Who else was new? The walk out of the dorms was crowded as everybody seemed
Chicken
to be
egg.
or other places. Some people hadn't bothered to put on a costume, and others, like me, were half-assing it. I saw lots of people carrying cheap-looking masks in their hands or wearing brown bathrobes and carrying fake lightsabers. Eventually, we got outside. The air was crisp and fresh, a beautiful autumn night with the smell of fallen leaves hanging in the air. We made our way
I
up the
got
street
your
towards the
chicken
center.
egg.
The sound of squealing tires caught my attention, and I stopped at the last second, avoiding catastrophic injury. Hey, watch it! Tom yelled as a car turned the corner quickly in front of us, making an illegal turn and almost hitting us as we crossed the street. Someone screamed a slurred obscenity at us from the back of the car and threw a crumpled can in our direction. It spilled its contents all over me, soaking the front of my shirt in lukewarm liquid that stank of malty beer and backwash. What a bunch of dicks, Tom muttered as we walked across to the other side. I suddenly had that feeling of deja vu once again. It was so much stronger this time, though. Like the memory of what had happened was in my mind already, latent and hidden, and I had simply awoken it by experiencing that predetermined event. Whoa, I said, grabbing my temple and feeling woozy for a moment. You alright? Yeah, it's just... Do you ever get deja vu? I've been getting it all day and it's really bad right now. I feel like we did all this before. Does that make any sense? Totally. I get that all the time. Like I had a dream of something but forgot about it until it happened in real life, Tom said, reassuring me. Right, I said, regaining my composure. I'm probably just tired. We started walking again, and as we entered the neighborhood, I saw something odd. All of the pumpkins, which would normally be on people's front doorsteps, were instead at the curb, as if being left out early for trash collection. When we got closer, I started to see why. The pumpkins were all rotten, sagging and decayed. Their carved faces looked sad and drooping, despite the fact that it was still early in the season. Usually, you saw those sort of nasty, rotted pumpkins being left out to the garbage man a week or two later, in mid-November. Still, every single house had the same phenomena, a sagging, droopy jack-o'-lantern left out by the curb, as if they were diseased and people didn't want them near their houses. What's the deal with all the pumpkins? Tom asked, crouching down and looking at one up close, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Careful! I nearly screamed, surprising even myself. I covered my mouth, unsure why that had slipped out. A sense of dread was looming over me. Careful? Why? It's just a pumpkin. He started poking at it, and that was when I saw the bugs crawling around in the puddle of goo near the base of it. They looked like potato bugs, only larger, and instead of gray, they were black, yellow, and orange, the colors of Halloween. What are those things? Tom saw them all around his feet and backed up a bit, much to my relief. But then, seeing how afraid I was, he picked up one of the bugs by its thorax and held it up in the air, inspecting it. Candy corn, he said, bringing the squirming bug closer to his opening mouth. I knew he wouldn't actually eat it, but then he kept bringing it closer and closer until it was past his teeth, its tiny legs kicking wildly, the bug nearly sitting on his tongue. Stop, man, that's disgusting. He started to laugh, but then began coughing as the bug sprayed some brownish-looking fluid into his mouth.
Haha.
With revulsion at the weird bug in his hand, he threw it away, spitting out the brownish black tar-stained saliva. Yuck! Freaking bug just took a dump in my mouth, Tom was shouting,
What
opening up a
you
beer
get?
to try and wash the taste out. That's what you get, you sick bastard. I wonder if it's some new invasive
You
species,
sick
like those giant
degenerate fuck.
Strangely, he didn't answer, just chugged his beer and then stood there staring at me, looking zoned out. Either way, that's nasty. Come on, let's go. We started walking again,
Ugh.
heading in the direction of the
Are
park.
you kidding
It
me?
was only a few blocks away, so it wouldn't take long to get there. Tom was already acting drunk, and I rolled my eyes a bit, thinking he was pretending. I didn't understand why he would do that, but he definitely hadn't had enough to drink to warrant his stumbling gait. I just figured he was being his typical self, a lovable but frustrating buffoon. We went inside the small house, which was packed like a phone booth during Frosh Week. Immediately, we were greeted by flashing strobe lights, loud music, and a crush of random strangers. I didn't recognize anybody and felt increasingly panicked as we found our way through the horde of sweaty, inebriated people. Eventually, we spotted our friends, Jamie and Ellie, sitting in a back room playing video games. This was much more our speed, as opposed to the keg stands and Jaeger shots happening in the main living area. So we stuck around with them and watched as they played Mario Kart, rather than enduring the trials and tribulations of meeting new people. "What took you numbnuts so long?" Jamie asked, twisting the controller in his hand, breaking his character into a well-executed power slide. He was wearing a Hunter S. Thompson costume, complete with a straw cigarette, tan-brimmed hat, and aviator sunglasses. His game character fell off a ledge into darkness, and he threw the controller to the floor in frustration. "Damn it! We can't stop here. This is Bat Country. Ghost House is the worst level. Why did I let you talk me into this?" Ellie just laughed and kept playing, ignoring the fact that he had quit. "Hey guys, check out my briefcase. Straight out of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas," Jamie said, producing a white suitcase which matched his elaborate costume, completing the effect. He opened up the white leather satchel to reveal an array of plastic baggies filled with various substances of questionable quality. Tom was very quiet during all this, and I turned around to see him sitting there, looking queasy and spaced out. His eyes appeared glazed over, and yet he hadn't touched his other beers. "Hey, you okay, man?" I asked him. He didn't look like himself. Tom's red-rimmed eyes snapped over to look at me quickly, and he nodded. But despite that, I could tell he wasn't. He wasn't really looking at me, I realized, but through me. "Yeah, I'm good. Why?" I studied his face for a moment. In the incandescent light of the room, his skin looked a little bit yellow-orange suddenly, like a jaundiced Oompa Loompa. "Forget it. I'm gonna go see if there's something to eat out there. Anybody want anything?" Ellie had lit up a joint and was passing it around the room. "Yo, grab some more of that pumpkin pie. That shit is amazing." There were plates all around the room with the residue of the pies left on them, crumbs and bits of orange filling. Just looking at those plates made my heart sink and gave me that feeling of false memories once more, but I quickly shrugged it off again. I couldn't help but wonder if those pies were from the same place everybody was buying those tainted jack-o'-lanterns from. Taking one last worried look at Tom, I opened the door and left the room to head back into the noisy main living area. I saw someone I recognized, finally. "Hey, where have you been hiding?" Sarah, the host of the party, asked, shouting over the music when I saw her in the kitchen. She was in all of my classes and had been nice enough to invite me. We had always been friendly, but now she was giving me a flirtatious look that said perhaps she wanted to be more than just friendly. "In the back room with Tom, Ellie, and Jamie," I shouted back, trying to be heard over the loud bass. "Playing Mario Kart." The second I began to say playing Mario Kart, the music abruptly stopped as somebody switched songs. Everybody in the kitchen turned to look at me, and I heard a few snickers. I could feel my face turning red, getting hotter and hotter as I stood there. You could hear a pin drop. Sarah smiled beautifully at my complete lack of social grace, blushing for me also.
Cooked egg. Okay.
"Do you have anything to eat around here?" I asked, trying to change the subject as the music started up again. "Been hanging out with Ellie, huh? Got the munchies?" She joked, gently shoving me. "We've got a ton of pumpkin pie, that's about it. Randy brought them. His dad owns the farm with the pumpkin patch. He said they didn't sell very well this year for some reason." The pie tins were scattered everywhere, dozens of them, all mostly eaten. I looked around the room and saw paper plates with pie crumbs on them, dirty forks hanging off the sides. That rising sense of doom and dread began to bloom within me once again, for reasons I couldn't explain. The bugs. What? There were these weird bugs in the pumpkins, all up and down the street, in the ones out front of your house, too. Oh yeah, they went off really early this year. I saw a few weird-looking maggots in them, so I threw them to the curb, but I'm just glad nobody smashed them yet. Probably because nobody wants to go near them. They're a pestilence, a plague. My thoughts were racing a mile a minute, flashes of false memories and things that hadn't happened yet. What was happening to me? Are you okay? Sarah asked, looking worried. You look like you've seen a ghost. No, not a ghost. Something worse than that. I have seen the Great Pumpkin. I looked back at the pies on the table again. They appeared different than before. They were moving. Was I dreaming? Was this a nightmare? No. As much as I wished that was true, I could tell that it was not. Orange and black maggots were squirming and crawling from the pie tins, and were now all over the counter in droves. I pointed them out to Sarah, and she blinked a few times before really seeing them. Finally, she did, and she screamed, beginning to remember. Grabbing her hand, I pulled her out of the living room. The flashing strobe lights revealed a terrifying scene. People were changing. Their skin had turned yellow-orange, and their faces had swollen up like warty pumpkins. Giant red blisters and boils were blooming on their faces and necks, as their reddened eyes stared ahead, with no recognition of what was happening all around. All of the party guests looked like edematous pumpkin-headed zombies as they danced and drank beer slowly and without noticing what was happening all around them. Brownish fluid seeped from their pores, leaking from their swelling extremities. The orange and black potato bugs were all over the table, on the floors, walls, and ceiling, and they were crawling on the guests as they shoveled more of them into their mouths, laughing and crunching the bugs between their teeth like popcorn. What the hell is happening to everybody? Sarah nearly screamed. Everyone stopped and turned to look at us in unison. I pulled Sarah into the bathroom, trying to get away from everyone else before they turned on us. I had a feeling we weren't safe here. Did you eat any of the pumpkin pie? Or touch any of the pumpkins? She shook her head. No. Listen, I've been getting deja vu all day, and I'm beginning to think it's not a coincidence. I think I've been through this before. Maybe we've all been through this before. Living the same day over and over again. That's why the pumpkins look so old, and why I'm seeing things that haven't happened yet. She nodded, looking deep in thought. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been getting these weird deja vu moments all day too. That's why I was looking for you. Something told me you would know what to do. We need to go to the pumpkin patch, I said, not understanding why I was saying it, only knowing that I had to. There's something wrong at the pumpkin patch, and I think we might be able to fix it before it's too late. Another version of us figured this out, some other time before this. Now we just have to follow through and finish it once and for all. Her eyes grew wide, and I saw she remembered. We had been there before, together. We had done all of this before. That's why it felt like I knew her so well. We had spent countless hours together. The problem was, all I could see were flashes of memories I had been forced to forget. I had always loved movies like Groundhog Day and Happy Death Day. How ironic that now I was stuck in one. It was a lot less fun in reality. What about Ellie and Jamie? And Tom? Oh no, what about Tom? I ran with her to the back room and saw that it was already too late. Tom had been affected the most, it seemed. His face was swollen like a balloon, and he was already changing into one of them. The blisters and boils had formed on his neck, face, and hands. They were bursting, and the horned points of massive insectile legs were beginning to emerge from where his bloodied flesh had burst open. He stood up, vacant-eyed and staring, then began stalking toward us as more joints of thin, long black legs appeared, emerging from bloody holes in his sides and shoulders. Ellie and Jamie stood as well, their stretching, papery skin yellow-orange, and their eyes glazed over, their necks and faces bulging and covered in warts. Their voices were no longer human, but sounded insectile as they buzzed and clicked and made strange, high-pitched noises to communicate with each other. Sarah and I turned and ran in the opposite direction, too terrified to scream. The sounds were coming from everywhere now, as the change seemed to be happening all around us. A guy with a swollen orange head wearing a Super Mario costume tried to punch me in the face with a white-gloved fist, just barely missing as I dodged out of the way. Guests wearing vampire capes with sharp teeth came at us. Zombies, mummies, and monsters of all shapes and sizes, covered with growing warts, bugs, and blisters that looked red and angry. They stopped us in our tracks just as we were about to escape, looming over us and approaching with bloodlust in their eyes. We dodged and evaded them as best we could, grateful that they were slow and stumbling after having just turned. Luckily, we managed to push them out of the way just before being overwhelmed by their numbers. I pulled open the front door and got out onto the road when someone called at us from up the street. It was Randy. I remembered flashes and bits of memories of him helping us. He was the one whose parents owned the pumpkin patch. He whistled at us and waved us over to his truck. "Please tell me I'm not going crazy," he said as we got closer. "I could have sworn we have done this before." He was wearing ripped, faded blue jeans and a plaid shirt, his long blonde hair unwashed and dirty. He had bags beneath his eyes, which revealed a long lack of sleep. "You're not crazy," I told him. "Do you have any idea what the hell we're supposed to do? Because all I know is we've got to get to your place, to where all this started." "That's fine by me. Something tells me we can't stay here and talk about it, though," he said, pointing towards the front door, where the party guests with bulging features were stumbling out, lumbering toward us, covered in blooming warts and crawling bugs. "Get in," he said, hopping into the driver's seat. We got into the truck, cramming into the cab together and slamming the door shut, just as several zombie-like trick-or-treaters got close. I locked my door just as they started pulling on the handle, trying to get in, their orange-tinted eyes glaring into mine as they groaned and wailed and slapped their bloodied palms angrily against the glass. "Go, go, go! Let's get out of here!" I yelled, grateful when he hit the gas and fled the scene. The farm was miles away, so we tried to use the time while driving to our advantage. I thought hard about the memories, tried to grab hold of them, but they were as slippery as fish, each time evading my grasp. Randy pulled into the long gravel driveway of his property, the truck fishtailing and swerving. I thought I heard something moving in the back of the vehicle, but when I looked over my shoulder, there was nothing there. An orange glow could be seen from the pumpkin patch as we drove towards the farmhouse. "I think I finally remember what I'm supposed to do," Randy said, his eyes looking far off and thoughtful. "We gotta blow up a pumpkin." He slammed his foot hard on the brakes and told us to head out into the field, that he would meet us out there in a minute. He had to grab something first. We followed Randy's instructions and ran out into the pumpkin patch. I heard the crunch of 1,000 bugs splattering beneath my feet as we ran through the field of rotten gourds. Our destination was obvious, the massive glowing pumpkin in the middle of the field. Standing in front of the otherworldly glow of it, I heard movement from the shadows. Looking around, I couldn't spot the source. Then, Randy came running through the field toward us, holding something in his hand. As he got closer, I saw what it was. A grenade. Don't ask me where I got this, guys, but here it is. Something's telling me that we need to destroy that giant pumpkin. It's the source of this plague. He stopped dead in his tracks just as he was about to reach us, as something skewered him from behind. The point of a long black talon appeared, sticking out of his abdomen, then suddenly disappeared. Standing behind him was what used to be my friend, Tom. His face a bloated mask of its old self. Huge insectile legs propelled him forward, his body hanging limply below. Eyes that were orange and malevolent stared back at me as he approached with lightning speed. With his last dying breath, Randy pulled the pin and tossed me the grenade. Not Tom's eyes grew wide, and he raced over towards me, outpaced by the thrown grenade. I caught it, then turned and ran, stumbling backwards, falling clumsily into the rotten orange flesh of the behemoth, then somehow going through it as if it were just a hologram. I landed inside the great orange glowing pumpkin. A multitude of instrument panels surrounded me, and high-tech looking displays, interstellar maps, and other machinery, levers and dials and video display monitors, all of which looked light years beyond any technology on Earth. And at the center of it all was a cylindrical tube containing a bright white light resembling an infinity sign, moving like liquid inside its vial. It reminded me a bit of the flux capacitor in Back to the Future, only it was larger and glowed brighter, white like the sun. I had a
10
moment to think
minutes.
to myself, it's aliens. We're being invaded by aliens. And the realization hit me of what had been happening, just like it had 100 times before, or 1,000. The grenade felt warm in my hand, and it bloomed into a blinding flash in slow motion before my eyes. A low-pitched, deafening explosion rang slowly in my ears as time slowed to a crawl, the world turning white, and then black. I woke up with the worst hangover. I got drunk on Devil's Night, and now napping the day away on Halloween, as best as I could remember. My mouth tasted like rum, although I couldn't recall having drank any. The bottle was still full and unopened on my dresser. Tom would be by any minute. I figured I'd fill up the flask and put on my costume while I waited for him. Naps only made me more tired anyways, and they always made me feel strange, like I was half asleep, half awake, dreaming with my eyes open. All day long, I had been getting deja vu. Was it really Halloween again already? Because it felt like it was only yesterday.
It was only yesterday. 'Cause he stole the whole story from fucking Groundhog Day. Hmm. Six minutes. 6 minutes. Six minutes. I'll leave you to listen to the rain for a couple minutes while I run to the restroom. I will be right back.
I once had 2 job interviews in North Carolina. I lived in New York at the time. I was taking the drive down there instead of flying to save money. My at-the-time job sucked, and the 2 jobs I was interviewing for could finally be a new start for me. They were corporate office jobs with a lot of benefits and good salaries. Plus, the weather would be much better than New York. I was driving down there on a Thursday night. I took off from work Friday because that's when the 2 interviews were. Since I had to work Thursday, I had to hit the road as soon as I was off work. I stopped home first to grab my suitcase and other stuff I was bringing. Then I said goodbye to my family and set off. It was a long 8+ hour
Winning
drive.
mushroom
And
and
it was into the early hours of the morning, like 2
2
a.m.
eggs.
I was heading to a comfort inn. I drank like 3 cups of coffee my first few hours driving. For a while, I was good. But if you're already running on fumes, no amount of coffee is going to keep you going. I already didn't get much sleep the night before because I was stressing over these interviews. And after a long, busy day at work, the last thing I wanted to be doing was driving close to 9 hours. It was late at night now. I had about 2 hours left in the drive. There were very few other cars on the road this late at night on a weeknight. I was starting to feel really sleepy now, but I knew most of the drive was behind me. Suddenly, on the side of the highway, I saw a man in a suit standing there, not walking, not moving. He was facing my car, and as I looked at him as I passed, I saw his face turning to follow my car. I said out loud, "What the fuck?" It was truly bizarre. I almost contemplated turning around and asking if he needed a ride. He was just in the middle of the highway in a suit at like 12:30 at night. I came up with stories in my head about what may have happened. Like maybe his girlfriend kicked him out of the car. I did this to keep my mind awake as I felt like I was drifting away. Then something beyond frightening happened. It was only maybe 10 minutes after I had seen that man that I saw another man on the side of the road coming up, also in a suit, also just standing there. What the hell was going on? I slowed down to pull to the side of the road and possibly ask if everything was okay, maybe offer a ride. I don't know what I was thinking, but either way, when I was on the shoulder almost to a stop, I looked in the rearview mirror and then turned around completely, and that man was gone, as if he just disappeared. I stepped on the gas and got back on the road. I was losing it. I needed to stop for another coffee. I had about an hour and a half to go at this point. I stopped at the first pit stop I could find and bought a medium coffee. I drank a few sips. As I was sitting in the rest area of the gas station parking lot, I spotted a man in a suit again, standing under a light post. It was the same man. This time I got a clearer view of his face. He looked like a middle-aged white man, short dark brown hair, clean-shaven, and a neutral expression. But it was the way he was once again facing my car that freaked me the fuck out. I turned the car on and got out of there without looking back. I wanted to complete this drive, but the coffee wasn't doing it. I felt like I was going to pass out behind the wheel. I wasn't going to make it, so I pulled off the highway and parked in a random parking lot. I angled the seat all the way down, and I attempted to go to sleep. As tired as I was, I couldn't help but be scared in this empty parking lot. So if I opened my eyes, I would see that man in the suit again. I was drifting into a sleep, and something made me wake up again and open my eyes. Probably my mind playing tricks on me again. I looked around the outside of my car, scared I was going to see him. I looked out each window and then the front windshield. It was clear. And I looked in the rearview mirror. I felt my soul leave my body for a second, because there I saw for a second a person in the back seat. I'm sure it was the man in the suit again, but I didn't look long enough because I opened the door, screamed, and fell backwards out of the car as I crawled back. I kept screaming until I finally got up, looked inside the car, but saw nobody. The back seat was empty. As I came to my senses, I realized my mind had been playing tricks on me all night. There is no man in a suit. I'm just completely exhausted and need to sleep. I got back in my car, my heart racing. Honestly, now though, I was too awake to go to sleep. I turned the car back on, finished my coffee, and banged out the rest of the drive. By the time I checked into the hotel and got to the room, I fell into the bed and passed out right away. The next day, my first interview was at 11 a.m., so I didn't get much sleep. I definitely felt somewhat recharged. However, the second my interviewer walked out to greet me, I froze up. My interviewer looked identical to the image of that man in the suit I kept hallucinating the night before. I know the interviewer noticed me freeze up. I could see it in his face. I tried to recover from this, but it set the tone for the rest of the interview. I was completely nervous and out of it. It felt like I were in a dream. I left that interview with only an hour to get ready for my next one. My next interviewer was a woman. Did much better with this one, because I actually got the job. I still work here, live in North Carolina now. My old therapist told me that she thinks the stress of mentally preparing for the interviews mixed with the lack of sleep caused me to hallucinate the main cause of my fear and stress. So I hallucinated a man in a suit because that's who I pictured would be interviewing me. I feel like it doesn't sound too far-fetched, but it doesn't change how downright horrific the whole ordeal was. I was driving in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania one night to avoid traffic getting home. It was probably a little past midnight at this point, and the road was basically deserted, just the way I like it. I was listening to my usual podcast on the radio, when a ding came from my car, alerting me that I was low on fuel. I put a pit stop into my Maps app for the nearest gas station, which was a little ways up the secluded road. About 5 minutes later, I pulled into the gas station on the right, the only parking lot for miles, as this road was basically nothing but woods on each side. The gas station was some generic, no-name gas station. I pulled next to the pump and noticed a man filling up the tank of his old beater pickup truck. He was looking at me as I walked past him and into the shop. Inside the shop, I bought a coffee and paid cash for my gas. When I came back outside, I noticed the man at the pump getting into his pickup truck, then driving away. After a couple of minutes of filling up the tank, I got back in my car and continued my drive. And not even a minute after leaving the station, I noticed on the side of the road on the grass was that same pickup truck from the gas station. It was just sitting next to the woods, turned off. Interesting. I kept driving, looking in my rearview mirror to see if it would turn on. Nope. I turned my podcast back on and continued my drive. A few minutes passed, though, and I heard another ding come from my car. My dashboard screen showed that one of my tires was very low. I slowed down and started hearing a wobbling sound. I opened a window and knew right away I had a flat tire. I pulled to the side of the road and went to investigate. It was my rear driver's side tire. Flat. I didn't think I hit anything. I would have felt it. The thought came to my head, what if that guy at the gas station slashed it? I took out my phone and was looking up the number for my roadside assistance company on Google. I heard the sound of a car or truck engine a little down the road behind me, but oddly I didn't see any headlights. It was just pitch black down there. Then the sound of the engine suddenly stopped, and it was quiet again. I went to my trunk to grab the SOS flashlight out of my toolbox my dad gave me one year as a Christmas present. I grabbed the long light rod, turned it on, and aimed it down the road. I saw the reflection of a truck's headlights, pulled on the side of the road about 200 feet away. It looked like that pickup truck again. I gasped and ran into the woods and ducked behind a big bush and tree. I took out my phone and called 911. I heard the sound of the truck down the road starting, and this time the headlights were on. I heard and saw through the bush the truck pull up next to my car, and then after a short moment of silence, a man yelled out, "You need some help?" I knew better than to answer. 911 picked up, and I whispered into the phone my location, and that someone slashed my tire, and I think the person who did it was right here, following me. The lady asked a bunch of standard questions, asking me to describe the man and his truck. I heard the truck door open and close. I told the lady over the phone that the man got out of his truck. She told me to remain hidden in the woods if I thought he was a threat. She asked if I could see if he was armed, and that's when the call disconnected. I had shitty cell reception here. I waited, hoping she would call me back. I'm sure she was trying to, but it wouldn't go through. I heard the sound of another passing car on the road. It was slowing down. Then I heard talking. It was the voice of another man. I crept closer to the edge of the woods to get a view of the road. I saw the man from the pickup truck standing next to this other stopped pickup truck in the middle of the road. He was talking to a person in the truck. I overheard the creepy man coming up with this fake explanation as to what was going on here. At that moment, I rushed into the road, yelling, "Help, I don't know him." Both the man in the truck and the man who followed me looked over to me. I said to the man in the truck that this man slashed my tire and followed me here. The man in the truck's reaction was to look at the man with a disturbed look. The creepy man denied having done anything to my tires, and claimed he's never seen me ever. At the same time, he hurried away to his pickup truck and started backing up until he cleared both of our vehicles and drove off. The man in the other pickup truck got out and examined my flat, then offered me a ride into town. I told him I had police officers on the way, and sure enough, within a few minutes, a cop car with its lights on pulled up beside us. The man vouched for me when I told him about the other man. The police officer said he'd go down to the gas station and request to see the camera footage to see if it caught the pickup driver actually slashing my tire. The officer took my info, and he waited with me while I waited for the roadside assistance company. The tow truck driver gave me a ride to a shop, and my dad picked me up. I never heard from that police officer, so I guess he didn't see anything in that video footage. It's scary how close I was to probably being abducted, though. It was the most horrific, haunting night of my life. It still sends shivers down my spine. I'm 28 years old, and my boyfriend Todd lives in a different state from me. We take turns visiting each other for the most part, but I'll usually end up visiting him more often because he has his own place, and I still live with my sister as a roommate. I was going up there for a week because it was winter break, and I had off because I'm a teacher, so I packed a lot. I was taking up there my crappy '09 Hyundai Sonata that I bought for my sister. Up where Todd lives, there was snow on the ground at this point, so the more north I got, the more careful I had to be driving, because that car was not really built for driving in the snow. It was on the later side, and unfortunately, it was starting to snow really hard now. There were blizzard warnings earlier, but both Todd and I agreed it would be better to try and beat the blizzard tonight rather than come tomorrow when the roads are full of snow. I started to accept the fact that I need to stay somewhere for the night, as I was still too far away, and the roads were getting bad. After stopping for a quick sandwich and some coffee at a small diner, the waitress who I was conversing with told me there's no way I should be on the roads right now. She recommended a few hotels and motels in the area, and after she walked away and I was left alone to finish up eating, a guy sitting at the bar spun in his chair and said to me, "There's a motel right up the road from here." And I put the motel's name into my phone and it said it was literally 5 minutes away. He said it was nice and cheap too, so I could just get a quick night's rest and get back on the road tomorrow. He seemed to overhear my whole conversation with the waitress. He was also just sitting there at the bar with a beer. I'd never seen a person go to a diner just to drink. I didn't even know diners really served alcohol. But people up by Todd are a little weird. To me, at least, because I grew up in the city. The man introduced himself as Toby. I gave him a fake name, saying I was Michelle. The rest of my time there, Toby was half facing me in a spinning bar stool. And I wasn't really looking to keep talking to him, so I looked away out the window to the snow until the waitress gave me my check. Then I said goodbye to them both as I left. In that half hour I spent in the diner, the snow accumulated at least an inch. I needed to get to that motel. I drove slow. I was at the motel in a few minutes, maybe 10. There were a couple cars in the lot. It looked like a cheap motel. It was all I needed. I didn't want to waste money anyway. I went to the front desk and asked for a room for a night. I think I paid around $50, and the man at the desk handed me a key to one of the downstairs rooms. I walked back outside to my car to get my stuff and bring it inside. It was a tiny little room, tacky wallpaper, a queen-size bed, and a red carpet. It was fine for the night. I tried to FaceTime Tom, but there was no reception at all here. The motel had Wi-Fi, but the password was probably at the front desk. So I put my shoes back on and hurried outside through the cold snow to the front desk. On my way there, I noticed there was a new car in the parking lot. I saw someone sitting inside of it, but I didn't take the time to look at who it could have been, because realistically, who does that? The man at the front desk emotionlessly pointed to the free Wi-Fi sign with the password, and I typed it in. It took a minute, but I was connected. I went back to my room in a hurry, locked the door, and FaceTime Todd. Even with Wi-Fi, the connection was so shitty. I could see his face, but it would freeze frame for like 5 seconds, and his voice would cut as well. I was able to at least communicate with him that I was safe in the motel. We decided to just text instead because the FaceTime wasn't really working. We were texting back and forth for a few minutes. I heard something come from the bathroom. I leaned forward and saw that the bathroom door was shut. Was it shut before? I didn't remember. I texted Todd that I heard something in the bathroom, and I started freaking out because I realized I ran to the front desk without locking the hotel room door. He asked if the door locks by itself. I said, I don't think so, but now I also don't remember if I left the door cracked open or not. He told me to get up and check the door to see if it locks by itself when it closes, and to bring the key with me. I got up, put my shoes on, saw that the door had a traditional twisting lock that moved with the knob from the inside or the key on the outside. I opened the door, looking to confirm this, and I noticed instantly the extra set of footprints leading to my door. These footprints led from that car that I saw someone sitting in to my door. Nobody was in that car anymore. I felt like screaming, but instead I closed the door to my room and ran to the front desk. I cried to the man that there's an intruder in my room. The front desk worker was not some huge jacked dude, so I don't think he was wanting to go confronting someone. He told me to wait in here, and he called someone. I thought he was calling the police, but instead he started speaking in some other language. I think he was calling a friend or associate. He hung up and told me again to just sit tight in here with him. I was standing in a position where I could see out the glass down to my room. I let out a shriek when I saw the door to my room open. That man Toby from the diner walked into his car. We locked eyes for a second before he got in his car and backed out onto the unplowed roads, disappearing slowly down the road. The front desk worker's associate or friend or whoever it was arrived a while later. He was this big guy who didn't speak English. I don't know what they were saying to each other, but the front desk worker told me he would give me a different room free of charge to make me feel better. I didn't feel better, but I didn't have any other options or places to stay at this point. I took the new key, and the two men helped me move my stuff into the new room. Todd offered to come here, but I told him not to. It would be too long and too dangerous to drive in the dark in the snow. The next morning, the streets were somewhat plowed, enough to get through the rest of the drive to Todd's. Looking back, I don't like how that motel worker probably didn't call the cops because he didn't want his motel to get any negative attention. He called that diner to warn them about that man. I have no trust in strangers anymore. Not after this.
Shitbags, shitbags, shitbags. Nothing but a bunch of shitbags. Grabbing all the mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. Oh, killed the poor little rabbit. Classically rabbits.
name is Caleb Fletcher. I'm 16 years old, and this took place around 8 to 9 months ago, on the 24th of August, which was a Saturday. School had been going on for about 2 weeks, so to de-stress a little, I decided to see if my friends, who I'll call Griffin and Broly, wanted to hop on Fortnite. My mom and sister were out shopping. My dad was
Fortnite?
working, and I was bored. It was around 8 p.m. when we finally got on to play, because I had decided to make pizza rolls beforehand, and ended up burning the batch. After a few rounds, I
Oops.
could tell my friends were getting tired of losing, so they got off after only an hour. I planned on just lying down with my phone and going to bed. That was until I heard my 2 dogs barking outside. It's not unusual for them to bark, given how people typically walk on the side of the road, but I still looked anyway, just to make sure. I didn't see anybody, but seconds after looking out the window, I heard our garage door open and shut. That usually means my dad is home from work, but I didn't see his van outside, and he had texted me earlier telling me that he would be working late tonight. I decided to walk downstairs into the dining room and look out the window to get a better view. From there, I could see that our driveway was empty. There wasn't a person or vehicle in sight. I wasn't the type to go investigate, so I ran back up to my bedroom and texted my family group chat to ask if anybody was home. I told my mom about the garage door, and she told me to turn off the lights, lock my bedroom, and stay there until she got home. So I did just that. About 15 minutes later, I thought I heard our wooden floor downstairs creaking, like someone was trying to be sneaky. I didn't have anything to use as a weapon, so I unclipped my microphone's boom arm from my desk and quietly opened the door. I walked out onto our upstairs balcony and looked over, trying to see if I could spot anyone hiding or anything suspicious. I stupidly yelled, "Is anybody there?" like they were really going to answer. I thought everything was fine though, until I saw a large silhouette of someone standing underneath the balcony. I panicked and ran to the closest room with a door, which happened to be my small bathroom. The intruder must have known I noticed them, because I heard loud and fast footsteps running up our stairs as I locked myself in the bathroom. I had stupidly left my phone in the bedroom, which was the room right next to me. After I built up enough courage, I bolted into my bedroom, locking the door as soon as I got in. My sister's room was right across from mine, and its door was open, so I figured the intruder must have been in there. After locking my bedroom door, I grabbed my phone and typed 911 into it. Just before I called, I noticed that the storage room in my wall was open just a tad. I saw a dark brown eye peeking through the crevice, staring into my soul. The pure terror I felt in that moment is something I'll never forget. I booked it down the stairs and out my front door, running up the hill to my neighbor's house. He was a police officer. He alerted the other cops while I stayed with his wife, and he went down to investigate. I told him exactly where the intruder was, hiding in my bedroom. Minutes later, I ran back down the hill to see if the intruder had been caught. When I walked in, I saw a tall, skinny man with a gray beard and a dirty black coat being pushed onto the floor by my neighbor as he was getting handcuffed. I'm not allowed to be home alone anymore, and we have better security around our house now. My family was just happy to know I wasn't hurt, and they were thankful for my neighbor's bravery. I don't wish an experience like this on anybody, not even my worst enemy.
One more mushroom.
This was a few months ago while driving for DoorDash. I only drive as a side gig, maybe 10 to 15 hours a week. This night I was only doing a couple orders since it was already late, and I had picked up a small order around 1 a.m. It was to be delivered to a business building somewhere across town, which was apparent by the address. This was a normal thing, usually for overnight workers or whatever. When I pulled into the parking lot, though, it was empty. No cars at all, and it didn't look like there was a parking lot behind the building either. I parked in a spot near the front and got out with the food. The place was definitely an office building of some kind, and was smaller than most, being only 2 stories, and not very wide. All the lights were off in the windows, though.
It's a
aside
dino
from the
lizard.
light behind the front door. I walked up to the door and checked the app, seeing it had specific drop-off instructions to enter the main hallway and leave the bag outside of room 232. I looked through the door in the building, seeing this hallway with a bunch of closed doors on either side. Delivering to specific rooms I'd only done at hotels, so this was kind of new for me. I tested the door, pushing on it, and it was unlocked, so I stepped inside. I expected to hear people working, moving around, or talking, but instead didn't hear anything. There wasn't a single sound in the whole building. It was just white noise from the overhead lights buzzing above me. As I passed the first few doors, though, they were all numbers in the 100s, like 102 and 106. The room the instructions said to leave it at was in the 200s, so I assumed that meant it was on the 2nd floor. In the middle of the hallway was the doorway leading to the staircase. It was held open with a wedge door stopper on the floor, but the lights weren't on. I stepped in and up to the bottom of the staircase, then looked up. The whole stairwell was pitch black. Not even any light was coming from above, where the room was supposed to be for me to drop it off at. Again, I started to notice the eerie silence, and it sent a chill through me. I was always one to do whatever the instructions say, so I'd get good reviews, but this was the first time I told myself that this was too sketchy. I stepped out of the stairwell and back into the hallway, and just as I did, the door right across from me opened. The lights in that room were off, but a man emerged from behind the door and stepped into the hallway. He was wearing street clothes and just didn't look like an office worker at all. But he stood in front of me and pointed past me at the stairwell. 232 is up there. I nodded, but didn't move, and neither did he. He just looked me in the eyes with a look like he was suppressing his anger. After an intense few seconds, I dropped the bag on the ground and started quickly walking to the exit. The man didn't follow me, but I heard his footsteps go into the stairwell and up the stairs as I left the building. I got in my car and left. I didn't know what that was, or if I was maybe overreacting about it, so I didn't call the police. The following day, though, the police actually called me. Apparently the office reported a break-in, and in the CCTV footage, they saw my car and license plate, tracking it back to me. They also had footage of the break-in, and so they called me in to question me about any information I might have. I didn't have much to give, but it turned out There were actually 3 people that broke inside. One was downstairs, who I saw, but the other 2 were shown on the cameras to be hiding at the top of the stairs, seemingly waiting for me to go up. Disturbingly, several other delivery orders were made to that same office that night. All of the other drivers were smarter than I was, though, leaving the orders outside by the front door. What would have taken place in that office had any of us gone up to the second floor is unknown, but hopefully police can find the 3 men before anyone falls victim to it. I'm a manager at a mid-sized grocery store. I do 10-hour shifts and work mostly overnights. At the time, our store was having some staff issues that made pretty much every department understaffed and overworked, and overnight stocking was no exception. I had one guy that would help me 5 nights a week, but that was it, other than me. This was on his day off, so it was only me working. I got in at 10 and was alone by 10:15. After running some numbers in the office, I started pulling out loads of boxes through the aisles to start unpacking and stocking. Even though I had no help this night, I still had to get everything done, so I was working hard and as quickly as I could. I didn't even stop for a break or anything, but suddenly a tapping sound echoed through the store. I stopped and listened,
Spice?
hearing it happen again, and it sounded just like someone tapping on a window at the front of the store. I looked at my watch for the first time since I started working, and it was 2 a.m. Time had flown by, but there was no reason anyone should be here. I walked down the aisle and to the front, where I quickly saw someone outside the store. He was leaning against the window, trying to look inside. He spotted me as I walked up and stared at me. When I was just on the other side, I asked what he wanted. The man, looking like he was homeless, told me to open the door. He had a straight face, no smile or anything. I said we were closed and he couldn't be here, then turned to walk away, but the man immediately banged on the window, not tapping like he was before. This was now harsh banging. I looked back at him, and he was clearly enraged, with his fist against the glass. Thinking this guy was crazy, I told him I'd call the cops if he doesn't leave, then started pulling my phone out to show I was serious, and only then did he step away from the window. He still had that angry look, and he walked away and into the parking lot. Seeing him leave, I put my phone away and got back to work. We get a lot of crazy customers around here, so I didn't think on it too much. And again, I had to focus on getting my work done. I was only able to get a small cart of boxes stuffed, so it was maybe 15 minutes later when a sudden sound echoed through the store. It sounded like something metal snapping or scraping. I quickly dropped what I was doing and ran up to the front. Nobody was at the windows, so I went up to the entrance door. It was one of those revolving glass doors, which uses a bolt lock on the top to keep it from opening when we close the store for the night. Right away, I saw that bolt was missing. Like, not even just unlocked. The entire bolt was gone. I pressed my hand on the door, and it glided around, completely allowing anyone to get in. I could feel my face turn white as I realized what this meant, and and I knew I needed to call the police immediately. I turned around to go to the front office, but was instantly looking into the face of that guy from before. He was only a few feet from me, still having that enraged stare. I didn't hesitate to run out the revolving door, hearing the guy following close behind me. As I ran out to the parking lot, an old van came speeding up to the front. It nearly hit me, but I just kept running until I got to my car. When I rushed in, I noticed the guy wasn't chasing me anymore, and the van was now speeding out of the parking lot. I called the cops and spent the next couple hours explaining what happened. It wasn't until the next day that we got security footage of the man breaking inside, but it wasn't the best image quality. We can say almost for sure that they were trying to get me into their van, but we have no way to know why. I'm sure if I'd not been as quick, though, I probably wouldn't have ever been seen again.
Suck it, crocodile. Crocodile, crocodile. Red mushroom soup. Okay, this is the dude. Trapped in the red mushroom soup. Yay! Freed her from her entrapment. Dream Dryad is now free. Oh yeah. 150. There we go. We like seeing that. Have some hearty soup. Yeah, there we go. That's the way we do it. A lot of shipwrecks in the desert, apparently. Oh, paranoia. Paranoia from my guy there. He's not quite sure what's going on. Something's freaking him out. Getting freaked out. Okay, we got that done. Let's go unload the shit at my base. Oh yeah, my good looking base. Crocodilio eggs, chicken eggs. Eat. Oop. Mushroom. Eggs, fish. Fishy, fishy. Oh. So from now on, I gotta carry some shit with me, just in case I run into the relic, or not the reliquaries, but the white statues. chicken feathers. Let's see. That in there. Yeah, we're up to 150 on that. Our health points are at 150. I don't know how to increase my a blue one, but we'll get it figured out eventually. We'll get her figured out. Okay. We're gonna raid out to silence. I'll be back again tomorrow morning. Hopefully things go a little bit better. I am shifting hours now to start doing early morning streams because we are going into the winter months. So until next time, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out, chilling, listening to the creepy pastas while we gear up our player here, getting him in better shape. I will see you all later. Enjoy the rest of your time zone wherever you're at. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.